Lighthouse Keeper, written by R. Kyle Hanna, narrated by Rick McVey. Copyright 2020 by R. Kyle Hanna and Jumpmaster Press. Production copyright 2021 by R. Kyle Hanna and Jumpmaster Press. Chapter 1. Storm clouds obscured the twilight sky. Rain pelted the sea and shore. Lightning strobed the heavens, booming thunder following close behind. Whitecaps surged against the rocky shore, driven by the strong winds. A bolt of silver lightning stretched angrily across the sky, menacing fingers simultaneously arcing in several directions. Thunder rattled the stone-laden shore a heartbeat later. Erlon dug his fingers into the sand and pulled himself further onto the shore. A wave hit him, covered his exhausted body, and pushed him onto the rock-strewn beach. The salt water stung his eyes, dug deep into his lacerated skin, and burned his wounds. A second whitecap covered him, filling his nose and mouth with water. He spat out the salty liquid and crawled a little further onto the shore. Something solid hit his foot, and he recoiled. Erlon raised his head enough to peer behind him and glimpsed a small piece of wood slapping his shoe. The slightly curved, jaggedly cut slab of timber, a piece of the ship he traveled on, flipped over with the next wave and landed on his back. He winced and gritted his teeth as it scraped his body. The wave carried it on, the hull fragment missing his head by inches. It landed on the rocky shore somewhere ahead of him. Erlon, exhausted from his fight with the surf, crawled a little further onto the beach and collapsed, his face buried deep in the sand. The water continued to surge, pushing him further onto the beach with each wave. He sputtered and spat out the salt water. Another flash of lightning lit the sky. The accompanying thunder shook the rocky shore. Erlon raised his sand-covered face. He fought for breath, panting in ragged gasps. His muscles ached from exertion, and he waited for the next strobe of light. Lightning stretched across the sky and illuminated the shore. Remnants of his small vessel littered the shoreline. Whitecaps carried chunks of the wooden hull onto the shore, along with boxes of supplies, the cloth sails, and a body. Chills covered his body. His heart pounded. He scrambled over to the man and rolled him over. Captain Orte's bloated face and bulging, opaque eyes blankly stared at Erlon. Erlon turned away, felt the bile build, and vomited into the churning surf. "Erlon!" He lifted his head, eyes scanning the rocky shore. He swore someone called his name, but saw no one. He wiped the spittle from his lips and rose to his hands and knees. Small stones and rocks bit into his skin. He did not try to stand as the surf pounded him. "Erlon!" Chills coursed along his skin, and he scanned the shore a second time. He squinted against the blowing wind and rain. He raised his hand to shield his face. He frantically turned his head, looking up and down the shoreline, but again saw no one. "Marlena!" he shouted, the cry lost in the wind. He sucked in a breath and called out again, louder, "Marlena!" "Erlon!" Despite the wind, rain, and thunder, he got a bearing on the voice. He rose on shaky legs, let the adrenaline drive his actions, and took off to his left. He stumbled through the surf, over the rocks and sand, but stayed upright. He fought the blowing wind, staggering like a drunk. "Marlena!" Another strobe of lightning lit the night. She stood on the shore, hair blowing in the breeze, her clothes ripped and tattered. Erlon ran down the shore, stumbling over the rocks and fighting against the gale-force winds. Lightning pierced the night, illuminating her, standing on a dune. She swayed in the wind, her long black hair flowing nearly parallel with the ground. He climbed the dune on his hands and knees, scooped up the woman in a bear hug, lifted her off the sand, and twirled her around. "Thank the gods you're alive," she cried, her arms wrapped around Erlon. He released her, and the two, hand in hand, left the sandy, rocky shoreline. They ducked behind the dune, finding respite from the wind. Erlon looked at the older woman, his guardian, and winced at her wounds. Her torn clothes revealed lashes and cuts across her face and chest. Dark crimson blood covered her left arm.
Bruises and wrinkles surrounded her normally bright and sunny eyes. Her eyes scanned him and brightened. "You are unhurt?" "I'm fine," he replied. "You are the one that we need to look after." "Have you seen the captain?" He nodded his head. "Dead." "We need to get to shelter," she announced, sadness and worry in her voice. The rainstorm intensified. Big, heavy, stinging drops fell from the sky. "We cannot stay out in the elements." Another stab of lightning punctuated her statement. Electricity permeated the air. The reverberating thunder followed a heartbeat later. They stood and started up the beach, crouching to keep the dune between them and the raging wind. Sand stung their eyes. Erlon's legs ached with the strain. His body hurt from the shipwreck and swim to shore. His heart pounded his chest. Erlon released Marlena's hand and fell to his knees. "I need a moment." "We need to keep going," she insisted, her words nearly lost in the gale. "We must find shelter." "There is nothing here," he yelled. Lightning lit the sky. Angry stabs of light stretched from horizon to horizon. He reflexively looked up. His eyes brightened. In the distance, a tall silhouette blocked the clouds. He closed his eyes. The outline of the structure burned into his brain. "There is something," he pointed. Renewed energy filled his body. "A building of some kind." Marlena turned to look in the indicated direction. "I don't see anything." "It is there," he persisted, fatigue in his voice. The sight of the structure renewed his strength, and Erlon took her hand. He led her further up the rocky shore. They left the shelter of the dune and ascended the rocky slope. They slid on the slick rocks, falling and scraping their shins and knees. The soaking rain fell harder, and the wind increased, as if Mother Nature herself fought against them. He gripped Marlena's hand tighter and leaned into the wind. Together they crawled up the rocky slope. Lightning flashed again, the electricity so close his skin crawled. It struck a distant tree, exploding in fire. Thunder rolled, the shock wave nearly knocking Erlon off his feet. The flash revealed their destination. A few hundred yards away stood an ancient lighthouse, dark and gloomy. "I see it," Marlena confessed, her words barely audible in the wind. He squeezed her hand in reply. He led on, fighting the elements, until his shadow darkened a solid wooden door at the base of the tall lighthouse. He released Marlena's hand and, with a deep breath, pushed on the door. It did not budge. He planted his feet and pushed again, straining with the effort. He put his shoulder to the door. His feet slipped in the mud, and he nearly fell. He let his anger and frustration consume him. Erlon screamed into the wind and pounded on the door, letting his frustration flow. He collapsed, his body drained. Marlena crouched beside him, her warm embrace comforting him. "I do not want to die here," he confessed, wrapping his hands around hers. "To come all this way—" The creak of the door interrupted him. Faint light streamed from the open door, illuminating the night. Erlon jumped, Marlena's grip slipping from his body. He turned to see the silhouette of an old man standing in the partially opened door, backlit by candlelight inside the lighthouse. The interior lights flickered in the breeze. A well-timed stab of lightning illuminated his face, and Erlon retreated a step. The old man's long, stringy hair waved in the breeze. His hollow, sunken eyes stared into the darkness. His lips moved, and he spoke in a soft tone the wind carried away. Erlon leaned forward, listening as the man repeated his question. "Why are you beating on my door?" "We need shelter from the storm," Erlon replied. He stepped forward, ready to push his way into the lighthouse. Marlena's hand on his arm stopped his advance. "Can you help us?" she pleaded. "Of course I can," the old man shrugged. "All travelers are welcome to the safety of the lighthouse." The keeper opened the door a bit more and ushered Erlon and Marlena inside. They heeded the offer and stepped into the brick structure. The breeze subsided as soon as Erlon stepped through the door, like a portal to a calmer land. He shivered, his wet clothes stuck to his skin. He shook like a dog splashing water across the wooden floor. The old man grunted behind him, and Erlon turned to see him struggling to close the door. He stepped to the door and added his weight against the gale-force winds. The door slammed with a resounding finality that echoed in the open base of the lighthouse. "Welcome, travelers," the keeper smiled. "Welcome. I have not seen a storm such as this in many years. You should not be out in it." His head bobbed as he spoke, and his body trembled slightly. He licked his lips and stroked his thin gray beard. "No, you should not be out on a night such as this. Where are my manners?" he admonished himself. "My name is Kier. I am the caretaker of the lighthouse, protector and haven to weary travelers." "I'm Marlena," the woman nodded through chattering teeth. "And this is Erlon." "My pleasure," Kier replied with a slight bow. "You are welcome to stay until the storm passes." "Thank you." "You are hurt." He nodded to the wound on her arm. He turned and marched across the sparsely decorated room to a small cupboard near the fireplace. He retrieved a basin of water and returned. He soaked a small rag and moved to her left arm. He cleaned her arm, gently dabbing away the blood. He rolled her arm over, looking for a wound, but found none. He raised his head and stared at the woman with a raised eyebrow. The look on her face warned him not to ask any questions. He quickly changed the subject. Kier pointed toward a fireplace on the far side of the room. "There is stew, if you are hungry. It is not much." He nodded. "I was not expecting companions this evening." "It's no wonder," Erlon agreed and walked toward the fire. He extended his arms, letting the warmth fight the chills that covered his body. "Your light is out. No one knows you are here." "The light is extinguished?" Kier asked. He looked at the ceiling and tisked himself. "That is against the rules." His voice turned serious, concerned. "Excuse me, please. I must attend to that immediately." The old lighthouse keeper slowly ascended a spiral staircase, leaving them standing by the fire. "There are dry clothes in the chifforobe." His voice echoed down the stairs. "Help yourselves." Erlon closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the fire. The wind howled outside, disrupting the calming crackle of flames. He exhaled slowly, letting the stress of the shipwreck fade away. The creak of rusty hinges drew him from the fire, and he turned to see Marlena peering into an ancient wooden cabinet. The circular base of the lighthouse contained the basics for life, but very little in comfort. The fireplace sat on the wall directly opposite the door, providing light and heat to the room. A small pot hung over the fire, its contents filling the air with a sweet aroma. A set of bowls sat stacked nearby. The spiral staircase wound upwards to the left of the fire. Erlon glanced up the stairs. Darkness greeted him. The chifforobe lined the block wall to the right of the fire. 2 worn leather chairs filled the center of the room. Each faced the fire. A small wooden table sat between the chairs, a half-filled glass on the table. Erlon saw no bed, no chamber pot, or anything of the sort. His visual tour complete, Erlon stepped beside Marlena and peered into the clothes cabinet. They found suitable clothes that fit fairly well. The threadbare fabric hung off Erlon's thin frame. Marlena's outfit hugged her body, accentuating her curves. He threw his wet clothes near the door, next to the puddle he created when he first arrived. Marlena shot him a menacing look, and he shrugged. "I'll get them in the morning. Right now," he stretched, "I want some of this food, and to rest." She reluctantly nodded, and the two of them helped themselves to the bubbling stew. Erlon tasted the stew and found it very hot and a bit salty. He blew the steam away and tried again. Hunger overcame the taste, and he quickly finished the bowl. He grabbed a wooden spoon and scooped more. "I see you are enjoying my small repast," Kier said behind him. Erlon jumped, nearly spilling the stew on the floor. "I did not mean to startle you, my young friend," Kier lightly laughed. "The light is restored, once again warning vessels of the shore and providing a beacon to travelers such as you." Pride filled his voice. "I do not know if the light would have made a difference in this storm," Marlena remarked between mouthfuls of stew. The winds are fierce, driving vessels against their captain's will. Captain Orte discovered that—" Her voice trailed off. "Captain Orte?" Kier asked. He sat in one of the chairs and took a sip from the glass on the table. "Your vessel's commander?" Erlon nodded. "He died in the storm. My condolences." Kier patted the arm of the worn chair. "Put your mind at ease. You are quite safe here. This lighthouse has stood for many years. I suspect it will stand for many more. Perhaps not under my watchful old eyes, but someone's." Marlena filled her bowl again and took the unoccupied chair. She nodded her thanks to Kier. Erlon sat cross-legged on the floor, facing the two. The fire at his back felt good. The stew filled his belly. Fatigue crept through his body. "Captain Orte died protecting us. He deserves better than being left on the beach. Once the storm passes, I can show you a place to lay him to rest." Kier nodded. He cocked his head. His voice changed to a lower, inquisitive pitch. "Your captain protected you? From whom?" "The storm," Erlon replied quickly, and scooped a spoonful of stew into his mouth. "There is more," Kier knowingly nodded. "Tell me your story, young Erlon. I have been here for many years, most of those alone. Entertain an old man with your tale." Erlon remained quiet, spooning more stew into his mouth. "Only if you tell us your story as well," Marlena offered. Kier's face brightened. "I am at your service, my lady." He leaned forward in the chair and motioned for the woman to continue. Marlena took another bite of stew. "It was 3 days ago."
Chapter 2.
"We must leave," Marlena whispered. "Now." The first fingers of dawn stretched over the dusty city of Barkatuk. Roosters crowed, and the city's early risers started their day. The nocturnal scavengers retreated to their dens, their cacophony of sounds disappearing with the rising sun. The port city grew quiet in the pre-dawn. In the distance, mist drifted lazily over the bay, a dreary, menacing start to the day. Marlena peered out of the crack in the slightly open door, eyes scanning the empty street. A dog ran across the dirt road, tail wagging happily. It stopped and turned to stare at Marlena for a moment before continuing on its way, sniffing the ground. "Hurry, Erlon," she insisted. She kept her eyes on the street. "Lorno Byn's vindicators could be here any moment." "Almost done," he replied. The soft rustle of fabric reached her ears, and knew he busily packed everything he owned into a small satchel. Her bag, already filled, sat at her feet. His feet padded softly across the room until he stood beside her. "Ready." She bent, retrieved her satchel, and slung it over her shoulder. With a final scan of the street, she opened the door and led the way. Erlon followed close behind. With the rising sun at her back, she headed for the misty harbor, less than a kilometer away. The dog returned, playfully running alongside them. It occasionally barked, drawing a hissed complaint from Erlon. Marlena led them down a narrow side street, barely wide enough for 2 people to pass shoulder to shoulder. The dog gave up, and with a final bark disappeared back the way they came. Marlena paused at the end of the street, where the narrow alley emptied into the main market square of Barkatuk. She squatted, hidden in the shadow of the building, and surveyed the street. A few early vendors flitted back and forth, loading their wares onto makeshift tables. A few worked to stabilize carts, blocking giant wooden wheels to keep them from rolling away. One old man lost his battle, and his small wagon toppled, spilling fruit onto the dusty road. The market offered fruits, animal pelts, and soft linen fabrics in the handful of displays. Beyond the vendors, already in the square, 100 other spaces lay empty, waiting for other salesmen. "We turn right here, go 3 blocks, then cross the street," she explained to Erlon. "If all goes well, we board the transport early and hide out until Captain Orte sets sail." "And if it doesn't?" Erlon questioned. "Run and don't look back. Lorno Byn wants to annex Barkatuk, and he thinks I am the key to that." Erlon shook his head. "He will never give up looking for me. "Then we will travel where he cannot find you, nephew," she stated. She scanned the street again. "Are you ready?" Erlon nodded. She led him out of the alley, out of the shadows, and into the street. She hustled along, hoping that she appeared to be a mother out with her son. No one shouted a warning or called out to her. She exhaled in relief when she put the bazaar behind her. They crossed the street 3 blocks down, as planned, and entered another narrow alley. Erlon edged closer. "You never told me how you discovered that Lorno Byn wanted me out of the way, or why," he grunted. He gasped for air, and Marlena slowed her pace. Although speed was paramount, having to drag his exhausted body to the harbor would slow her down even more. She needed to protect him, not endanger him. "The innkeeper told me," she replied, hugging a clay wall. "Why?" "I paid him to," she replied, holding up her arm to stop his advance. They stood at the end of the alley, the harbor stretching out before them. Sunlight streamed through the sparse early morning clouds, slowly burning off the mist that covered the bay. Ghostly shadows of ships cut through the haze. Tall masts from those sailing vessels protruded through breaks in the fog. Unseen birds squawked overhead. Marlena shuddered at the eerie scene. "Why?" Marlena rolled her eyes. "Are you 3 again, asking why all of the time?" she chided. "I pay handsomely for information, and most innkeepers and barmaids know it. They tell me what they think will interest me. When a group of vindicators from Taigor show up asking for you, they know that will interest me." Marlena scanned the misty harbor and found nothing out of place. The barkeeper ensured their drinks were made with a little extra to ensure a long sleep and a big hangover. "If everything goes well, we will be long gone before they awake." She grinned at him. "And if not, hopefully their heads are pounding and they're not able to think." She pointed to a small, single-mast vessel close to the entrance to the dock. "There is Captain Orte's boat. Now, follow me and keep quiet." He grabbed her arm, stopping her advance. "You still haven't told me why the Mage-Lord is after me." "That I do not know," she lied. "And until we find out, we must run. The alternative is certain death." "You don't know?" "No," she hissed vehemently, and grimaced, immediately regretting her tone. "We can discuss this later. We have to get out of Barkatuk alive first." Screams and shouts pierced the quiet at their backs. Marlena turned and stared up the alley. Long shadows played across the stone and clay facade of the buildings at the far end of the street. She could not see the source of the screams, only early morning shadows playing on the walls of buildings. Dark images of people fleeing, followed closely by larger horse and rider shadows, played along the walls. The screams grew shrill with panic. "Run!" Marlena grabbed Erlon's arm and pulled him out of the alley. She sprinted down the dusty street, arms and legs pumping with adrenaline. Erlon matched her stride, running alongside her. More screams and shouts filled the air behind them, but Marlena resisted the urge to turn and look. They arrived at the harbor, out of breath and sweating despite the cool morning air. She pulled him into the shadow of the harbormaster's office at the edge of the docks and crouched. She sucked in oxygen, her hands trembling from exertion. She scanned the street, but saw nothing. The screams and cries subsided, returning quiet tranquility to the town. More sunlight streamed through the clouds, brightening the streets. The gentle splash of harbor waves against the shore filled the air. The hypnotic, soothing sound nearly lulled her senses. She fought the feeling and caught her breath. "If they are on horseback, they cannot follow us down the narrow passage," she muttered to herself. She counted off streets, waving a finger in the air as she accounted for each alley. "They will need to go nearly 8 blocks before they find a path that will meet their needs," she whispered to Erlon. "We do not have long. We need to go, now." He tapped her arm and nodded. Marlena stood and left the cool shadow of the harbormaster's office. She squinted against the bright sun, shielding her eyes with her left arm. She descended a set of 8 steps and stepped onto the wooden docks of Barkatuk. One long set of planks created the base for the wooden docks. 4 piers connected to the base at right angles, creating a series of L's. The system held 6 slips for vessels to dock and deliver or receive passengers, supplies, and crew. She moved swiftly, the wooden planks swaying slightly with the morning tide. Marlena arrived at the single-mast vessel she spied from the alley, Captain Orte's boat, Cordian. She boarded, Erlon at her back, and moved silently across the deck. She pushed open the door below decks. Hinges squeaked, and she froze, the hatch half open. Eyes wide, she looked around for anyone that might have heard the sound. Seeing no one, she opened the door wide enough to squeeze through. Erlon followed. The hinges groaned as the door closed behind them. Marlena paused at the bottom of the short stairwell and let her eyes adjust to the gloom. She stood in the belly of the ship. Small pinpricks of sunlight pierced the darkness through small holes in the hull. Stacks of barrels lined the walls, secured with rope. Boxes, stacked floor to ceiling, formed a pair of small corridors that crossed the hold. A 1/4 inch of water on the floor, sloshed with the gentle rocking of the waves. "You're early," a drunken, slurred voice called out of the darkness. Marlena jumped at the sound. Her eyes strained against the darkness, looking for the speaker. Someone, or something, moved in a corner to her right, away from the cargo in the hold. Her hand moved toward a small dagger at her waist. The person stood on shaky legs and moved into a beam of light. Marlena recognized Captain Orte. Red, bloodshot eyes stared at her from the light. Long, dark, unkempt hair with streaks of gray hung to his shoulders. His rosy, fat jowls jiggled as he swayed with the boat. He gripped a pile of crates with his right hand and raised a wine bottle to his lips with his left. He slugged back a long drink and licked his lips. He moved forward another step, leaving the beam of light and returning his body to the darkness. "You're early," he repeated. Marlena gulped. "This is not the same man I met last night. This drunkard will get us killed. We want to leave as soon as possible." "We set sail at noon when the crew returns," he snarled, staggering forward another step. He stared at the sunbeams streaming into the hold, squinting at the light. "It's barely morning." "We'll pay you more," Erlon blurted. He stood behind Marlena, his body hidden in the shadows. Marlena held out her arm, shielding the young man and silencing him. Captain Orte, as if seeing Erlon for the first time, leaned to his right to peer around her. Marlena's skin crawled at the captain's scrutiny, even if not directed at her. Orte's gaze fell upon Marlena. "More?" He smiled with stained teeth. "How much more?" "Get us underway now," she prodded, "and we'll discuss it." "The crew. Back at noon," Orte protested. "Must have 3. Captain Orte swayed a moment, reached for a crate for stability, and missed. He fell flat on his back, splashing into the water covering the floor of the hold. The wine bottle shattered, mixing its sangria-colored contents into the sloshing water. A gentle snore filled the air. "What now?" Erlon's voice trembled. "Those vindicators will arrive any moment." Marlena stared at the snoring captain for a moment, deep in thought. Her lip curled in disgust. "We set sail and leave Barkatuk behind," she said, determination in her voice. "If he can navigate this ship with only 2 crew, then the 2 of us can do it." "I have never sailed a ship before," Erlon replied, "and in all the years I've known you." Marlena started back up the stairs. "Do what I tell you, when I tell you, and you will learn." She led him back up the stairs and pushed open the hatch. She squinted against the morning sun. She crouched for a moment, letting her eyes adjust, and listened to the sounds of the city. More citizens filled the streets, setting up vendor booths or haggling for the goods. Fishmongers lined the docks with their early morning catch. She rose to her feet, eyes scanning the street. The dusty roads lay empty, void of vindicators or local constabulary. She let a smile curl her lips upward. "Untie the mooring lines," she directed Erlon, pointing to the thick ropes holding the ship to the dock. "I'll unfurl the sail." "You can pilot this thing?" Erlon asked incredulously. He moved toward the stern. Before the day is out, so will you, she replied. They ran about the courtiane, preparing her for sea. Marlena occasionally stopped her preparations to check the street. The minutes ticked by, and she relaxed, confident of their imminent getaway. "You there! Halt!" Marlena froze, mainsail rope in hand, and turned to look toward the voice. She glanced at Erlon on the far side of the courtiane and shook her head slightly. He stayed out of sight, and she turned her attention to a thin man in ragged clothes. "May I help you, sir?" she called. He stood on the base part of the dock, overlooking the T-branch where the courtiane lay moored. "Where is Captain Orte?" the thin man asked, his high-pitched voice piercing the otherwise tranquil morning. "He knows he cannot leave until he pays the harbor-master." "He is below, sir," Marlena replied, putting a subservient tone in her voice. "He instructed me to prepare for cast-off." "Well," the man replied, hands on his hips, "the harbor-master told me to stop you, so until I get paid—" "Stop!" The whinny of horses and gallop of hooves interrupted the discussion. Marlena and the thin man turned toward the town. A dozen horses raced down the street, sending a dust cloud billowing into the air in their wake. Black-clad men sat atop the beasts, their faces covered, sheathed swords bouncing diagonally across their back. Many carried long pikes in their right hands, the reins in their left. The leader of the column wore a red sash around his waist, the end flapping in the breeze. "Erlon!" Marlena screamed. "Take the wheel! Turn us away from the dock!" She turned back to her task and finished unfurling the mainsail. She secured the base of the sail and raced across the deck toward Erlon. He gripped the wheel in both hands, straining to turn it. "Release the mooring chain," she directed. "At the bottom." The pounding of hooves drew closer. "You cannot bring those Marlena glanced toward the head of the dock, in time to see the thin man fly through the air, diving out of the path of the Vindicators. He splashed into the water as Lorno Byn's henchmen drove their steeds across the wooden planks of the dock. The courtiane slowly slipped from the dock. The mainsail caught the morning breeze and fully inflated. The red sash Vindicator dropped from his steed and raced down the wooden planks. He drew his sword on the run, closing the distance. He leapt from the dock and, arms flailing, slammed into the side of the ship. He gripped the railing with his left hand, his body dangling over the side. Marlena ran to the starboard side and cautiously approached the man. He held onto his sword, refusing to let it go, and struggled to pull himself onto the deck with one arm. Dark, angry eyes stared at her from the slit in his mask. She edged closer. "You will never escape Lord Byn," the man grunted, straining to maintain his grip. Marlena removed her dagger from its scabbard at her side and twirled it in her hand. The man stared at the blade, eyes wide. She took another step forward. "I already have," she snarled, and brought the knife down on the man's hand. He released the rail a half-second before the blade sunk into the wood. He fell, splashing into the harbor. The courtiane moved on, leaving the man behind. Marlena leaned over the side and watched the man flail in the water. She sheathed her knife and moved to the wheelhouse. Erlon stood off-center of the giant wheel, wind whipping his hair, a smile on his face. He turned the wheel, steering the courtiane out of the mouth of the harbor. "We did it!" Marlena looked back at Barkatuk shrinking in the distance. "For now, they will not stop, Erlon. Lorno Byn's reach is vast, and he is not a forgiving or forgetting man." She stared up at the morning sky, the sun at her back. "Not at all." "That was 3 days ago," Marlena concluded her story. "When Captain Orte woke from his drunken stupor, he was furious," Erlon chimed in. He sat on the floor of the lighthouse, legs crossed. His fourth bowl of stew sat, half-eaten, next to him. He skulked around for the first day, kicking and stomping. I think it was midday on the second day he realized we were doing all the work, tending the mainsail, navigating, cooking, cleaning. His mood improved considerably after that. "The storm hit us yesterday," Marlena added. She stretched in the chair, her vertebrae cracking with the movement. "It came out of nowhere. 1 minute the sky was blue and clear, and then," she shook her head, Waves pounded the Cordian. We fought the tides, the drifts, but—" Her eyes widened. "Where are we? What is this place?"
"The shores of Dyson. This particular place, these particular shores, have no name."
Kier shrugged. Fatigue filled his eyes.
"It is simply the lighthouse."
"You don't know where we are?" Marlena asked, raising an eyebrow.
"Of course. As I said, Dyson, far away from everything."
Kier smiled.
"I am simply the keeper of this place, placed here to protect travelers."
"From storms," Marlena stated.
"Among other things."
"The storm was not natural," Erlon interjected. He stretched, mimicking his aunt.
"He sent it to destroy us."
Kier perked.
He? He who? Sent it? What are you talking about, boy?"
"The man chasing us, Lorno Byn, is the Lord Mage of Taigor, second only to the king," Marlena explained.
"Ah,"
the Lighthouse Keeper mumbled. "Where do you sleep?" Erlon asked, changing the subject. He swiveled his head around, looking at the room. "There is no bed here."
"There are 2 rooms upstairs."
Kier pointed to the staircase.
"You are welcome to look around. The next level is mine. If you'd like to see the other room, continue up the staircase. There is no door, I'm afraid."
He offered a shy smile.
"I am not accustomed to having guests."
Erlon bounded to his feet and climbed the stairwell. He disappeared into the darkness, leaving Marlena alone with Kier. She heard him upstairs, exploring, and realized the rain no longer pelted the stone structure. She cocked her head, focusing on the storm. A solitary rumble of thunder sounded in the distance. "The storm is passing," she mused.
"Does he know?"
Chills coursed across Marlena's skin. She slowly turned her head to Kier. He sat in the chair, leaning toward her, with a twinkle in his eye and a smile on his lips.
"Know what?"
she whispered, cutting her eyes toward the stairwell.
"That you are not his aunt?"
Kier inquired.
"I don't know what you're talking about." "Do not worry,"
Kier reassured her.
"I will not tell your secret."
"How do you—" He waved her quiet when Erlon returned, a boyish grin on his face.
"I like this place."
"Tell us your story, Lighthouse Keeper," Marlena insisted. She leaned back in the chair, partly to watch the old man, and partly to put a little distance between them. "What is your game? What do you think you know?"
"My story?"
He touched his chest in modesty and shook his head.
"I'm just a lighthouse keeper."
"How did you come to this place?" Marlena waved her hand to include the room. "How did you become the Lighthouse Keeper?"
"It is a long story, and you have had a long day."
Kier raised his hand to ward off the attention. "I'm not tired." Erlon sat back on the floor. He picked up the half-eaten bowl and scooped another spoonful into his mouth. "I want to hear your story." Marlena looked at the old man, raised her eyebrow, and nodded to him. Kier sighed and nodded his acquiescence. He stood, his old joints creaking with the movement, and crossed the room to the fireplace. Kier added a couple of pieces of wood, creating a cascade of sparks. The fire brightened, filling the round room with heat and light. He returned to his seat and pulled an old, tattered blanket across his shoulders.
"My story,"
he said, his voice faint and distant.
"My story,"
he repeated. He offered a half-hearted laugh.
"My story began almost 50 years ago in a small city called Rorel, near the Porbada Sea."
Chapter 3. A knock at the door roused Kier from sleep. He sat up and groggily rubbed his eyes as the rapping sounded again. He pushed himself from the small cot in the corner of the one-room adobe hut and, half asleep, stumbled his way toward the door. A small table and 2 chairs joined the cot as the only furniture in the mud and thatch hut. The dirt floor held a mismatch of footprints, and small clouds of dust drifted into the air with each of Kier's footsteps. Light beams streamed through holes in the thatch roof, illuminating random spots in the dirt. The knock repeated a 3rd time before Kier crossed the room. Still rubbing his eyes, he yawned and opened the door. "What is it?" he growled. The bright early dawn light flooded the interior of the adobe hut, blinding him. Kier winced and turned his head away. He gripped the door tighter, blinked away tears, and turned back to the man at the door. The visitor appeared a little older than Kier's 20 years. The long-haired man wore tattered clothes, well-worn Roman sandals, and carried a gold-encrusted sword on his belt. A toothy smile filled his oval face, and his bright blue eyes carried a hint of amusement. His hand was cocked, hanging in mid-air, ready to knock again. "Good day, good sir," he greeted, dropping his hand to his side. "Is this the domicile for the apprentice blacksmith Kier?" "What?" Kier sputtered, confused. "Who? What?" "Are you Kier, the blacksmith?" "Yes." "Excellent." The stranger pointed to his chest. "My name is Xavier, and I have come to enlist your services." Kier stifled a yawn and pointed. "My master's shop is 3 streets over." "I just left there," Xavier nodded. "The owner of the shop, a jovial fellow if there ever was one, sent me here to you." "He did?" "Of course," Xavier explained. The sun at his back gave him a spectral look in the doorway. "You don't think I'd simply show up to enlist your expertise without talking to your master, do you? Of course I wouldn't. Now, quickly." Xavier peered past Kier, his eyes searching the adobe hut. "Pack whatever you may need for the adventure of a lifetime." The room spun around Kier, and he blinked several times. He stared blankly at Xavier, trying to process the last couple of minutes of conversation. He shook his head. "You talked to Master Bren?" "He sent me here," Xavier confirmed, still smiling. "Quickly now." "Wait." Kier held up a hand. "Who are you, and why do you need me?" "I am Xavier, a traveler, an explorer, an obtainer of rare and priceless objects." He puffed out his chest. "I have traveled the world, from the stone monuments of Corien to the dark sea of Madenlir." He patted the sword at his belt and leaned forward. "I fought the deadly 2-headed Quierson and lived to tell about it." He straightened up and crossed his arms. "I have procured the greatest of lost treasures for kings and queens, and now I am here, offering you the chance of a lifetime." "Why me?" "I am embarking on a new quest." Xavier's smile broadened. "One where a man of your talents could prove useful." He winked. "Come with me, Kier. I'll take you to places the likes you've never dreamed." Xavier looked up, as if looking into the future. He waved his hand in the air to encompass his invisible vision. "Faraway lands of magic, and creatures long thought dead, of mysticism and riches beyond avarice." Xavier lowered his head to stare at Kier. "All of it at our fingertips. Come with me." He winked. Kier stood quietly and let his mind process the hasty turn of events. His prospects in Rorel grew thin. The blacksmith shop carried barely enough business for one smith, much less 2. I could continue to learn under Master Bren, but how long could I stay an apprentice? The other option, the only other option in Rorel by the Sea, is fishing. He shook visibly. I hate fishing. Kier stared into the man's eyes. His grogginess disappeared. His excitement built with Xavier's enthusiasm. "How will we get there?" Kier asked, weighing his options. "Am I actually considering this?" Xavier turned, put 2 fingers to his lips, and let loose a loud, shrill whistle. He faced Kier again and cocked a brow. A rectangular shadow passed over the ground behind him, and Kier took a step forward, looking skyward. The blue, cloudless sky sat empty, except for the sun rising to his right. What was that?" "That, my friend, is our transportation," Xavier explained. He whistled again, 2 short bursts, and moved out of the way. Kier stepped completely out of his hut, his eyes searching the sky. A rustle, like the flap of a bird's wings, grew louder. The shadow passed over the ground in front of him.
His mouth dropped open, and his eyes bulged. "Blessed be the gods." "A gift from them, actually," Xavier explained. "Kier, meet Apollon, my flying carpet." A large blue carpet with golden flange swooped from the sky. It flashed silently overhead, turned, and came to rest next to Xavier. A ripple coursed through the fabric as it hovered a few feet above the ground. "Apollon?" Kier asked. He took a step back, mesmerized and terrified at the same time. "He needed a name, so I gave him one," Xavier explained. He patted the carpet. "He is my constant companion. Now, my young friend, time is of the essence, as they say. If you wish to stay here and be a blacksmith in Rorel, then I wish you the best in life." He stepped toward Kier and lowered his voice. "But if you want adventure, women, and riches, then come with me." He looked at the carpet hovering nearby. "I'll take you higher." Kier stared at Apollon and gulped. He imagined flying high above the clouds, above the birds, above the sea. His heart raced. His palms grew clammy with sweat. A slow smile split his face. His thoughts turned sour, and he imagined falling off the carpet. His smile faded. "Is it safe?" "I have traveled the world, my friend," Xavier smiled, his eyes bright and mischievous. "With Apollon, my constant and only companion. We have saved each other countless times. I trust him with my life, and he trusts me with his. Right, old friend?" The edge of the carpet rippled. The wave of movement circled the rectangle twice. "This is the last time I will ask," Xavier stated, his voice serious, the jovial attitude gone in the blink of an eye. "If you do not wish to go on the adventure of a dozen lifetimes, so be it. But," his smile returned, "if you want to leave this place and see the world—" He left the statement unfinished. Kier turned to look inside his adobe hut. A tattered blanket lay on his cot, a gift from his long-deceased mother. Rats and use reduced the once-treasured gift to rags. 2 pair of pants, both full of holes, and 3 shirts lay across the chairs at the table, his only possessions. Another vision flirted with his mind. He stood on the deck of a wooden sailing ship, resplendent in royal blue robes, scepter in hand, returning to Rorel to great fanfare. He smiled. "Pack your things, Kier," Xavier nodded. "I have nothing," he said with finality. The decision made, a weight lifted from his shoulders. "Let's go." "Hop aboard," Xavier waved toward the carpet. "But wipe your feet." Kier looked down. He did not even have shoes to wear. Apollon lowered closer to the ground, and the 2 men boarded the carpet. Xavier sat cross-legged, facing the sun. Kier followed his lead, sitting behind him. He found the carpet twice as wide as his outstretched arms, and twice that long. He reached down and grabbed a handful of fabric. "How do I—" The carpet rippled, concentric circles flowing from his handhold. Apollon swayed, rocking back and forth uncontrollably. "Don't do that," Xavier cautioned over his shoulder. Kier released his grip, alarmed at the carpet's reaction. "Did I hurt it? Him?" Xavier chuckled. "No, it tickles." He glanced back. "Just sit still. Apollon will protect you. You will not fall off, my friend. Of that I assure you." He faced forward. "Ready?" "Ready," Kier replied nervously. The carpet rippled beneath them. "Apollon," Xavier called, "take us away." The carpet lifted, leaving a swirl of dust outside of Kier's now abandoned home. He looked down, his hut shrinking as they rose. The thought of never returning to his adobe filled him with sadness. The astonished faces of the townsfolk as Apollon circled Rorel pushed those thoughts aside. People pointed, covered their mouths, or screamed as they flew around the city. Kier saw Rorel from a new vantage, and his decision to leave felt right. Row after row of mud huts lined the hills around a small harbor. Brown scrub brush and leafless trees dotted the landscape, adding no color to the bland desert. The dingy, muddy bay added nothing to the view. A few dozen ships, mostly small fishing vessels, lay at anchor. Kier sat back and bid the town farewell without a second thought. The carpet pushed skyward, flying higher and higher. The wind whistled around Kier, and he forced himself to relax. Xavier's long hair flowed backward, almost in his face, and Kier pushed himself back further on Apollon. They left the land behind, flying high above the sea. Kier scooted over toward the edge of the carpet and peered down past the golden flange of Apollon. The water reflected the light, turning it purple. Kier smiled and brushed his hands through his short-cropped hair. The breeze felt heavenly, and he closed his eyes, letting the wind wash away his past. "Where are we heading?" Kier asked without opening his eyes. "And what are we going to do there?" "We are heading to a place called Taigor," Xavier called, his words nearly lost in the wind. "And we are going to rescue a princess." Chapter 4. Xavier and Kier arrived in Taigor in late afternoon. Thick clouds moved in ahead of them, filling the sky with a dark, ominous feeling. Kier smelled the water in the air and knew that the rain was not far off. Apollon circled the city twice, offering Kier his first view of a city other than Rorel. Taigor sat nestled between high mountains, their tops hidden by the dark clouds, and an ocean that stretched to the horizon. The city appeared 3 or 4 times the size of Rorel, and Kier frowned in disappointment. Taigor was the capital of a vast kingdom. He expected it to be even larger. Small adobe-style huts ringed the city center in concentric circles, stretching from the base of the mountain to the water. The central complex of buildings stood 2 or 3 stories tall, a few towering over the outlying neighborhoods. Despite the threat of storms, thousands of people filled the streets. The salt air stung Kier's skin as Apollon finished his final circle and descended toward the outskirts of the city. A few run-down buildings, several with large holes in the walls or caved-in thatched roofs, provided a quiet landing zone. The flying carpet raised his nose to cut speed, and Kier reflexively grabbed the fabric. It rippled with ticklish laughter, and Apollon came to a halt next to an adobe hut with 2 sides blown out. Xavier moved onto his back and expertly rolled from the blue carpet, landing lightly on his feet. His smile never wavered. Kier noted the simplicity of the exit and attempted the same maneuver. He lay back and rolled his body right, away from the building. Apollon raised his right side, stopping Kier's exit and rolling him the opposite direction. Kier yelped at the unexpected direction and fell off the carpet onto his hands and knees in the dusty street. He stood, embarrassed, to the raucous laughter of Xavier and a convulsing Apollon. Wave after wave of ripples coursed across the carpet while it hovered a few feet off the ground. Kier brushed off his tattered clothes, sending a plume of dust into the air. He sighed. "Apollon likes you," Xavier said, sucking in air between his laughter. He doesn't usually take to strangers like that." He nodded. "This is a good portent for the future." "Others?" Kier asked. He walked around the carpet, half expecting it to block his path. Apollon simply hovered, its ripples diminishing. "You've asked others to join you on adventures?" "Twice," Xavier nodded. He looked toward Apollon. "Stay out of sight. You know what we have to do." The carpet raised its front right edge in acknowledgement, then drifted lazily into one of the abandoned huts nearby. It settled deep into shadow, nearly disappearing. "What are we going to do?" he asked, his eyes still on the flying carpet. "Well," Xavier placed his arm around Kier and steered him toward the distant city center. "In answer to your first query, I have chosen 2 previous companions. The first one stayed with us for a while, but grew homesick, and we took him home. But he went home a wealthy man. The second, Apollon did not like my second choice. He was returned to his home without riches or adventures." Xavier's left hand waved with each word, accentuating the tale. "For your second question," they crossed a side street. Xavier released Kier's shoulder and pointed to the tallest building in the city, still many blocks away. The palace of Taigor loomed above the rest of the city. 4 towers marked each of the cardinal directions. Each tower flared at the top like a mushroom. Kier could not see the rest, but imagined large walls to defeat aggressors and a watery moat. "The king's daughter is trapped in the west tower," Xavier continued. "The princess, rumor has it, is in love with a rogue, a pirate, if you will. The king, of course, has forbidden the romance, and in an effort to keep them separated, has locked her in the tower." Kier shook his head. "You are making this up. That sounds like a children's tale." "That is the rumor," Xavier smiled. "But, and here is where we become involved, the rumor also states that she will pay handsomely to anyone who reunites her and her lover." "How? How what? How will she pay if she is a prisoner?" Kier shrugged. "An excellent question," Xavier laughed. "I have no idea." He clapped Kier on the back. "I am simply repeating the rumors I've heard. In all honesty, the entire affair may be one giant unicorn hunt. That is the thrill of the quest, the adventure." "So, if this rumor is true," Kier mused, "why not simply fly Apollon to the tower and rescue her?" "Another excellent question," Xavier wagged his finger at Kier. "I knew I picked you for a reason." Kier smiled at the compliment. The sun set behind them, darkening the streets. The wind increased, bringing with it a heavy mist of rain. The light sprinkles damped down the dust from the dirt streets. The cool rain felt good on his skin. Droplets slid down his back, tickling him. A distant rumble promised an early evening downpour. "The answer is, I cannot." Xavier continued his explanation. The rain grew heavier, plastering his long hair to his skull. "The windows are barred, and there are archers on the ramparts. I do not want to risk Apollon being injured." "That makes sense." Kier nodded his understanding. "So, what is your plan?" "Already feeling the thrill of the adventure?" Xavier's eyes flashed. "Excellent." He paused, reached into a small pouch on his belt, and fished around for a moment. A smile split his face, and he produced a small metal amulet. He held it out for Kier to inspect. The circular pendant resembled an intricate rose, its delicate petals partially open, revealing a jeweled centerpiece. Kier whistled. "That is masterful." He reached for it, but Xavier pulled the jewelry back. "We are going to split up. You are going to the best smith in the city and ask if he can duplicate this," Xavier explained. "Why?" "It will draw the attention of certain people in the criminal organizations of Taigor. I will need their help for the rescue. That pendant is their payment. Why can't you do it?" Xavier smiled. "I have a certain reputation here in Taigor. If I were to approach the blacksmith, I am afraid that my previous exploits might draw unwanted attention. We do not want the palace guard aware of my presence." Kier nodded, thinking it over. The rain fell heavier. Large drops splashed on the street, turning the dust to mud. A few citizens ran from building to building, covering their heads with various items. A group of 4 guards, dressed in leather armor and red cloaks, stared at them from the safety of a wooden awning. Xavier nodded in their direction and kept walking up the street in the rain. They turned a corner onto the main street in the city. Vendor booths and shops lined both sides of the muddy avenue, most closed for the day. A few braved the downpour. Their forlorn faces belied their hope for one more sale for the day. Torches lined the streets, flickering in the wind and rain. Many lay dormant, snuffed out by the storm. The darkness obscured their view of the palace, and only the vague outlines of the towers stood out against the dark sky. "Once we make contact with that organization," Xavier continued, "we can begin our final plan to rescue the princess." That makes sense." Kier nodded hesitantly. "They know the city better than we do. They can plot the escape route." "Excellent!" Xavier clapped Kier on the back again. "I told Apollon that you were the one. A blacksmith is what we needed. Strong and intelligent. A problem solver." He handed the pendant to Kier and nodded to the left. Kier followed the nod, and his eyes fell upon the forge. 2 men stood underneath a wooden shed, hammers in hand. Slivers of metal glowed like beacons in the night. The wind and rain nearly masked the sound of metal on metal as the smiths pounded the red-hot steel. He felt an immediate kinship to the smiths and knew they welcomed the cool rain. "Take the pendant and ask them if they can duplicate it," Xavier instructed. He stopped Kier. "I will be here watching. The gods are smiling on us, my friend. This is the first step to adventure and riches beyond avarice." Kier took the pendant and gripped it tightly in his hand. Pride swelled within him. The first step to adventure and riches, he thought. He never imagined he would leave Rorel. Now he stood outside the palace of Taigor, about to rescue an imprisoned princess. The first step. He left Xavier standing in the rain and ran toward the blacksmith shop. He stepped under the edge of the roof, and the heat of the forge greeted him like an old friend. The pounding of the metal filled his ears like music. He stopped, staring at the 2 men as they worked. He smiled at the red-glowing coal forges, the buckets of oil for quenching. His hands trembled with anticipation, and he resisted the urge to pick up a hammer and join them. Both men masterfully dealt blows to their metal, shaping it into a double-sided dagger. "What you need, boy?" Kier drew his eyes away from the glowing metal with a force of will. He smiled and approached an older man with dark eyes and burn scars on his face and arms. He wore an old leather apron that had seen better days. His arms bulged with muscles, despite his age, a testament to decades of swinging a hammer. "I have a commission for you, master," Kier stated. "I would like you to duplicate this." He held out his hand, showing the pendant. "It's a gift from my mother," he added to the story. The master blacksmith approached and took the necklace. He rolled it over in his hand, examining it in the light. "Where'd you get this?" "A family, heirloom," Kier stammered, caught off guard by the question. Xavier did not discuss that part of the story. "Heirloom?" the blacksmith repeated. "Boy, you know what you got here." "My grandmother's rose," Kier smiled. He made up the rest of the cover story in his head. "I want a second for my mother." The blacksmith waved the other smiths away from the forge. They approached Kier from behind and stood on either side, staring at the pendant in the master's hand. One of them whistled softly. The other clapped his hands together in anticipation. "Can you duplicate it?" Kier asked. "Boy, I made it the first time," the old man replied. He nodded, and rough hands grabbed Kier's arms. Strong blacksmith grips held him in place. "Hey, what are you—" He struggled, and the grip on his arms tightened. The master blacksmith stepped forward and smiled with black teeth. Kier recoiled as best he could from the man's bad breath. "This was stolen days ago," the master blacksmith nodded. He rolled the pendant over in his hands, his eyes examining every facet of the rose. "No damage. Intact," he mumbled. He looked up at Kier with a crooked smile. "You're lucky. If you'd broke it, I would have asked the king to torture you before putting you to death." Fear sent chills down Kier's spine. He ceased struggling against the blacksmiths. "Death?" "The penalty for thievery," the old man replied. "The king's decree." He flipped the rose pendant into the air and caught it. "And I'll watch and cheer when they hang you from the gallows." Rough hands shoved Kier into a dank, dark cell somewhere below the city. He stumbled a few steps and caught himself against the far wall. He turned, and the 2 guards, dressed in green tunics, slammed the metal cell door. He wiped the cold, clammy stone residue from his hands as the 2 men walked away, laughing. The last hour passed in a blur. The blacksmith took Kier to the king's magistrate, presented the rose pendant as evidence, and grinned when the prosecutor sentenced him to death. News of the necklace's recovery spread, and several courtiers arrived to witness the event. Kier learned that the king himself commissioned the rose as a gift for his queen. Kier's hopes plummeted. "The king does not take kindly to thieves," the magistrate admonished. He was a small, frail-looking man with scraggly scruff on his chin, a long nose, and sunken eyes. He neither smiled nor frowned. He simply stated the king's policy and pronounced judgment. "You will hang from the neck until dead at sunrise tomorrow. Take him to a cell." Kier looked around his new home, his spirits as depressed as his surroundings. Only one other soul occupied the cell. An old man sat in the corner, arms around his knees, rocking back and forth. Kier exhaled, long and slow, and sat down on the lone bench opposite the old man. "Do not sit there," the man stated without looking up. "The guards want us on the floor. It's how they project their authority." His strong voice and perfect vocabulary intrigued Kier. The curiosity did nothing to dispel his gloom. "I am slated to die in the morning," he replied. "Why does it matter where I sit?" The old man looked up, and Kier saw pain in his eyes, but his defiant spirit shone through despite this pain. "They can and will make your last hours very unpleasant," he nodded. "I've seen it. So, why don't we sit and live out our lives in peace?" Kier cocked his head, contemplating the words, then slid off the makeshift bed to sit on the floor beside the old man. Kier offered his hand. "I'm Kier." The man looked quizzically at the hand before taking it in a firm, strong grip. "Zokin." "I would say it's nice to meet you," Kier half-heartedly joked, "but under the circumstances." A smile creased Zokin's face, showing perfect white teeth. He nodded. "Keep that attitude, young Kier. It will serve you well in the next life." The statement conjured long-forgotten memories of religious teachings, the debate of life after death, reincarnation, or nothingness. The thoughts jumbled, each vying for a prominent place in his mind. Kier, under the circumstances, chose to believe in life after death. "I hope you're right," he shrugged. "Of course I am." Zokin waved his arms in the air. "I have seen the mystical elements of the universe. They talked to me and told me of the future." He nodded. "There are dark days ahead, young Kier. There will be trials, betrayals, and death." He cocked his head to the left and scrutinized Kier. "But in the end, you will do what most people will not. You will find your destiny in this world." "I'm going to die in the morning." Kier slumped against the wall. "Is that my destiny? And as far as trials and betrayals, I am confident that has already occurred. All that is left is the death part." "You believe you have been betrayed, and that betrayal led you here?" Kier nodded. "Then tell me your story. Entertain an old man in his last hours." Kier relayed his tale, recalling Xavier's arrival in Rorel, the magic carpet, and the rose pendant. Zokin nodded throughout the tale, especially when Kier mentioned the magistrate and the quick trial. "That is quite a tale, young Kier. Thank you for entertaining an old wizard." "Wizard?" "I am Zokin, a wizard and conjurer of magic." He waved his hands in the air again to emphasize his words. "Sentenced to death for heresy against the king's religion, and for the use of magic." Kier shook his head. "I don't believe in magic." The echo of Zokin's laughter reverberated off the dungeon's walls. "You don't believe in magic, yet you arrived here on a flying carpet." He laughed until tears streamed down his face, and he collapsed into a coughing fit. Zokin's words stung, and Kier paused. How do I explain Apollon? Could he truly be a wizard? He waited until the old man regained his composure before speaking again. "If you are a wizard, why don't you simply transport yourself out of here?" "It does not work that way, young Kier," Zokin smiled. The look reminded Kier of his grandfather and the stories he told. A kind and gentle soul, his grandfather's stories always brought Kier peace. "You are thinking of parlor tricks. I am talking alchemy. Science!" He winked. "With a touch of the sleight of hand. With the right materials, yes, I could get us out of here, but, alas, I have none."
"So here we sit," Kier sighed.
"So here we sit," Zokin agreed.
Silence filled the cell.
"Tell me of your exploits, Master Wizard," Kier broke the silence. "Fill my last hours with pleasant thoughts."
Zokin stared up at the rocky ceiling for a moment.
"Do not think of this night in those terms, young Kier."
He looked at the young man, reached out his hand, and patted his shoulder.
"Think of this as the end of one part of your journey and the start of the next greater trek. The future is unwritten," he prophesied. "Your destiny unfulfilled. Have faith."
"I have none," Kier confessed.
"Then perhaps a tale of wonder is exactly what you need," Zokin replied.
The wizard cleared his throat and began his tale. He talked the rest of the night. Chapter 5. Kier tried to raise his bound hands to shield his eyes against the bright morning sun. Thick ropes cut into his wrists and kept his hands at his waist. He winced and shut his eyes against the light. A large hand pushed against his back, and he heard, "Move it!" before the guard shoved him out into the open courtyard. Warm sunlight chased away the chill from the dungeon. Throngs of citizens cheered. Kier blinked several times before he could see. His eyes focused on the crowd for a moment before locking onto the tall guillotine in the middle of the square. He gulped and stopped his momentum. The sudden stop caused the trailing guard to bump into him. The man cursed and shoved Kier forward. The crowd cheered louder.
"Face your destiny with your head held high," Zokin said, somewhere behind him. "Do not give them the satisfaction of—" "Quiet, old man!" another guard spat and backhanded Zokin. The crowd roared. Tomatoes, heads of lettuce, and other small fruit filled the air, pummeling Kier. He attempted to dodge the onslaught, but the guards held him in place for the crowd. Impact after squishy impact dampened his clothes. Bits of tomato slid down his tattered shirt and pants. He shivered at the slimy feeling. The guards laughed and, after a moment, pushed him toward the guillotine. The citizens parted, allowing them to pass. A few threw their last pieces of fruit, splattering Kier's chest with a little more juice and bits of tomato. He placed one foot onto the bottom step of the platform. A hand grasped his neck and stopped him. The crowd quieted, and all eyes turned to Kier's left, toward the rising sun. He squinted, following their gaze, and gulped. Standing on a balcony less than 30 yards away stood the king and queen of Taigor. They stood in shadow, the sun not yet high enough to bathe them in light. The king stood tall, a golden crown on his head, flowing robes draped over his shoulders. A well-trimmed beard, the color of honey, covered his face and highlighted piercing blue eyes. He raised a small goblet, toasting the early morning execution. The queen stood on his left, dressed in a resplendent white dress. A silver and diamond-encrusted tiara nestled in her auburn hair. Green eyes looked upon the spectacle with sadness. On the king's right side stood a man that sent shivers down Kier's spine. Dressed in black robes, he carried a staff in his right hand. His pale skin appeared cracked and dry, like lines in porcelain. Dark, nearly black eyes contrasted his ivory complexion. A young boy, dressed in similar fashion, stood behind him in shadow. The man raised the staff slightly and banged it against the balcony floor 3 times. Silence enshrouded the courtyard. "By order of the king,"
the man in black began, his voice carrying over the crowd on the still morning.
"Zokin, the heretic, and Kier, the thief, will be executed for crimes against the crown."
The crowd cheered until the staff pounded the balcony again.
"Do the condemned have anything to say?"
Kier looked behind him to Zokin. The old man shook his head slightly. Kier trembled. He pursed his lips, turned his eyes back to the king, and shook his head. He stood in silent defiance.
"So be it,"
the man continued. He turned his head to face the executioner standing on top of the platform.
"Are you prepared?"
he asked. The hooded executioner, arms bulging with muscles, pulled the lever on the side of the guillotine. The triangular-shaped blade, suspended at the top of the wooden posts, dropped. The sound paralyzed Kier with fear. He jumped when the blade connected with the large melon placed at the bottom. The melon unceremoniously fell off its pedestal in 2 even halves. The crowd cheered. Kier tried to swallow, but found his mouth dry. He stared straight ahead, afraid to meet the executioner's gaze. "Meet your destiny," he thought. The executioner pulled on the rope, resetting the blade to its raised position. 2 other men, also dressed in black hoods, placed a wicker basket next to the guillotine. They gathered 2 other baskets filled with sawdust. One of the men looked at Kier, laughed, and shook the basket.
"To soak up your blood!"
The crowd roared.
"Place the thief first,"
the king's herald called.
"Let the heretic get a good look at his fate."
Rough hands pushed Kier up the stairs. He stumbled, caught himself, and finished the climb unimpeded. He stood on the top of the platform and peered out over the crowd. Anxious faces stared back, awaiting his death. He turned toward the sun, closed his eyes, and basked in the light for a moment, feeling the warmth on his face.
"You'll be plenty warm where you're a-goin',"
someone yelled from the crowd. One last tomato hit his chest, and the citizens of Taigor raised their voices in delight. He opened his eyes and stared at the king. The deafening noise drowned out the herald's commands, and the man made a motion to place Kier in the machine. Kier shrugged off the guard's grab, turned, and marched to a position beside the executioner. "Meet your destiny." He sat on the long slab and held up his hands as high as he could. The crowd quieted once more as the executioner cut his bonds. Kier rubbed his wrists for a moment, then laid flat on the slab and stuck his head into the slot. He stared straight ahead. A small boy, maybe 10 years old, watched. Accepting his fate, Kier winked.
"I want to say something."
Everyone looked skyward. The citizens gasped, many facing away from the sky. Kier sat up to a seated position and followed their gaze. The young man snarled at Xavier, arms crossed. The rogue stood on Apollon, hovering above the crowd. The carpet rippled slightly in the still morning breeze. A young woman sat on the carpet beside Xavier, her eyes wide with excitement. She wore a tiara like the queen, her robes nearly identical.
"It's the princess!"
someone yelled.
"Guards," the herald called. "Arrest that man!"
A half-dozen guards climbed the gallows, filling almost every square foot of the platform. A few jumped, reaching for Apollon. The carpet lifted higher, dropped, and rose again, taunting them. A giggling ripple coursed through the fabric.
"I said," Xavier repeated, "that I have something to say."
The crowd quieted and stared up at the carpet above them. The king sat back, relaxed and confident. The queen stood, eyes wide in terror. "Pyrrha?" "I'm fine, mother," Princess Pyrrha replied. "This is Xavier, the man that father forbade me to see. Well, I love him, and I'm going with him."
"You will do no such thing," the king commanded. "You will return to your tower until Prince Milan from Dresdor arrives. He is your betrothed."
"I will not marry Milan," Pyrrha replied. "I love Xavier."
"Xavier is not long for this world. Archers!" the king snarled.
"Your destiny awaits," Zokin muttered. Kier smiled and drove his shoulder into the executioner, pushing the man off the platform. The hooded man gasped in surprise and grabbed his 2 companions. All 3 toppled off the gallows, crashing into the crowd below. A woman screamed. Men groaned. The guards on the platform turned to watch them fall. Kier continued his attack. He shoved another man, kicked a third. A gasp sounded behind him, and he turned to see Zokin push the last one off the gallows. The citizens parted, and the man hit the hard ground with a thud. Kier and Zokin stood alone on the gallows.
"If your archers shoot," Xavier laughed. "You run the risk of hitting your own daughter. Qual," the king addressed his herald, "execute all of them, now. Archers!" Qual's voice echoed off the castle walls. The bowmen stood on ramparts, circling the courtyard. Apollon rose, and the archers tracked him, adjusting their aim skyward. Qual raised his hand and finished the order. "Fire!" Arrows crisscrossed the sky. They arched high, reaching their apex well below the hovering carpet, and began their descent back down. The archers scrambled out of the way of the incoming friendly fire, abandoning their preparations for a second volley. Xavier sat, and Apollon dropped toward the crowd. The citizens screamed and ducked. Apollon soared over the gallows, scattering the crowd. Those not on the ground ran for the safety of the castle walls. The carpet slid to a stop beside Kier and Zokin. They stood, staring at Xavier, but did not board the flying fabric. "Are you waiting for an engraved invitation?" Xavier asked, motioning for them to board. "Is this the man that betrayed you?" Zokin asked, his hands still bound in front of him. "Yes," Kier replied. His eyes scanned the ramparts. The archers recovered from the friendly fire and returned to their firing positions. They grabbed arrows and notched them on the string. More guards filled the courtyard, swords drawn. They shoved their way through the crowd, swarming the guillotine platform. "Do you trust him?" Kier stared into Xavier's eyes and shook his head. "No, but he is a better option than the king's army." He stepped onto the carpet. "Agreed," Zokin said, and climbed aboard. He sat next to Kier near the rear of the carpet. "Apollon, get us out of here!" The flying carpet needed no further coaxing and sped into the sky, leaving Taigor behind. "You used me." "Not exactly," Xavier replied. He sat cross-legged on the carpet, facing Kier and Zokin. His long hair, held in place by a long braided ponytail, drifted in the breeze. He flashed a toothy, disarming smile. Princess Pyrrha sat beside him, also facing the rear, her unkempt hair flying in every direction. She continuously swatted and moved it out of her face. Kier thought she resembled her mother, the queen. Pyrrha had long, strawberry-blonde hair. Her blue eyes sparkled in the early morning sun. A smattering of freckles adorned the cheeks of her oval face. A smile showed perfectly straight white teeth. Kier, red-faced, snarled and bared his teeth at Xavier. A quick glance showed Zokin looking over the edge of the carpet at a vast purple sea. A smattering of clouds floated above them. The old man smiled, the breeze ruffling his tattered clothes and long, dingy hair. "You sent me to that blacksmith knowing the rose was stolen," Kier accused Xavier. He pointed his finger. "You almost got me killed." "Well," Xavier shrugged, "yes, in one sense you are correct. You see, I stole the rose. I knew it would draw out the king's guards, and I needed that distraction to rescue Pyrrha from the tower. I told you the truth." Xavier winked. "Just not all of it. You left me to die. If I did that, you would be dead." Xavier shrugged and raised an eyebrow. Kier's anger festered, clouding his thoughts. He wanted to be angry at Xavier, to hate the smug arrogance of the man. The disarming smile, and the logic of his argument, made that impossible. "Don't do it again," Kier blurted out. And tell me the entire plan next time." "Of course," Xavier promised, flashing his smile again. Kier shook his head. "I don't believe you." "You are getting wiser," Zokin interjected. "I told you your destiny awaits. This man may be a part of that plan." "Who are you, good sir?" "That is Zokin," Pyrrha spoke for the first time, her soft voice nearly lost in the wind. "He is a wizard, a sorcerer, and a heretic. He should have been left in Taigor." "I am no heretic, your highness," Zokin smiled. "But I have been known to dabble in the magic arts." He turned to Xavier. "Until a few years ago, I was the alchemist to the king. I made potions, conjured spells, and performed acts of magic to delight his guests. It was nothing but sleight of hand tricks and misdirection." "And for that you were sentenced to death?" "I was replaced by Qual Byn, the king's herald. Qual sent me to prison and took my job. At first, I wanted vengeance against Qual,
But after a year in the dungeon, I just want to go home."
"Where is home?"
Xavier asked. "Barkatuk."
"Apollon, can you take us to Barkatuk?"
The carpet shuddered, shaking his body from front to rear.
"Then please do so."
The magic carpet banked to the left, flying toward the sun, now high above the horizon.
"It will be a while before we get there."
Xavier nodded. Zokin bowed. "Thank you." Xavier returned the nod. "So, you used me as a distraction." Kier shook his head. "You could have told me, you know."
"I needed your genuine reaction," Xavier explained. "The raw emotion you showed truly sold the story, and while everyone's attention was focused on you, I entered the castle and freed the princess."
"I was watching them bring you out into the courtyard from my window," Pyrrha smiled. "My father visited me before and told me they caught the rose pendant thief. When I did not see Xavier at the gallows, I knew he was safe. Then he knocked on my door."
"The guards?"
Zokin asked.
"Unconscious," Xavier smiled.
"Ah," Zokin mused. "He rescued you and then dropped down to pick us up," Kier addressed Pyrrha. "That was too close."
"All part of my plan,"
Xavier smiled. Apollon rippled, nudging the pilot.
"No, getting shot at was not part of the plan. I did not think that the king would fire arrows at his own daughter."
"A lot was riding on my marriage to Milan. Peace, trade deals, children. Taigor and Dresdor may go to war now." She bit her lip and looked behind her at the distant horizon. "Thousands may die because I refuse to marry a man I do not love." She looked to Zokin, confusion in her eyes. "Should I return? What if—"
"Your destiny lies along a different path,"
Zokin replied, taking her hand in his.
"I told you years ago, when you were my student, that life had plans for you, big plans."
He patted her hand. "Today you take the first steps on that journey."
"That is all well and good."
Xavier took her hand from Zokin.
"But you don't really think the king will just let her go, do you?"
Zokin stared at the woman for a moment, opened his mouth to say something, then closed it.
"She is his daughter,"
he said slowly, weighing each word.
"He will search for her with everything he has." "Then it's a good thing that we are heading far, far away from Taigor," Xavier said.
He lay back on the carpet and closed his eyes.
"Try to get some rest. It's a long way to Barkatuk."
Chapter 6. Kier walked along the dusty city center of Barkatuk. The sun, high overhead, beat down on him, and his shoulders burned underneath the thin cotton shirt. He paused at a fruit vendor, his fingers dancing lightly over the apples, pears, and peaches. He reached for a tomato and quickly withdrew his hand. After the spectacle in Taigor 2 weeks earlier, he had no desire to ever eat tomatoes again. Kier paid for an apple and continued through the market, crunching into the juicy red fruit. Vendors called out to him, attempting to sell their wares, but he ignored them. He perused all the items during his first week in the city and spent every chit he had on frivolous purchases. Now, with no job and little money left, he parted with his money wisely. He made his way to the waterfront and watched the ships enter and leave the port. The smell of the salt air and dead fish reminded him of Rorel. He glanced at the mud huts and dusty streets, and for a moment thought he had returned to his hometown. Rorel is a long way from here, he reminded himself, shaking his head. A fishing vessel returned, laden down with its daily catch. Kier sat on a wooden bench outside the harbormaster's office, watched the sailors unload their haul, and ate his apple. The sun cast long shadows across the bay when he stood and stretched. He yawned and began his trek back to Zokin's home. Most of the market stood bare, the vendors packed up for the day. Those that remained offered their best sales pitches. Kier politely refused and followed the stretching shadows toward the outskirts of town. Zokin played host for his rescuers, offering his home, food, and hospitality to his 3 guests. He lived on the outskirts of the city, in a modest home of wood and clay,
not the standard adobe hut most of Barkatuk inhabited. His years of devotion to Taigor proved lucrative. The lights of the house beckoned in the distance, and Kier sighed. He liked Zokan and enjoyed the old man's hospitality, but he could not stay in Barkatuk forever. Job prospects, other than fisherman or market vendor, were slim. If I wanted to be a fisherman, I would have stayed in Rorel. Raised voices cut through the night, and Kier quickened his pace. He drew closer to Zokan's house, and the conversation drifted to him. He slowed his approach, listening. "I don't want you to go," Pyrrha pleaded. Her voice caught. She sobbed. "I don't want to go," Xavier replied. "But we need money if we're going to start a family. We'll be back before you know it." "There are jobs here," Pyrrha pouted. "I'm not the fisherman type," Xavier laughed. The flickering candlelight and shadows played on the walls. They stood close, facing each other. "Kier and I will find a job, take care of whatever it is, and be back before you know it." The aroma of the evening meal drifted through the air, and Kier's stomach growled. He continued to creep toward the house, listening. "I don't want—" "I know," Xavier said softly. Kier approached the door and cleared his throat. He counted to 3 and then walked in. Xavier and Pyrrha embraced in the middle of the main room. Tears streamed down her face as he held her. Xavier looked at Kier and shook his head. Kier took the hint and left them, following his nose toward the kitchen. Zokan stood over a cooking pot, a spoon in his hand, a dingy brown cloth apron covering his front. He dipped into the pot and withdrew a spoonful of stew. He blew the steam from it and raised the spoon to his lips. With a smile, he tasted the stew. He closed his eyes and smacked his lips. "That may be the best I have cooked in years," he muttered softly. He opened his eyes and looked at Kier. "A taste, young Kier?" "At dinner," he promised, and nodded toward the main room. "What is going on?" Zokan moved to a small cupboard and retrieved 4 bowls. He scooped stew into the first one and handed it to Kier, motioning toward the table in the corner of the kitchen. "In my years of service to Pyrrha's father, I amassed quite a fortune. Most of it I sent back here, to my family. With my imprisonment," he scooped the second bowl, "the money stopped. My sister and her children took what they had and left, leaving only this abandoned home." He shrugged and scooped the third bowl. "I do not blame them, you know," he continued, sadness in his voice. "I was in prison, sentenced to death. Although I had faith, I cannot blame them for their lack of it." He scooped stew into the final bowl. "My fortune is all but gone." He smirked and shrugged. "Xavier wants to go on an adventure for treasure and glory." He cocked an eyebrow at Kier. "He wants you to accompany him." "That was the original plan," Kier admitted. "But with Pyrrha here, I thought he might—" "Might what?" Kier turned to see Xavier enter the kitchen, Pyrrha at his side. She held his hand, her head resting on his shoulder. Her tears gone, only the streaks down her face remained. Xavier sniffed the air, his eyes zeroing in on the stew sitting on the table. "Might what?" he repeated. "That you might want to remain here," Kier completed his sentence. "To stay with Pyrrha." "I do," he nodded. Xavier pulled out the chair for Pyrrha, helped her sit, and slid her chair closer to the table. He sat down before finishing. "But we need money, and there are only 3 ways to get it." "3?" Kier inquired. "Work for it? Steal it?" Xavier paused for dramatic effect. "Or find it." Kier sat across from Xavier, with Pyrrha on his right. Zokan took the remaining seat. Kier smiled and nodded toward the princess. "Well, I know you're not above thievery." "She has asked me to put that sort of thing behind me," he smiled. "That was her condition before she agreed to be my wife." Kier sat back, eyes wide at the statement. He stammered for a moment, trying to find the words. Zokan replied first. "Congratulations, young Xavier. And to you, princess, I wish you many years of happiness."
"Yes," Kier finally managed. "Congratulations."
"Thank you," Pyrrha smiled. She reached across the table and took his hand. "He is a good man, and I am lucky to have him." Xavier, uncharacteristically, blushed. "So," Kier started, and spooned stew into his mouth, "if we can't steal the money, and I think I know you well enough to know that you don't want to work for it, that only leaves—" "Find it," Xavier smiled. He took a bite and nodded toward his host. "Zokan has a few thoughts on that." "Oh?" Kier looked toward the wizard. Zokan sat back in the worn chair and crossed his arms. He stared at the ceiling, recalling a distant memory. "Long before I began working for the king, I was an adventurer, much like you," he nodded at Xavier. "I was your age, maybe even younger, when I discovered the lost city of Avrigon." "Avrigon?" Xavier scoffed. "It's a myth, an old sailor's tale to tease new crew." "It's quite real," Zokan smiled. "I've been there." "What is Avrigon?" Kier and Pyrrha asked in unison. "A fairy tale," Xavier smirked. "A floating city high above the clouds with mythical creatures and untold riches." He shook his head. "A fairy tale." Zokan smiled. "You do not believe?" "It's a myth," Xavier insisted. "Magical creatures, a land of unending beauty and riches beyond avarice? I don't believe in such things." "And yet," Zokan spoke with a twinkle in his eyes, "you brought us here on a flying carpet." Xavier opened his mouth, but said nothing. His face contorted, searching for a retort, but found none. He closed his mouth in silence. Zokan spoke to Pyrrha and Kier. "Avrigon is a city far from here. It is indeed a floating city. It sits high above a mountain, hidden in the clouds. It is a repository of sorts for ancient creatures, old sorcerers, and magic." "How did you find it?" Pyrrha inquired. "It found me," Zokan confessed. He rubbed his chin, the stew forgotten. "I left Barkatuk looking for adventure and ended up in a land— I don't even know the name of it. I found a wounded winged horse, a Pegasus, and offered what aid I could. He was magnificent, pearl-white, with a leather saddle, as gentle as a butterfly. We traveled together for a while as he regained his strength." "He?" Pyrrha asked. "He," Zokan confirmed. "I found out later his name was Gorulu. When he was strong enough, he took me to Avrigon as my reward for helping him. Gorulu presented me to the elders, and they offered me whatever my heart desired." "And what did you want?" Kier asked, enthralled with the story. His pulse quickened at the thought of finding such a place. "I was torn," Zokan confessed with a smile. "I wanted adventure, and I wanted fortunes. In the end, I asked for the means to make my own fortune. They instilled in me the knowledge of alchemy, sorcery, and magic. I stayed on Avrigon for more than a year, learning everything I could. Then Gorulu took me to Taigor. I lived a very happy life until Lord Byn sent me to prison." "And you think the people of Avrigon will welcome us as they did you?" Kier asked. "The elders of Avrigon pay handsomely if you solve their riddles," Zokan smiled. "They offer adventures and challenges. The harder the challenge, the greater the reward." Xavier clapped his hands together. "Adventure and fortune? Exactly what I was hoping for." "There are 2 warnings I must give before you make your decision." Zokan wagged a finger in the air. "1. The elders and mystics love to talk of your destiny." "You mentioned that in the cell," Kier interjected. Zokan nodded. "They will tell you riddle after riddle about your purpose in life. Listen, but do not get lost in deciphering the message. I spent years trying to untangle their riddles about my future." He laughed lightly. "All I received from my efforts was a headache." "What's the second thing?" Xavier asked, excited. "Do not steal from them," Zokan warned. "They will tempt you and test you, But do not steal anything. There are elements in the city that live as tricksters. They take great pleasure in leading visitors astray. If you thought the penalties in Taigor were harsh," Zokin shook his head, "you do not want to test the elders in Avrigon." Xavier stood, stretched, and smiled. "When do we leave?" "I believe that the princess and I should remain here," Zokin replied. "You do not need us underfoot." "Agreed," he replied, and looked to Kier. "We leave in the morning." Kier nodded. They finished the meal in silence. Xavier helped Pyrrha from her chair. They thanked Zokin for the meal and disappeared toward their room on the other side of the house. Kier started to stand, but Zokin's hand on his arm stopped him. He sat back down and stared at his host. "Do not trust him, young Kier," Zokin cautioned. "He will lead you astray." "He already has—" "No," Zokin hissed. "I did not tell the entire story. I eventually figured out the riddles the elders told me. I deciphered their message about my destiny." Kier's eyes widened, and he leaned closer. What did they say?" "Becoming a wizard was not my destiny. It was a means to the end. With your arrival and that of the princess, I am now on the final leg of my journey." "What are you talking about?" Kier asked, his brow furrowed. "What journey? What is your destiny?" "The elders told me that I would watch over the ancestors of a future king," Zokin replied, his voice low, "and that I would pass on my knowledge to the next protector." "Protector?" Zokin patted Kier on his shoulder. "Listen and observe, young Kier. Listen and observe. I believe that you are the next protector, the one to carry on once I am gone." "Protector of what?" "Protector of the child that Princess Pyrrha now carries."
Chapter 7.
Xavier and Pyrrha embraced in the shadow of Zokin's home. The rising sun cast long shadows across the countryside. Mist filled the air where the light touched the dew-covered grass. A flock of birds flew overhead, their wings flapping quietly in the early morning. In the distance, a dog howled. Kier and Zokin stood away from the two lovers near where Apollon floated at the edge of a small, overrun garden. Grass and weeds choked out dying vegetables planted months earlier by Zokin's sister and nephews. Xavier and Pyrrha finished their tearful farewell and approached the garden. Xavier replaced his tattered tunic and pants with new clothes from the vendors of Barkatuk. He wore a light green tunic, beige pantaloons, and his worn Roman sandals. Thin leather armor covered his shoulders. The gold-encrusted sword hung from his belt. The princess wore her white robes. Brown stains covered the bottom hem, and splotches of dirt created a dingy patchwork over the fabric. The tiara was gone, traded for food and supplies for the house. Her strawberry hair hung to her shoulders. Tear streaks lined her face, her eyes red and bloodshot. "Ready?" Xavier asked. Kier nodded. He also wore new clothes, a dark brown tunic and pants combo. He carried a dagger on his belt, and sandals, similar to Xavier's, covered his feet. His tousled brown hair lay flat on his head. He turned to his host. "Thank you, Zokin." "Thank you, young Kier," the old man replied with a smile. "If not for you, I would be dead." The two shook hands. Xavier and Kier climbed aboard Apollon and sat cross-legged. "Upon my return," Xavier looked at Pyrrha, "I will shower you with riches, my love." "Safe travels," Zokin nodded. "And remember what I told you." Kier nodded and almost fell backward as Apollon sped upward. He looked behind the carpet. Zokin and Pyrrha stood in front of the house waving. They shrank into the distance until Kier lost them among the other buildings and the harbor of Barkatuk. He sat up and focused his attention on the carpet and Xavier. The man sat on the forward edge of the fabric, the breeze blowing his long hair nearly straight out. His hands held a pair of thin strings attached to the edges of Apollon. He pulled on the right side,
and the carpet adjusted course slightly. "Rains," Kier smiled. He scooted up to sit beside Xavier. The man looked over and smiled, but said nothing. Sadness etched across Xavier's face, despite the smile. The two sat in silence while the flying carpet continued to climb. They escalated through thick clouds. The moisture dampened Kier's clothes, and he shivered. He looked over the side of the fabric and gulped. The clouds parted occasionally, revealing the ground far below. Mountains gave way to flat prairie lands that ended at a vast sea. Kier breathed deep and fought a wave of vertigo, his eyes fixed on the water below. Long way down, he thought. He shook his head and sat upright. The sun traced its path across the sky, and Apollon followed the same trail, heading westward. "Take the reins," Xavier said, offering the thin ropes to Kier. "You fly him for a bit." "Me?" Kier asked, instinctively reaching for the reins. I've never... "Apollon does most of the work," Xavier explained. "Tug left to turn left, tug right to turn right. He won't let you do anything that would hurt him." Kier took the reins, and Xavier slid toward the back of the carpet. "I want to get a few hours of sleep. Just keep flying west, toward the setting sun." He lay down on the wind-rippled fabric and rolled onto his left side. He began snoring a minute later. Kier stared at him for a moment, then turned back forward. He could not imagine rescuing the woman he loved, if he loved a woman, only to turn around and leave her weeks later. He thought of Zokin, his talk of destiny, and his warnings about Avrigon. Lost in thought, he let the carpet carry him to the west. A cloud-enshrouded city, gleaming in the sun, entered his vision. The carpet circled twice, offering him a spectacular view of something he could not imagine. A Pegasus joined him, pacing him on his second loop. The flying horse, pearl-white with a leather saddle, drew close. "Are you Gorulu?" Kier called. "I am a friend of Zokin." The Pegasus abruptly changed course and flew directly at them. Apollon reacted and dodged. The motion tore the reins from Kier's hands. The bucking and momentum dislodged Kier, and he slid across the carpet. He slipped off the edge of the fabric and fell. He screamed, the horse and the carpet disappearing high above him. Kier jerked awake, heart pounding, the reins still in his hands. The sun lay directly before him, casting him in a warm amber glow. He sucked in a calming breath, willing his pulse to slow after the dream. He glanced behind him to see Xavier still asleep, spread-eagled on the carpet. White, puffy clouds covered the sky above and below him, creating a tunnel around the setting sun to the west. Mountaintops broke through the clouds below, like fingertips stretching for the sky. A cool breeze touched him. Chills covered his body. The mountains grew taller, and Apollon increased altitude. The cool air turned cold, and Kier shivered. He hugged himself with his arms, rubbing his biceps. The clouds parted before him, and he froze in mid-hug. Kier gulped, eyes wide, as the sun disappeared behind the largest city he had ever seen. The city of Avrigon floated in the sky. It sat on a circular base which melted into the clouds. The city stretched to the horizon, beyond Kier's line of sight. Buildings dotted the surface of the hazy base, and bright silver spires reached for the heavens. Small objects flew from building to building, too small for Kier to make out. "Xavier!" he called, his voice caught in his throat. He coughed and repeated the name, louder. "Xavier!" "What?" came the groggy reply behind him. Kier did not take his eyes off the city. It grew steadily larger with each passing moment. He barely blinked, afraid that it would disappear in an instant. I think we've arrived." Xavier moved up to sit beside Kier. He rubbed his eyes and shook his head. A grin split his face. "You are correct, my friend. We have arrived." He spread his arms, catching the wind. "Welcome to Avrigon." Apollon flew them around the outskirts of the city, giving Kier a sense of déjà vu. He relaxed when no Pegasus flew out to meet them. The flying carpet circled the city once, and the 20-minute flight gave Kier a sense of the size of Avrigon. Kier handed Xavier the reins and turned his attention to the city center. Green, grassy parks lay between the buildings. Reflective pools and fountains littered the cityscape. Citizens filled the paths that wound through the city. Few of them looked skyward or took notice of the carpet as it wound its way overhead. Dozens of creatures filled the streets and the skies of Avrigon. Herds of Pegasus and unicorns, along with a myriad of other mythical entities, ran through the parks. The light waned with the setting sun, the last vestiges of natural light reflecting off the glass and silver structures. Street lights lit with the dying sun. The lights flickered to life without the aid of a human hand. "Wow," he muttered, as the perfectly spaced street lamps flared in sequence, creating a mesmerizing domino effect across the city. "There!" Xavier pointed toward one of the spires. "Apollon, take us there." He lightly tugged on the reins, turning the carpet to the left. They weaved around a couple of multi-story buildings and passed so close to one spire that Kier almost reached out to touch it. They drew close to where Xavier pointed, and he pulled on the reins, slowing the carpet. Apollon descended and sat them down at the base of one of 3 spires in the center of the city. Kier stepped off the fabric and shuddered, casting off the chill of the night air. The temperature within the city seemed warmer, almost perfect. He arched his back into a stretch, listening to his vertebrae adjust after sitting for hours. He bent forward to stretch his leg muscles when a door opened in the wall of the spire beside him. Startled, Kier jumped. Xavier flexed defensively out of the corner of his eye. Apollon rustled behind him. 3 men and a woman appeared from the opening. Gray robes draped from their shoulders, tailored perfectly to barely graze the cobblestone ground beneath them. All 4 appeared middle-aged, the men with graying salt-and-pepper hair and bright, intelligent eyes. The lone woman wore her hair past her shoulders, ruby-red lips contrasting her light, pale skin. All 4 wore pleasant smiles with gleaming white teeth. The lead man stepped forward, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes scanned the new arrivals.
"Good day, travelers," he greeted pleasantly. "I am the Chief Administrator and Magistrate, Higgins."
He waved a hand behind him.
"And these are the members of the ruling Council of Elders. We bid you welcome. I am Xavier, traveler and explorer, and this is my companion, Kier," Xavier said with a slight bow. "We come seeking—"
"Adventure and fortune," the female elder interjected. She smiled, her teeth gleaming in the flickering lamplight.
"Yes," Xavier acknowledged. "That is exactly what I seek. What of your companion?"
a second elder asked. His eyes scanned Kier.
"What does he seek?"
"Adventure." Kier nodded. He recalled Zokin's words and quickly added, "And my path in this life."
"Ah," Magistrate Higgins smiled. "You seek your destiny."
Kier smiled, blushing slightly. "My purpose, yes."
"Then you have—"
A stampede of creatures passed by, interrupting the magistrate. Kier turned quickly, eyes wide in shock. A white Pegasus led a herd of other winged horses, unicorns, and a host of other creatures. They ran and bumped into each other as they crossed by the spire and tore off through an adjacent park. They disappeared into the darkness, their smells and sounds lingering in the air.
"My apologies."
Higgins bowed slightly.
"I am afraid they are rather rambunctious this time of year. Where were we? Oh, yes, you have come to the right place."
"We welcome you," the last male elder chimed in. "You are free to explore the city." The female elder lifted her arms. "Visit our citizens, ask your questions. I'm sure you have many." "Yes," Kier acknowledged.
"You will find Avrigon quite exciting and accommodating," Higgins continued.
He produced a parchment from within his robes and passed it to Xavier.
"However, we have rules here. We must adhere to these strict rules to preserve our lifestyle. Without the discipline, our world would crumble."
Xavier nodded and passed the rolled parchment to Kier.
"Of course, Magistrate."
The magistrate frowned.
"Do not take this lightly.
the first elder warned. He held up a long, crooked finger.
"You will find many temptations in Avrigon. Read and obey the rules. The consequences are harsh and permanent." "I understand, Elder."
Xavier offered a toothy smile.
"We simply want to explore your city and make our fortune."
"Then you are welcome," the final elder stated. He bowed slightly. Xavier returned the gesture, and the four returned to the spire. The door closed behind them, leaving no trace of the entrance. Kier moved forward and ran his hand along the silver structure. The cool metal vibrated slightly. He smiled at the sensation.
"We made it!" Xavier clapped his hands together. "Now, what should we do first?"
"Eat," Kier stated. His stomach growled to emphasize his hunger.
"Agreed," Xavier replied. "Apollon, go and amuse yourself, but listen for my call."
The magic carpet rippled his agreement and shot upward in the blink of an eye. He mingled with a flock of flying birds for a moment before shooting across the sky. Apollon disappeared into the darkness, leaving the two men standing alone in the floating city. Xavier sniffed the air, looked to his right, and smiled.
"This way."
They walked away from the base of the spire and wound their way deep into the city. Chapter 8. The flickering streetlights extinguished in sequence, a domino effect winding its way across the city streets. A flock of birds, long thought extinct, followed the lights, their outstretched wings floating on the early morning breeze. They squawked, twirled, and banked through the sky. The sun rose above the base platform of Avrigon, casting light throughout the city. The silver and glass spires reflected the light in blinding flashes. The sunlight found its way to the Wayfarer's Inn and streamed through the thick curtains of the hotel room. The beam of light slowly slid across the room until it found Kier's closed eyes. It bore through his eyelids, rousing him from his dream-ridden slumber. Kier rolled over, away from the harsh light, but could not go back to sleep. He cracked an eye. The sunbeam climbed the wall beside his bed. He sighed and sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He looked over to see Xavier, lying on his side, snoring softly. Kier slid out of the bed, stretched, and crossed the room to the water basin, sitting on top of a handcrafted wooden dresser. He splashed water on his face, surprised at the chill of the water. He exhaled sharply as the water trickled down his chest. He shivered. Refreshed and fully awake, he crossed the room and thumped Xavier on the arm. "Wake up! Time to get this adventure started!" Xavier grumbled a few unintelligible words. Kier rapped him lightly on the shoulder. Xavier protested again, pulling the thin sheet over his head. Kier smacked him across the shoulder again, and Xavier threw the covers off in a flurry of tangled arms and legs. Grumbling, he got out of bed. He followed a similar routine to Kier, splashed water on his face, shivered, and got dressed. The two collected their meager belongings and left the hotel. Both squinted when they entered the bright morning light. After a quick breakfast, they picked a path toward the center of the city and set out to explore Avrigon. The winding, narrow stone and metal paths wound through small, squat buildings and around the base of tall, silver spires. The citizens greeted them with nods and "Good morrow." Everyone was friendly and welcoming to the visitors. Kier and Xavier returned the greetings and continued deeper into the city. They skirted a large lake in a park near the city center. Bubbles traced the path through the still waters, and they stopped to watch. The tip of something covered in scales poked through the water. It disappeared just as quickly, sending ripples through the water. "What was that?" Kier asked, eyes bulging. He scanned the surface, looking for another sign of whatever lurked beneath the water.
"With the creatures we have already seen?"
Xavier shook his head, his voice full of disbelief.
"I have no idea."
The head, eyes, and snout of a large sea creature poked from the water. Scales covered the scalp. Small, pointy ears protruded from its head. Deep, sunken sockets protected its eyes. It breathed deep, ruffling the surface as its dark eyes scanned the area. It locked eyes with Kier and disappeared back under the water.
"What?" "Whatever it is, it's big,"
Xavier confirmed. The head reappeared, eyes staring at the two men standing on the shore. Two other heads joined the first, each barely breaking the surface of the water. All of them were identical, except for a jagged scar across the face of the one on the left.
"3 of them," Kier whispered. I don't think so."
The Hydra lifted its body from the water, its 3 heads stretching to their full height. A long, scaly tail splashed the water playfully, sending wave after wave crashing against the shore. Kier and Xavier winced and turned away as the splashes sprayed them with a fine mist. The mythical creature stopped splashing. Kier looked up and again locked his gaze with the Hydra. It snorted, raised its center head, and filled the air with raucous laughter.
"A very misunderstood creature," a voice said from behind them.
Kier jumped, eliciting another round of laughter from the sea creature. Heat filled his cheeks, and he turned to see a young girl, maybe 12 or 13, standing behind them.
"Harmless and playful."
The Hydra laughed once more and disappeared under the water. Its tail stretched high in the sunny morning, lingered for a moment, then hit the water with enough force to create a 4-foot wave. Xavier and Kier ran backwards as the water splashed against the shore. Spray filled the air, dousing them. They stopped near the girl, wet and panting. She smiled, showing straight white teeth. Long golden hair stretched midway down her back. Her tanned skin gleamed in the morning light, highlighting crystal blue eyes.
"Harmless and playful?"
Xavier repeated. He looked over his shoulder, then back at the girl.
"The tales I heard of the Hydra talk of destruction and terror."
"If a dog, tail wagging, jumped on you," she asked, "is it playful or terrorizing?"
"Play? Are you saying that the Hydra is like a puppy?"
"The stories are misconceptions," she smiled. "Like any other animal, it simply does not understand that its size and appearance frighten. It simply wants to play."
Xavier began a retort, stopped, and closed his mouth. Kier stepped forward and extended his hand. "I'm Kier."
"Samindra."
The girl shook his hand.
"Call me Sam." "And you must be Xavier."
"How do you know?"
"We do not often get visitors,"
Sam explained.
"Word of your arrival has filtered throughout Avrigon. You will find many people curious about you and your intentions."
"We are simple adventurers,"
Xavier stated, offering his best disarming smile.
"Of course."
Sam returned the smile. "What do you do here, Sam?" Kier inquired. His brows narrowed. "I mean, do you go to school, or—" She laughed, the sound filling the still morning air.
"Good sir, I am 209 years old. School is far behind me."
209?
"We do not age as you do," she said.
She motioned down the street, and Xavier nodded. The 3 took off down the trail. Kier glanced at the water to see all 3 Hydra heads poking from the water.
"Avrigon is unlike any other place you will ever visit," she explained, leading them down the path. "We are a haven for misunderstood creatures, sorcerers, and last of their kind animals. Time passes slowly here to prolong their lives in the hopes that man will grow to accept them. I do not think any of us will live that long,"
she confessed. "What is your role here?" Kier asked, changing the subject.
"I am an acolyte of the Council of Elders," Sam explained. "I assist them in research. I study and provide my opinions when asked. In a few hundred years, I may get the opportunity to join them."
"And they sent you here to what? Look after us?"
Xavier cocked his head.
"No,"
Sam responded, her voice firm.
"I am here on my own volition. I wanted to meet you. As I said, we do not get many visitors here." She waved her hand around, "for obvious reasons."
The trail wound through a densely forested park. Tall trees stretched skyward, providing shade from the sun. Small, furry animals skittered from tree to tree. Birds chirped from the branches above. Kier stared up at the green leaves in amazement. He stopped and closed his eyes, letting the breeze and animal sounds wash over him. He momentarily shut out the rest of the world, relaxing to the sweet aroma of nature. A smile split his face. No smell of rotting fish. Is this paradise? Kier? He opened his eyes to see Sam staring at him, an inquisitive look on her face. Sorry, he said, and started walking again. Where I am from, there are no trees or animals. This is so different. Let me show you all that Avrigon has to offer, she smiled. All the pleasures and treasures this city has to offer.
Treasures?
Xavier parroted. Yes, Sam nodded. We have a vast collection of ancient artifacts, mythical objects from all over the world. She lowered her voice to a whisper. Some items touched by the gods themselves. Would you like to see them? Xavier flashed her a smile.
Of course!
She pointed down the path. We are heading in the right direction. Is it permitted? Kier asked. We were told to adhere to the rules. As long as you are with me, Sam nodded, you are safe.
Then lead the way, Samindra.
Xavier clapped his hands together.
Show us the treasures of Avrigon.
They left the forest, the sun beaming down from directly overhead. Even high above the mountains and perched among the clouds, the temperature rose quickly. Sweat dripped down Kier's face as they trekked across the city. The sounds of the city reverberated across the landscape. Kier listened, amazed at the life teeming in Avrigon. A charge filled the air like before a thunderstorm. He knew that magic permeated every aspect of the city. Chirps of birds, the growl of predatory animals, the splash of creatures in the numerous lakes throughout the city, added to the human noise of foot traffic and the shouts of vendors. The aroma of food cooking for the midday meal wafted through the atmosphere. Kier's stomach growled, creating a cascade of rumbles from Xavier and Sam. The three headed for a quick bite at a sidewalk cafe. Kier stared at the citizens while they made their way along the busy streets of Avrigon. Colorful clothing, in stark contrast to the dingy beige both he and Xavier wore, covered them. Most walked, although a few sat atop a Pegasus, and he saw one unicorn, its horn glistening in the light. What does the average citizen do? Work? Play? Kier inquired of their guide. Study and teach, she replied. They rounded a corner and walked down a narrow stone alley. Smoke filled the air ahead, the aroma of grilled meat heavy on the wind. Some will return to the world as teachers, magi, or spies. Spies? To keep our secrets, we thrive on the belief in magic. When that falters, our spies find ways to rekindle the flame. She stopped in front of a nondescript wooden building. Let's eat. Samindra paid for the meal, and the trio ate amidst light conversation. After lunch, the three continued their journey, arriving at a spire on the edge of the city center, opposite where they landed the day before. Kier touched the cool metal and quickly pulled his hand back, his fingers numbed from a small electric shock. Sam smiled and waved her hand over an area of the spire. The seamless building split, revealing a hidden door. Kier peered inside, greeted by consuming darkness. Sam snapped her fingers, and torches flared to life inside the spire, illuminating a tunnel that stretched into the distance. This is one entrance, she explained, stepping across the threshold. The vaults are underground, hidden beneath the surface of the city. Come, she waved. Kier and Xavier followed. A chill coursed down Kier's spine when he crossed into the spire. He shivered against the flickering gloom. Xavier took a sharp breath behind him, but Kier kept his eyes on Samindra. Something isn't right, he thought, although she had done nothing to warrant the scrutiny. They arrived at a spiral staircase and followed it down into the depths of the base of the spire. Sam snapped her fingers again, and more torches flared to life. How do you do that? Kier asked. She smiled. Simple magic. It's amazing the tricks one learns over 200 years. I can imagine, he muttered, and continued to descend. He finally stepped off the staircase into a large open bay. Torches, attached to the walls, provided flickering firelight.
Stacks of wooden crates stood in organized rows along the walls. Perfectly spaced doors separated the crates, offering other areas to explore beneath the spire.
"Welcome to the Vault of the Ancients," Samindra explained. "This is one of many repositories spread throughout Avrigon. As the name suggests, the items stored here are very old, many directly descended from the gods themselves."
"The gods gave up their possessions?" Kier asked incredulously.
"Not voluntarily," Sam smiled.
She moved over to a crate, slid the top aside, and reached inside. She produced a golden necklace and held it up in the light. The gold reflected the light as the finely detailed chain twisted in her hand.
"This is from Lormesus, the god of feast and famine. Legend says this pendant was lost when humans rose up to fight him after a 30-year drought. They won, and he retreated to his heavenly kingdom. The rains came the next day and did not stop for a year. Their land flooded, killing the entire population."
"I remember that tale," Xavier stated, staring at the necklace. "It took the sacrifice of a virgin and a promise of fealty to Lormesus before the rain stopped." Sam nodded.
"Correct?"
She replaced the necklace in the crate, and the three moved deeper into the vault. She opened a door and revealed a dark room with a single spotlight bathing a bronze and gold statue. The Starfire Phoenix, a tribute to the sun god and the god of war, glistened in the light. Xavier whistled. Kier trembled, the cool breeze from the room tickling the hairs on his neck. Sam showed them dozens of trinkets, statues, and burial shrouds from long-dead kings. They explored half the bay before she stopped and turned to face them. She held a finger to her lips and cocked her head to listen. Kier did the same and heard nothing at first. Footsteps on the spiral staircase at the other end of the open bay broke the silence. He stepped forward, peering into the dim light.
"Who is it?"
"The magistrate, I believe,"
she said with a giggle.
"And that is my cue to leave. My friends, it has been a most enjoyable day. Thank you for the company."
She stepped back, away from Kier and Xavier.
"I do hope I get to see you again someday."
She snapped her fingers and disappeared. "What? Wait," Kier said, to empty air. "Kier?" Xavier called. He turned to see Xavier pointing down the bay where Magistrate Higgins and the council descended the stairs. 4 burly men followed, so large they turned sideways to traverse the stairwell. Kier moved toward the Avrigon officials.
"Good afternoon, Magistrate,"
Kier announced as they drew near. "Kier," came the terse reply. "Xavier, may I inquire what you are doing down here?" "Exploring," Xavier smiled.
"We met a young girl," Kier explained. "Well, a woman, actually. Samindra. She said she was an acolyte of the council and offered to show us around." "Samindra?" the female elder repeated. "That harlot. Where is she?"
Her eyes searched the darkness.
She disappeared," Kier offered, "when you arrived."
The woman looked at the magistrate.
"Typical."
"She is not an acolyte?" "No, Xavier, she is not." The magistrate shook his head. "She is a trickster, one I have been trying to apprehend for years."
"Trickster?" "She inevitably finds all of our visitors," the woman shook her head, "and leads them astray."
She raised her arms and looked around the bay.
"Like leading you two into this restricted area."
"Restricted?" Kier asked.
"We did not—"
"I do not hold you responsible," Higgins nodded. "Tell me, what form did she take this time?"
"Form?
What did she look like?"
"Oh, Kier thought for a moment. "A young girl, blonde hair, blue eyes, said she was over 200 years old." "That is probably the only truth she spoke," the woman scoffed. "Did she touch anything?"
"A few items." Kier looked up and down the bay. He pointed to the first crate they encountered. "She showed us the necklace of Lormesus." Higgins looked at one of the burly men behind him and pointed to the crate. The giant of a man lumbered over to the crate and removed the necklace. He held it up for inspection, studied it in the light for a moment, and then shook his head. "The necklace that Nikobai holds is a fake." Higgins pursed his lips. This is disappointing. Accessory to theft is a serious offense in Avrigon.
Accessory? You just said you did not hold us responsible, Kier protested. We do not hold you responsible, young Kier, the female elder corrected. But your associate, Xavier, he is a different matter.
Kier turned to look at his friend, then to the magistrate, then finally the elder.
I don't understand. Xavier, she directed, please empty the contents of your satchel.
Why?
Kier stepped back, away from Xavier. Fear flooded his system. He gulped. His legs quivered when his friend protested the order. Xavier's eyes widened, and he grabbed the bag at his belt tightly. He looked up and down the bay, his quick eye movements filling Kier with dread. "What did you do?" he asked.
"Nothing." Xavier turned to Kier. "I didn't do anything. I... Empty your satchel, young Xavier," the magistrate repeated the order. Nikobai and one of the other Avrigon guards moved to stand on either side of Xavier. He froze, rigid and still. Nikobai reached into the satchel, his hand searching the contents. His hand stopped moving, and he looked at the magistrate. He frowned and shook his head. He pulled out his hand, a golden goblet in his grasp. The cup glowed in the flickering firelight. Magistrate Higgins shook his head. "Xavier, you are under arrest for theft from the people of Avrigon." Chapter 9. Nikobai and the other guards arrested Xavier and left the underground vault. The adventurer protested, but the larger men easily manhandled him. They disappeared up the staircase, leaving Kier alone with the magistrate and one other guard. "I have had enough of that woman," Higgins snarled. "I want her found. Her exploits and manipulations have gone on long enough." He ordered Kier into custody as an accomplice to theft and dispatched guards throughout the city in search of Samindra. The guard, dressed in light leather armor and blue tunic, escorted Kier across the city. He tossed Kier into a cell underneath the spire that housed the magistrate's office. Smooth metallic walls and steel bars confined him. The cold floor chilled him, and he spent a restless night worrying about the tribunal scheduled for the next morning. He confronted a restless night with flashbacks of the Taigor prison. Kier stared at the walls. Thoughts of Zokan, Xavier, and Princess Pyrrha plagued his sleepless dreams. Sounds of activity echoed through the cells, and Kier sat up, his back against the wall. He pulled his knees into his chest and leaned forward, his arms around his legs, and listened to the early morning sounds. The door creaked open down the corridor. Footsteps padded toward him. He looked up to see a pair of guards and stood when they opened the door. They bound his hands, led him out of the dank cell bay, up a set of stairs, and into a courtyard. He sighed when the bright sunlight lit his face, warming his body. The guards stopped and allowed him a moment in the sun. Kier cracked his neck and stretched his back. "I'm ready," he said after a moment. During the night, Zokan's words echoed in his mind. "Face your destiny." He faced his mortality at the gallows in Taigor, and once again resigned himself to his fate. 2 arrests in 1 month dimmed his hopes for a long and healthy life. The procession continued into a neighboring building. He stepped out of the sun, knowing he would never feel the heat on his face again. The interior of the magistrate's office featured a large desk, 2 chairs covered in fabric facing the desk, and a handful of plain wooden chairs along the walls. 1 additional chair, covered in leather, sat near the desk against the wall. A large bookshelf filled the wall behind the desk. Hundreds of books of all sizes occupied the shelves. Magistrate Higgins sat in a chair the likes Kier had never seen. Thick leather, stuffed with an unknown material, wrapped a wooden base. The leather ballooned outward, enshrouding the magistrate in an almost form-fitting embrace. He wrote on a piece of parchment with a long, colorful peacock quill. He dipped the point into an inkwell, wiped the excess on the lip, and continued writing. Xavier arrived a moment later, escorted by a pair of guards. The female elder arrived last,
with her own guards. She moved silently to the lone fabric-covered chair against the wall and sat. The guards pointed to the guest chairs in front of the desk. Kier and Xavier sat, while the guards took their seats along the wall. Everyone turned to look at the magistrate as he finished writing on the parchment. He sighed, his task complete, and placed the quill onto a blotter beside the inkwell. He placed his elbows on the table, interlocked his fingers, and placed his chin in his hands. He looked at Kier, then Xavier, and back, eyes full of sadness. "One day," he began, "only one day before you strayed from our rules." He held up his hand to ward off any protest, then returned to his chin-on-hand position. "I know what you want to say. Samindra led us from the path. Yes, I'm sure she did. But the theft of the goblet, young Xavier, that was all your doing. You were told upon your arrival not to break the rules," he continued. He sat back, the leather-stuffed chair nearly absorbing his body. He steepled his fingers, the tips touching his lips. "Punishments have to be severe to preclude repeat offenses and deter others. Now, I will ask you one time, and one time only. Did Kier assist you in the theft?" Xavier glanced in Kier's direction and shook his head. "I took the cup on the urging of Samindra. Kier did not know anything about it. Honestly, he was more interested in the history of the vault than actually taking anything." "So, you stole the goblet on your own?" "With Samindra's urging." Fear dripped from every word. "Samindra is not on the council. She does not have the authority to relinquish relics from any of our vaults. She used you to gain entrance to commit her own crimes. She will be found and punished in due course. Kier," the magistrate looked from Xavier, "you are cleared of the accessory charge, per Xavier's testimony. Do you have anything to say on his behalf?" Kier gulped and willed his pounding heart to slow. He failed. I want to say that Xavier is a good man. He can be brash, but I believe he has a good heart. When we met, he promised me adventure. He kept that promise. Only a few weeks ago, we rescued a princess together." "A princess?" the elder asked from her chair. "Princess Pyrrha," Kier nodded. "From Taigor." The magistrate and the elders exchanged glances. "Tell us more," she urged. Kier relayed the tale from his initial meeting to landing at Zokin's home in Barkatuk. The magistrate nodded at the mention of Zokin, but did not interrupt. Kier finished, leaving out the cryptic warning about his destiny, and that the princess was with child. "So, Xavier used you as a distraction and had you thrown in jail in Taigor," the magistrate mused. "Yet you say he is a good man." Kier glanced at Xavier. "He has his faults, magistrate, but I believe he is a good man. He is the best friend I have ever known." "And yet, twice, he has used you as a distraction and had you thrown in jail." "Twice?" "Once in Taigor," the magistrate nodded, "and now here." "I'm sure he didn't—" Kier stopped and turned his attention to Xavier. The man blushed, his ears turning a bright red. "You did! You used me again!" He turned to face Kier. "I had no intention of taking the goblet at first. Samindra told me it would be all right, that it would lead me to the fortune and adventure that I wanted, that we wanted." "She used you," Kier sneered, "the way you used me." "No," Xavier protested, shaking his head. I mean, yes, she used me, but no, I did not use you, not this time." Kier clenched his fists beneath his bonds. His lips pursed, his cheeks flushed, and a low growl emanated from his throat. The guards left their seats and separated the two men before Kier attacked. He exhaled through clenched teeth. His pulse pounded in his ears as big, beefy hands pulled him backwards. "Separate them," the magistrate ordered, his voice low.
The Council of Elders finds you both guilty of theft and duplicity. Take Xavier to the caves of Jelani below. You will work the remainder of your days mining the metal that makes Avrigon. Kier, you will be exiled, the magistrate continued. Never again to see family and friends. You spoke of your destiny when you first arrived. I believe that we can assist you in that endeavor. Your friend Zokin is a very wise man, and he was partially correct. Higgins nodded. You are to be a protector, but not of the princess and her unborn child. What? Xavier shook his head, eyes wide, in disbelief. What did you say?
Princess Pyrrha is with child, the elder stated from her seat. You did not know? Pity that you will never meet your daughter.
Wait! You can't tell me I'm going to be a father and then lock me away! Xavier pleaded. You can't! Take him away, Magistrate Higgins directed with a wave of his hand. Carry out the sentence of the Council of Elders.
Xavier fought the guards, kicking and biting, his hands still bound. 3 of the 5 in the room bodily picked him up and carried him out of the magistrate's office. His yells of defiance and pleas for mercy diminished until only silence remained in the office. Kier gulped, his legs quivering with fear. The pulse in his ears pounded, and he strained to hear the magistrate's next words. Kier, he said, his voice soft and caring, you come to us with what we believe is a good heart, but you place trust in people that you should not. Zokin is your greatest ally, and only his trust in you has saved you from Xavier's fate. You will be exiled to a land far from here, on the coast of the Dyson Sea. You will live out the rest of your days there, keeping travelers safe.
A protector? Not as Zokin believes, the elder chimed in. She stood and walked to stand in front of him. She moved with a grace that belied her years, and wore a sweet perfume that lingered in the air. You will be a lighthouse keeper. You will weather the storms and the seas, forever keeping the light bright and warning travelers of dangers.
A lighthouse keeper? What about the princess?
She is not your concern. Neither is Zokin, the magistrate stated, fending off the next question. I will dispatch someone to watch over the woman and her child.
Can I see?
Once you arrive on the shores of Dyson, you may never again leave. To do so will forfeit your life. Do you understand?
But
do you understand, young Kier?
He stared at the floor, his spirit broken.
Then let the sentence be carried out, Lighthouse Keeper.
Chapter 10.
And so I was sent here, to the lighthouse.
Marlena sat in the chair beside Kier. Erlon still sat cross-legged on the floor. The storm continued to rage against the block walls of the lighthouse. The brunt of the lightning and thunder, however, moved further down the coast. Kier stood, his old bones and joints creaking, and stirred the fire. Erlon stood, stretched, and helped the old man toss more wood on the fire. He scraped the last of the stew from the pot and returned to his seat, shoveling in the food as if he had not eaten in days. Kier returned to his chair and dropped wearily onto the leather cushion. Your destiny, Erlon spoke between mouthfuls of stew. Your destiny was to be a lighthouse keeper? Kier sat back and stroked the long beard that hung below his chin. He stared at the fire, mesmerized by the flickering flames. He slowly shook his head.
No, young Erlon, my destiny was to be a protector, as Zokin told me.
He yawned.
This lighthouse is simply my home, my station in life. My purpose is to protect travelers, such as yourself.
Erlon smiled and cocked his head to the side.
Can escaping from a tyrant that wants your head be considered a destiny? Everyone has a destiny, young Erlon, Kier stated. Sadly, most never recognize it. Fewer still achieve it. Most will die, their life's goal never fulfilled.
The storm diminished. The pelting rain subsided. The three sat in silence, listening to the last vestiges of the storm fade. "What is my destiny?" Erlon asked. "That I do not know, young Erlon," Kier yawned. "I think that is a discussion for tomorrow." Erlon finished the stew, stood, and moved all the dirty dishes to a pile already sitting near the fire. "Leave them," Kier nodded. "I will clean them in the morning. I think that everyone should get some sleep." He yawned again. "Marlena, you can have my bed on the next level. Erlon, you take the one above that." "What about you?" He smiled at the woman, touched by her concern. "I am quite comfortable right here by the fire. You will find adequate blankets on each bed. Sleep as long as you like." He glanced at the wooden door and the faint light shining through underneath. "The morning has arrived," he chuckled. "I have not stayed up all night in many lifetimes." "Neither have I," Marlena nodded. She stood and stretched. "And I hope it is many more." Marlena and Erlon climbed the spiral staircase, disappearing into the darkness above Kier. He watched them leave. Marlena paused and nodded to him before continuing. He listened to their heavy footfalls above him, studying the ceiling as he followed the sounds with his eyes. They soon settled in, and the noise subsided. Kier stood and moved closer to the fire. He slowly dropped to his knees, then finally lay on the stone floor. The warmth of the fire washed over him, and he released a long sigh. He pulled a heavy wool blanket over him and turned to face the fireplace. Memories flooded his mind, things not thought of in years. He recalled the last time he saw Zokin and the princess, his exile from Avrigon, and all the people he had helped since his banishment to Dyson. He saw each face in vivid color, and each grateful smile warmed his heart. "What will the morrow bring?" he wondered. The fire crackled and burned, lulling him into a dream-filled sleep. Fires filled the clear afternoon sky with heavy, thick smoke. Flames leapt skyward from dozens of thatch and mud huts set ablaze by men on horseback. Steel and leather-armored steeds circled the small seaside village, blocking escape. Men lay dying throughout the checkerboard of huts, arrow and spear wounds draining their life. Women and children ran in panic, searching for a way out of the inferno. Many of them turned toward the sea, braving the whitecaps and heavy storm surf. Few made it. Lorno Byn sat atop his chestnut mare and supervised his troops while they ransacked the village. A strong breeze from the ocean played with his shoulder-length hair. He squinted against the overhead sun, his dark, hazel eyes soaking in every detail of the raid. The Vindicators, his black-clad personal guard, formed a V formation behind him. They sat atop their black steeds, swords in hand, and waited. Lorno turned to his right, then left, noting their positions. A small smile creased his lips. Lorno's vanguard troops returned from Barkatuk 2 days earlier, after losing his prey. That failure cost his top commander his life. The second in command, a woman named Volkrin, assumed command and swore her fealty to the Taigor Mage-Lord. "I will track this Dur, my liege." She bowed, her scarlet cape draping the ground behind her. "I have other plans." Lorno smirked and motioned for her to rise. "It would be a waste of time to send you back to Barkatuk. We know they are not there." He shook his head. "No, I have a better idea." The mage conjured a storm not seen in centuries. The hurricane-force winds and rain swept up the coast from Taigor, ravaging the coastline and destroying everything in its path. Fishing vessels, huts, and farmland all fell to the storm's wrath. "Now," he told Volkrin, "we will follow the storm's path and ensure that Erlon is dead." "Sire," a voice called, rousing him from the memory. He looked ahead to see one of his guards pointing to Lorno's left. He turned in that direction. A man ran from his troops. The villager sprinted toward the black sand beach. Lorno's smirk developed into a full-blown smile, and he effortlessly slid from the leather saddle. The gallop of horses filled the air, and he knew his troops moved to intercept the man. He wanted this one for himself. Byn waved his hands in a circle before him, chanting his favorite spell. The space between his hands glowed a light blue, and the air grew chill. An ice ball formed between his hands, glowing a deep icy blue. With a final chant, he blasted the ice at the fleeing man. The glowing blue bolt flashed across the countryside, freezing any life that it passed near. A rabbit died in mid-hop, flash freezing in mid-air. A small patch of flowers withered and died under the intense cold. The bolt slammed into the man's back. He screamed and fell to the ground. The blast slowly encased him in a solid hunk of ice. The ice burned, turning his skin red and purple. His face warped in pain and terror, frozen in time. Lorno Byn climbed aboard his mare and petted the animal's neck. It snorted and shook its mane. He scanned the battlefield again. The fires burned themselves out, the thick smoke, now tiny wisps heading for the sky. 2 guards escorted an old man toward him. The old man tripped and lost his balance. He fell, his bound hands providing no counterbalance. "The village elder, my lord," one of the guards offered, shoving the man forward. "The elder? Then you know everything that happens in your village, yes? Why did you attack us?" The old man hunched over. Blood smeared his face and hands. "We have nothing." "You have information," Byn suggested. "I am looking for a boy, maybe 20 years. He is traveling with a woman, older, says she is his aunt. Did they come this way?" "Boy? Woman?" The elder shook his head, confused. No. Why did you do this? We are a peaceful village. Who are you?" Lorno Byn snarled and waved a dismissive hand. The guards, in unison, stabbed the old man in the back with foot-long daggers. He screamed, blood gurgling from his lips. He fell to the ground in a cloud of dust. "No survivors?" Byn muttered. "No witnesses." "Yes, my liege." The guards bowed and returned to the village. "Commander Volkrin," Byn looked into the smoke-filled sky. "Proceed to the next village." Kier awoke with a start. He lay on his back, his right side warmed by the fire. Footsteps above told him that his guests were awake. He shivered, rolled over, and stared at the fire. The images of the dream haunted him. Something about that man. He rose slowly, wrapping the blanket around him despite the warmth of the fire. He grimaced at the creaking of his bones and joints. "I'm getting old," he muttered, and moved to a small closet hidden behind the stairwell. He grabbed a couple of potatoes, carrots, beans, and assorted other vegetables. He found another pot, bigger than the one that sat by the fire, and prepared another stew. With the food simmering over the fire, Kier opened the door to the lighthouse. Squeaky hinges protested, gave way, and the door let in bright, clear light. He shielded his eyes and stood in the threshold, letting the morning sun warm him. The surf rolled in, whitecaps crashing onto the shore at irregular intervals. Debris, remnants from the Cordian and other sea junk, littered the sandy beach. A single mast, 3 flags flapping in the breeze, protruded from a pile of wood and rock. The sky lay clear and cloudless, the late morning breeze warm and humid on his face. He stroked his beard and listened to the gulls as they flew overhead. He turned his eyes skyward. Birds floated on the sea breeze. They drifted back and forth, wings outstretched, enjoying the effortless flight. "Good morning." He turned to see Marlena standing at the base of the spiral staircase. She wore cotton pants and shirt, a dagger at her hip, and a pleasant smile. "Morning," he replied. The two stepped outside and stood beside the block base of the lighthouse. The roar of the surf and cry of the gulls seemed louder to Kier, more vibrant. He stared at them again. A couple dove into the churning sea, searching for a meal. "Thank you," Marlena said. She stared at the sea, fondness in her eyes. "For?" "Telling Erlon that story." She smiled. "He enjoyed it, as did I."
"Yours is more thrilling," Kier half-joked. "Tell me, this man you're fleeing, Lorno Byn, what does he look like?"
Marlena looked at him quizzically.
"He is tall, blond, shoulder-length hair, hazel eyes."
"Conjures ice bolts out of the air?"
Her eyes bulged. She nodded.
"How do you—"
"I dreamt of him last night."
Kier turned back toward the sea.
"He is looking for Erlon," he muttered, "and you, destroying everything he touches."
"What did you see?" Marlena urged. "What do you remember?"
Kier recited the dream as best he could recall, the images already fading with the morning. She crossed her arms, listening and nodding occasionally. When he finished, she shook her head.
"That sounds like the village of Koret, near the Taigor Sea."
She traced a line in the air.
"If he moved north from Taigor,"
she mumbled, tracing the path on the invisible map.
Yes, that would have been Koret."
"What is Koret?"
"A fishing village," she explained. "A small cove on the western shore."
She stared at Kier.
"How do you know this?"
"One of the gifts from the people of Avrigon," Kier scoffed. "And part of my exile. In order to help people, I must be able to see their troubles."
"Did you know we were on the beach last night?"
Kier nodded.
"But you didn't come find us?"
"I have been the Lighthouse Keeper for more than 50 years, Kier chuckled. "I am not as spry as I used to be. I cannot get out in a storm to rescue people like I could in my youth."
"Do not kid yourself."
Marlena shook her head.
"You are more than you let on."
"As are you, my dear, as are you."
Erlon bounded down the steps and out into the bright sunshine, cutting off the question on her lips. She nodded his way.
"Mourning?"
Erlon said happily, bouncing with the energy of youth. "Is that stew I smell?"
"A fresh pot is cooking,"
Kier confirmed.
"It will be ready within the hour. In the meantime, if you want to be of assistance,"
Erlon nodded.
"you can clean the dishes from last night."
Kier pointed toward the beach.
"Let the seawater wash away the remains."
Erlon's smile faded. He sighed, nodded, and disappeared into the lighthouse. He returned a moment later with 3 dirty bowls, the corresponding spoons, and the empty pot from the night before.
"There is a path to the left," Kier pointed. "By the time you return, the stew should be ready."
Erlon disappeared down a sandy path and reappeared a few minutes later below the rocky shelf that housed the lighthouse. He chased a few gulls across the sand, laughing as he ran.
"Tell me, Kier," Marlena inquired, "how do you plan on protecting Erlon and I?"
"I'm sorry?"
"You have limited supplies, no weapons, no contact with the outside world," she explained. "How do you plan on protecting us?"
"I sheltered you from the storm," Kier shrugged. "Once you leave Dyson, I cannot intervene."
"What if I said I need your help to ensure Erlon's safety?"
"I am forbidden to leave these shores."
"You've done it before," Marlena accused, "haven't you?"
Kier stared at the woman. She matched his gaze. She offered no malice, no fear, only worry.
"Once," he confessed. "A long time ago."
"Then it's time for you to leave again," she urged. "You know the location of Avrigon. Take us there. It's the only place I know that Erlon will be safe from the Mage-Lord."
"I cannot go back there."
Kier held up a hand in protest.
"They will put me in prison, or worse."
"Your destiny is to protect travelers, yes?"
Kier nodded.
"Then come with us," Marlena pleaded. "We need your help. We cannot stay here with you forever."
"Come where?" They turned to see Erlon standing near them, clean dishes in hand, and a smile on his face. His pants, wet up to his thighs, clung to his legs. "Where are we going?"
"Avrigon,"
Marlena nodded. "Kier has agreed to accompany us, to fulfill his destiny." "Avrigon?" Erlon repeated. "They can help fight Lorno Byn." "Do not get your hopes up," Kier cautioned, wagging his finger. "The elders and mystics of Avrigon may have changed a great deal in 50 years. They may not welcome strangers as they once did." "That's why we need you," Marlena patted him on the back, "to make introductions." Kier opened his mouth to protest and stopped. He recalled his last journey to the city, the threats of imprisonment, Xavier's sentence. The last vestiges of Byn destroying the village trumped those thoughts. The fate of hundreds, perhaps thousands, wrestling with his conscience. He looked at the woman, saw her determination, her desire to protect the boy standing beside her. Perhaps she is right. "Let's eat," Erlon suggested, "and then we can figure out how we're going to get there. Our traveling arrangements will not be an issue," Kier stated. "In fact, that may be the easiest part of the journey." Chapter 11. Kier left his guests at the base level of the lighthouse and slowly wound his way up the staircase. A final glance showed Erlon sitting on the floor, bowl of stew in hand, eating as fast as he could shovel it in his mouth. Marlena sat in her claimed chair, blowing on the hot food before eating each bite. The front door remained open, lighting the entire room. The strong sea breeze flowed through the opening, feeding the flickering fire and ruffling any cloth or paper scattered about the room. He exhaled and continued his climb to his living area. He reached the first level and found the bed made, the room tidier than he left it. He smiled at his gracious guest and moved across the small, cramped space toward a small chifforobe. The only other furniture besides the bed, the wardrobe held all his worldly belongings, a few sets of clothes, a small dinged sword, a small knapsack, and his most prized possession. He gathered his clothes, stuffing them into the knapsack, and attached the sheathed sword to his waist. The heavy metal pulled on his belt, weighing him down. "It's been a long time," he muttered, and removed the scabbard. He slung the pack on his back, hefted the sword, and gathered up a stretch of rolled fabric in his right hand. He staggered a moment under the weight of it all, then proceeded down the stairs. He found Marlena waiting at the base of the staircase. Erlon stood next to her, another bowl of stew in his hands. The young man finished his meal and sat the bowl down. Kier approached and presented the sword. "This was Xavier's," Kier stated. Erlon's eyes grew wide, and he reached for the weapon. He took the sheathed sword and slowly drew the metal blade from its scabbard. He held it up, letting the morning light reflect from its dented blade. He swung the gold-plated sword in a figure 8 before sliding his finger along the edge. Chips of gold flake fell from the blade. "Xavier?" "Yes," Kier said. "I think he would want you to have it. You have his spirit, adventurous and daring." "Thank you," Erlon nodded. He sheathed the blade and attached the scabbard to his belt. He bounced on his toes a couple of times, testing the balance. He looked at Kier and smiled. "What is that?" Marlena asked, pointing to the roll of fabric in Kier's right arm. "This," he replied, patting the cloth. "This is perhaps the only friend I have left in the world. It also belonged to Xavier, but I never found out how he obtained it." Kier squatted, grimacing with the movement, and sat the roll on the floor. He shoved the roll, and it unfurled in a cloud of dust. He stood, admiring the deep blue fabric with gold trim, covered in dirt and grime. It lay upon the floor, the color contrasting with stone. "Meet Apollon," Kier pointed. "Wow!" Erlon smiled, his eyes wide and bright. Marlena took a step back, her gaze locked onto the carpet. "The elders let you keep the carpet?" "Not exactly," Kier smirked. "Then how?" "After Xavier was imprisoned, I was banished here," Kier stated. Marlena nodded and waved her hand for more. "Apollon followed the Pegasus that brought me here.
Kier explained. "He hid until I was alone, and then came to me. He was my only companion for many, many years."
"Why was he put away?" Erlon asked. "Why didn't you just fly away?"
"That is another story, my young friend."
Kier smiled, sadness in his eyes.
"And I'm sure that all will be revealed in time. But for now, if you truly want to go to Avrigon, we need to leave."
The carpet rippled and rose from the floor. It rotated, the short side of the carpet turning to face Kier. At chest high, Apollon curled its forward edge backward. "What?" Erlon began. Kier waved the boy back.
"Apollon does not want to go back to the floating city. This is his means of protest."
"Why?"
"He broke the rules, same as I," Kier explained. "He is in exile as well. His may be self-imposed, but it is exile, nonetheless. He chose to stay here with me, the only other person in the world that he knew."
"And he does not want to go back for fear of—"
"For fear of imprisonment, or worse," Kier finished. "His fate is the same as mine, whatever that fate may be."
Marlena stepped forward and placed her hand on the carpet. She stroked the fabric, her touch rippling the cloth.
"We need your help," she said softly. "Erlon and I are being hunted by Lorno Byn."
Apollon recoiled slightly at the name, startling Marlena. She slowly reached out and resumed stroking the carpet's surface.
"If you know the name," she nodded, "then you know the danger we face. You are our only hope of reaching Avrigon. We need you to take us there so we can ask their assistance in fighting him."
Apollon slid from the touch and floated around the room. His path followed the circular block walls. He turned sideways to slide through the stairwell and repeated the sequence 3 times. The carpet eased out the door and shot into the sky. The 3 followed him outside. All 3 covered their eyes, blocking the sun, and attempted to track the carpet's erratic course. It looped around the lighthouse, soared into the morning sky, and screamed back toward the ground. It leveled off, flying out to the sea barely above the whitecaps.
"Did he leave us?"
Erlon asked.
"I don't think so," Kier mused. "It has been many years since he has been unfurled. I think he is stretching his legs, so to speak."
The blue and gold carpet flew back into sight, faster than Kier had ever seen Apollon fly. He gulped, wondering if his old fingers could hang on at the speed. The flying carpet circled the lighthouse once more and slowed to a stop before the 3 at the base of the structure.
"Feel better?" Kier asked.
It rippled its fabric while holding stationary in the breeze. Apollon bristled, the edges of the carpet curling upwards.
"I'll take that as a yes. I have agreed to aid these travelers," he continued. "I will not force you to, but we need your assistance. This is Marlena and Erlon from Barkatuk."
Marlena stepped forward and stroked the fabric again.
"Will you help us?"
The carpet lowered toward the ground, hovering a foot above the stone surface surrounding the lighthouse.
"That is yes,"
Kier motioned to Apollon. His long hair blew in the breeze, and he swatted strands from his eyes.
"Climb aboard and make yourselves comfortable. It is a long trip."
Kier led the way, sitting first. He crossed his legs and scooted to the forward edge of the carpet. He touched the edges, found the thin reins, and pulled them from the perimeter of the fabric. Apollon shifted as the other 2 followed Kier's example. He felt them slide up close.
"You do not have to sit close."
Kier looked over his shoulder.
"In fact, I recommend you spread out. Hair has a tendency of flowing freely during flight."
Kier waited until Marlena and Erlon situated themselves and faced back forward. He inhaled sharply and forced himself to relax.
"No turning back."
"What about the lighthouse?" Erlon inquired. He pointed to the structure. "What will happen to it?"
"The light will burn for many days," Kier explained, "warning other travelers of the rocks."
He pulled on the reins, and the carpet rose. He guided Apollon slowly circling the lighthouse. He relished the cool sea breeze embracing him. Either I will return to live out my days here, or perhaps the elders will assign another. They hung, suspended in air, and Kier took a final look at his home of 50 years. Early in his exile, he flew aboard Apollon and explored the surrounding area, but found nothing for many miles. I should have taken in this view more often, he mused. The carpet moved beneath him, and he turned to see Erlon gripping the fabric tightly. Don't grip him like that.
Does it hurt him?
Erlon asked, releasing his fistful of fabric. No, he recalled Xavier's admonishment years earlier. It tickles. He turned back forward. Apollon, take us to Avrigon. The flying carpet made one last circle of the lighthouse before heading west, away from the rising sun. Erlon sat on the back of the carpet, looking over the side at the ocean water far below. The clouds parted, leaving only a crystal blue sky above and below. He gulped, his heart pounding at the thought of slipping off the fabric. Apollon, apparently sensing his apprehension, curled his edge as a barrier. Kier sat toward the front edge of the flying carpet, reins held lightly in his hands. He appeared younger than the night before, the trip obviously agreeing with him. His hair, still matted and stringy, floated in the breeze. Marlena lay on the carpet beside Erlon, stretched out and snoring softly. He looked at his aunt, mesmerized at her slow, steady breathing. He had known her all his life, and she continuously surprised him. From fighting the Vindicators, to sailing the Courtian, to sleeping on a flying carpet, Erlon felt that he truly did not know the woman at all. He sat forward, studying Kier steering the carpet. The Lighthouse Keeper rarely touched the reins, letting Apollon lead the way. Erlon slid forward, brushing Kier's flowing hair out of his face. Kier? Yes, my young friend. Do you truly fly the carpet, or does Apollon know the way? A bit of both, I suppose, Kier laughed lightly. Have you ever ridden a horse? Yes. Do you always lead the horse? Kier inquired. Or do you allow it to follow the trail, only providing direction when necessary? Erlon nodded his understanding. How does Apollon fly? I do not know. Kier smiled. He slid to his right and patted the open space to his left. Erlon slid to sit beside him. I asked that question of Xavier, but never received a reply. Perhaps, when we reach Avrigon, I will ask an elder. Erlon barely heard Kier. The spectacular view erased all fear of falling. Distant clouds dotted the horizon, but did not diminish the clear sky. A flock of birds flew below them, and Erlon leaned forward to follow their progress. He sat back up, a smile on his face. The breeze, although cool, refreshed him and washed his troubles away. Take the reins, young Erlon. You fly him. Kier offered the reins. Erlon took the reins, and Apollon rippled beneath him. What? What did I do? Nothing, Kier laughed. He knows that you have the reins. It is his way of greeting. Erlon patted the carpet, the small string light and fragile in his hands. Following Kier's lead, he sat them in his lap, content to let Apollon fly. How much longer? A few hours, Kier replied. He yawned and stretched. I think I will take a nap. Erlon's eyes widened. Kier patted him on the back. Relax, my young friend. Apollon will take us where we need to go. Enjoy the view. He slid back behind Erlon, curled up on his left side facing Marlena, and closed his eyes. Apollon curled up the edge of the carpet protectively. Erlon watched the man for a moment before facing forward. He exhaled, letting the breeze wash over him. They continued on, the sun tracking them across the sky. The amber orb headed for the horizon directly ahead, blinding Erlon. He squinted against the glare until clouds rolled in, dark and ominous. A chill filled the air. Kier? he called over his shoulder, eyes locked onto the horizon. Far below, the sea turned to land, and tall mountain ranges stretched for the heavens. Snow-capped peaks broke through the clouds. "Kier?" he called again. "Yes, young Erlon," the Lighthouse Keeper groggily replied. Erlon felt the man slide up beside him. "What is it?" "I do not like the look of those clouds," Erlon stated, a tremble in his voice. "Should we go around?" Kier put his hand on Erlon's shoulder, and a smile crossed his lips. "No, dear boy. Wait and watch. Soon the clouds will part, and you will see." "See what?" "Avrigon." "Are we there?" asked the sleepy feminine voice. "Almost," Kier replied. Marlena crawled up behind Erlon. He turned to see his aunt rested, with bright eyes and tangled hair. She smiled at him, then turned her eyes to the clouds ahead. "Should we go around?" "No." Kier crossed his arms. "Head directly to the setting sun." The sun set behind the clouds, dimming the atmosphere. The air grew cool and damp. Erlon shivered, but kept his eyes on the horizon. The clouds parted, revealing the gleaming silver and glass city of Avrigon. The city glowed in the final light of the setting sun, giving off a golden light. "Look!" Erlon pointed, eyes wide. A Pegasus flew out to greet them. The stallion flapped its long, feathered wings and kicked its legs, circling the carpet. The beast whinnied, the sound echoing through the sky, and turned back toward the city. "Follow it," Kier whispered. Erlon gently took the reins and tugged to the right. Apollon acknowledged, changing course and pursuing the flying horse. He remembered Kier's story about circling the city, and frowned in disappointment when the Pegasus flew straight toward one of the central spires of the city. The Pegasus pulled up, flapping its wings hard to stop in mid-flight. It hovered there and kicked its legs toward a small clearing below. Erlon looked down at another horse waiting for them. He nodded and turned to stare at the still-kicking horse. Maybe he doesn't recognize a nod. He raised his hand and waved at the creature. The beast whinnied again. The sound reverberated off the surrounding spires, and it took to the skies. It circled the central complex twice before disappearing into the darkening sky. Erlon tugged on the reins and directed Apollon to land beside the other horse. The carpet descended, and Erlon gulped. "That's not a horse, it's a unicorn." The shock of seeing the horned beast fled faster than it arrived, and a smile split Erlon's face. Apollon landed, hovering a foot off the stone ground, and rippled his fabric. Erlon, Kier, and Marlena stepped from the carpet and stood on wobbly, shaky legs. Hours on the carpet left them weak and unsteady. Erlon wavered a bit, as if the cobblestone ground of the city moved. A handful of people moved through the city. Fewer glanced their way. Cracks in the cobblestone walkways and ramshackle buildings led down side streets. Boards and other barricades blocked a few of the buildings, unused for years. A jagged split adorned the closest spire. The cut appeared to go all the way to the top. The unicorn stepped forward, interrupting his inspection. The beast sniffed each of them in turn. It bounced slightly at Marlena, snarled at Kier, cocked its head inquisitively at Erlon. It sniffed again, then bowed deeply. Its horn glowed a bright gold, warm and inviting. Erlon instinctively reached out and touched the appendage. He recoiled at a flash of heat and quickly pulled his hand back. He opened his hand and, eyes wide and heart-pounding, stared at a glowing jewel. "What?" He looked at the unicorn. "Thank you." The beast stood, bowed again, turned, and walked away. "What was that all about?" Marlena asked. She stared at the glowing orb in Erlon's hand. "What is that?"
"That is a symbol of greetings," a voice called from the base of the spire. "It means welcome."
Erlon turned to see a man dressed in fashionable pants and tunic, a green cape blowing in the soft breeze. He stood a half-head taller than Kier, with wavy salt and pepper hair and piercing blue eyes. He smiled and extended his hand.
I am Magistrate Higgins.
Erlon shook his hand and found the grip firm. I am Erlon Dur. The magistrate moved to Marlena and shook her hand. Marlena, she offered. He bowed slightly and moved to stand before Kier. A look of sadness washed over his face, and he shook his head.
Kier, the Lighthouse Keeper.
Magistrate,
you were told not to leave your island again, the magistrate scolded. You were warned after the last incident.
Erlon and his aunt persuaded me, Kier offered. The old man appeared younger to Erlon, more vibrant.
His aunt?
The magistrate glanced to Marlena.
Ah, yes, I understand, but that does not excuse you of your duties.
Kier glanced at Erlon, fire in his eyes.
I felt my duties were here, protecting them. That remains to be seen.
The spire door opened, and guards entered the small courtyard. They surrounded Kier and the others. The Avrigon protectors crossed their arms and stoically stared straight ahead. The magistrate turned to Erlon and bowed.
You, sir, and your aunt are welcome in the city of Avrigon.
He turned to Kier.
You, Lighthouse Keeper, are under arrest.
Chapter 12. You cannot blame him for bringing us here, Marlena protested. I asked him to accompany us. She stood before the magistrate and the council of elders. Light streamed into the round chamber from lanterns circling the room high above. The magically revolving torches created ever-shifting shadows in the small room. The council, wearing black flowing robes, sat on a raised dais above her. The magistrate, his green cape draped over his chair, sat directly below the council, on Marlena's level. She wore new, clean clothes, the dagger at her side. Her long hair draped down her back in a ponytail. A night's sleep and a hot meal refreshed her and gave her the energy to confront the elders. Anger provided color in her cheeks. He came of his own volition, one of the two female council members corrected. She appeared to be the youngest of the three, with auburn hair, brown eyes, and pale skin. Her dark robes provided stark contrast to her skin tone. He knew the punishment of leaving Dyson. Your mandate to Kier was to protect travelers, yes? The woman nodded. And that is what he has done. He has seen us safely to Avrigon, which is more than I can say for you.
Watch your tongue, Marlena,
the lone male councilman stated. He waggled a crooked, wrinkled finger at her.
Your failure to foresee the attack in Barkatuk.
I am not a seer, Marlena snarled. She took a calming breath. I could not know that Lorno Byn and his vindicators would attack us in Barkatuk. We have lived there for years without incident. Something has happened to spawn this new search. The council members exchanged glances but remained silent. The magistrate steepled his fingers, placed his elbows on his wooden desk, and leaned forward, his chin on his hands.
We do not yet know why the mage of Taigor is once again searching for the heir to the throne. Our spies have yet to provide a report.
They are probably dead, she spat.
Perhaps, the magistrate agreed. The reason changes nothing. Your task was—
My mandate was to watch over the princess, which I did, she interjected. We are here seeking your assistance, and the only ally we have is locked in your dungeon. The magistrate sat back. The leather wrapping his chair creaked with the movement. He signaled to the guards near the door. They disappeared into the adjoining hall and returned a minute later with Kier in tow. He wore new clothes, his long hair clean and combed. His beard had been trimmed, his eyes not quite as sunken as before. He moved with more liveliness, a spring in his step, and approached the council, stopping beside Marlena. "Good morning," he smiled cheerfully. "What did I miss?" "Silence!" Marlena leaned over. "I am currently pleading for your life. You should look more distraught." "My apologies," he whispered back. "That was the best night's sleep I've had in years. I feel great." He winked at her. "I will try to look more pained." "Silence!" the councilwoman repeated. The magistrate stood and turned to face the dais.
"I need a moment with the prisoner."
The councilwoman nodded in acknowledgment, and Higgins stepped from his position. He gathered Kier and Marlena by the arms and escorted them to the opposite side of the room.
"Does Erlon know who he is?"
the magistrate asked.
"I do not think so," Kier replied. "I kept my tales of adventure vague in relation to his ancestry."
He glanced at Marlena.
"Your thoughts?"
She exhaled, pursed her lips, and shook her head. "He believes I am his aunt, and I do not want to dispel that notion, at least not yet."
"He must be told,"
the magistrate stated.
"He needs to know who he is so that he may embrace his destiny."
"Not yet," Marlena protested.
"We may not have a lot of time,"
Higgins grimaced.
"There are a number of obstacles in our path. The quicker he knows, the better."
He looked at Kier.
"You need to tell him."
"Me?"
Kier touched his chest.
"Why me?"
"You knew Princess Pyrrha and Xavier. You were there when she died."
"No,"
Kier interjected loudly. The single word drew glances from the council. He lowered his voice and continued.
"No, you exiled me again before her death."
He looked at Marlena.
"You were there, not I."
He pointed to the woman.
"She should tell him."
"I cannot." She shook her head. Thoughts of that conversation filled her mind. She knew it would not end well. "He has known me his entire life. He will hate me if the truth comes from me."
"He will hate you either way,"
Kier offered. "But it cannot come from me."
"So?"
Magistrate Higgins mused.
"What do you suggest?"
"We let him figure it out on his own."
Kier shrugged.
"I will tell him of my last visit to Barkatuk."
The magistrate thought for a moment.
"Agreed."
He turned to a pair of guards by the door.
"Bring in Erlon."
The guards moved to carry out the order, and Higgins returned to his seat. Marlena and Kier stood in the middle of the room. "You look like you feel better," she muttered.
"Best in years,"
Kier acknowledged. He gazed at her, then looked at the council.
"They have not changed at all, like time has stopped for them."
"But the city," she began. The guards returned with Erlon in tow. He embraced Marlena, then turned his attention to the council and the magistrate.
"Erlon?"
Higgins nodded.
"I am sure you have questions. Before you ask them, I think you should hear of Kier's return visit to Barkatuk. His story may answer some of your questions."
"Or lead to more,"
Kier muttered. Higgins frowned.
"Please, proceed."
"I'm not sure this is wise." Apollon hovered over the stone ground outside of the lighthouse, floating lightly on the breeze. Dark clouds hastened the wind, and Kier pulled his leather jacket tight around him. He smelled the water in the air and turned his attention to the sea. A storm brewed on the horizon, promising rain, wind, and a light snow. The carpet rippled in response, and Kier smirked.
"Does that mean you agree or disagree?"
Again the flying carpet rippled. Kier brushed his shoulder-length dark hair out of his face.
"That doesn't help."
He sighed and nodded.
"Good idea or not, I want to visit Zokin and the princess. We've been here 2 years."
He almost convinced himself, but doubts remained.
"The elders won't know we made a quick trip, right?"
The carpet rippled again. Kier rolled his eyes and climbed aboard the carpet.
"You are no help. Take us to Barkatuk."
Apollon took to the skies, traveling parallel to the approaching storm. Lightning played in the distance, too far away to hear the thunder. The carpet stayed low, opting to skirt across the countryside. Kier kept his eyes on the storm, mesmerized by the near-constant streaks of lightning. After a while, he lay back, hands on his chest, and thought about his exile. The elders sent him to the lighthouse to keep the light burning and protect any travelers unlucky enough to find themselves on Dyson. In 2 years, only 3 people visited the island sanctuary. He did as asked. He gave them food and shelter, and then sent them on their way. His only constant companion was Apollon, who arrived the day after the Pegasus dropped him at the lighthouse. He spent his days tending a small garden, gathering wood for the fire, and replacing the trees he cut down. The more he explored, the smaller the island became. Kier did not disobey the elders, living his life as instructed. The two explored the island and found nothing of interest. The nearest large landmass lay to the north, more than a half-day's flight. They flew each of the other cardinal directions, but found nothing within a day's ride. Distraught, they settled in for the long wait. The elders provided a large stockpile of books. Kier spent the first year reading and rereading the books and learned much about language, alchemy, math, and science. He learned to enjoy fishing, sitting on the beach for hours casting lines into the sea. He planted a small garden with seeds provided by the elders and harvested various vegetables. He did what he could to remain active and occupy his time. The task turned routine. Boredom returned to his days, and restless dreams filled his nights. Boredom overcame his 23-year-old judgment, and after 2 years he decided to visit his old friend Zokin and to check on the princess and her child. "What do I have to lose?" he mumbled, the words lost in the wind. A ripple through the fabric beneath him roused him from his memories. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and stared at the landmass taking shape before him. A large crescent harbor lay directly ahead. A myriad of boats, large and small, dotted the water's surface. He gripped the reins and tugged to the right, changing course toward Zokin's farm on the outskirts of Barkatuk. The harbor morphed into the dirt and mud streets of the city, then the green prairie land beyond. They dove from the cloudy sky, and Apollon stopped near the door of Zokin's home. The house and surrounding land lay in disrepair. A chill coursed down Kier's spine. The boards covering the windows lay at odd angles, the front door missing altogether. The roof caved in on the side facing the town, where his own room had been 2 years earlier. "Zokin!" Kier called, dismounting the carpet. "Pira?" He entered the house and discovered the interior in worse condition than the exterior. Furniture lay scattered and broken in every room, clothes strewn everywhere. A baby crib made of wood lay crumbled under the caved-in roof in his old room. What happened? He wondered aloud, and moved to exit the ramshackle house. He stepped into the dreary sunlight. A sharp pain stabbed his right side, and he froze. He slowly looked down to see the tip of a spear touching his ribs. "Who are you?" a feminine voice demanded. "Pira?" "Wrong," the voice snarled. "I am Pira." Kier turned slowly, the spear moving from his ribs to his breastplate, stopping directly over his heart. He stared at the woman holding the spear, barely recognizing her. "It's me, Kier." "Kier?" "Yes, I left here with Xavier." "That was 2 years ago," she yelled. "Where have you been? Where is Xavier?" She looked around the overgrown yard. "Xavier! Xavier!" "He is gone," Kier replied. He reached down and gently pushed the spear away from his heart. "We ran into a bit of trouble at Avrigon. He was imprisoned, and I was exiled." He surveyed the property. "Where is Zokin?" he inquired. "Dead." "What?" Pira pulled the spear away, placing the end of the staff on the ground. She brushed her unkempt hair out of her eyes. Tears streaked down her dirty face. "He died last year when this happened." She waved at the house. "What did happen here?" Kier asked. "It's not safe here." She shook her head. "They could still be watching." "Who?" "Agents of the king." "Of Taigor?" She nodded. "Come with me. I know a place we will be safe." Kier looked around and noticed that Apollon had disappeared. "In hiding. Smart carpet." He nodded and followed the princess into the nearby woods. They followed a well-worn trail through the trees until his legs throbbed with the effort. He did not walk much around the lighthouse, and vowed to change that if he lived through the trip. Pira abruptly left the trail, motioning for Kier to continue through thick underbrush. The bushes rustled, and he turned to see Pira camouflaging their side trail. Her task complete, she waved him forward, and they continued deeper into the forest. "Where are we going?" "A safe place," she replied curtly. Kier's legs ached, his muscles burned. He breathed a sigh of relief when they reached a small camp deep in the forest. Light shone through tree branches high above, highlighting various points on the ground. Forest animals ran along the branches and through the brush around them. A small stream trickled near a well-made lean-to. Smoke drifted from a small fire. Pyrrha leaned the spear against a tree and produced a pair of cups from the lean-to. She led him to the stream, and they both drank heavily. They moved back to the camp, and she stoked the fire, adding a pair of logs. She sat and motioned for him to do the same. "Now," she stared at him, "tell me what happened to Xavier." Kier relayed their trip to Avrigon, meeting the sorceress, and their subsequent punishment. Pyrrha remained silent the entire time, listening and nodding occasionally. Night fell, the firelight casting her face in an eerie glow as he finished his tale. "And you've been banished to a lighthouse for 2 years?" "Yes," Kier acknowledged. He rubbed his stubbly chin. "Now, what happened to Zokin and his farm, and where is your child?" "As Zokin predicted, my father dispatched men to look for me. About a year ago they found us." She smirked. "Zokin had many friends in Barkatuk, and they sent runners to warn us. They arrived only minutes before the royal guards. He sent Dara and me away, but stayed behind to buy us time." "Dara?" "My daughter." "Ah, please, continue." "One of the locals led us into the woods." She recited the story, tears welling in her eyes. "I do not know exactly what happened. I was not there. We hid in the woods for several days, eating what we could and drinking from the stream. We waited almost a week, and when we returned, we found the house a wreck, and Zokin in the front yard, stabbed through the heart. No one even moved him." Kier exhaled slowly, fighting his rage. "No reason to kill that old man." "He was an enemy of my father," Pyrrha reminded him. "They killed him for heresy, I'm sure of it." "So what happened then?" "The citizens of Barkatuk took us in for a while, shuffling us from house to house. My father's guards stayed for months, keeping an eye on the farm. They finally gave up, but we suspected someone stayed behind." She nodded. "We finally established this camp. Dara and I have been here ever since." "You've been living here for months?" She nodded. "Where is your daughter?" "She is with one of the townspeople. I return to the house occasionally to see if anyone is watching or looting. That's how I found you." A twig snapped in the forest, and she put her finger to her lips. She stood quietly, retrieved her spear, and disappeared into the brush. She moved like a cat, silently stalking prey. Kier slid across the forest floor and hid behind the lean-to at the edge of darkness. "Princess?" a voice called from the night. The male voice sounded familiar, but Kier could not place it. "Dara and I have returned." A man entered the realm of firelight, holding a young girl in his arms. Blankets wrapped the child tightly, fighting off the chill of the night. The flickering flames lit his face, and Kier's heart sank. He left the lean-to and stepped into the firelight, across from the man. Kier crossed his arms and nodded. "Magistrate?" Magistrate Higgins placed the little girl at his feet. "Kier," he acknowledged. Dara stood near the fire and stared at Kier with deep brown eyes. Xavier's eyes. She smiled an innocent smile.
"Hello,"
she called. "Hello, Dara," Kier replied, kneeling to stare at the child. Pyrrha appeared at the magistrate's side, her spear held loosely in her hands. "Thank you for watching her, Jararan." She eyed him suspiciously. "Do you know Kier? He called you magistrate." "He is a former magistrate in Rorel," Kier said quickly, cutting off Higgins. "We knew each other before I traveled with Xavier. It's good to see you again." Higgins smiled. "And you." Pyrrha grabbed Dara, lifted the girl, and swung her around. "And how are you? Did you have fun with Uncle Jararan?" They walked off, talking about the day's events. The magistrate walked around the fire and approached Kier. He spoke in a low voice. "What are you doing here, Lighthouse Keeper?" "I could ask you the same thing." "When we learned that the king's forces were closing in on Barkatuk, the council dispatched me to look over them. I settled into the town, trying to stay out of sight. Zokin recognized me. He was a very cunning man." Kier nodded his agreement.
When the king's men arrived, I ran to the farmhouse. I had no idea he would order me away and stay behind. I took Pyrrha and Dara and left. I found out later that he was killed. Now, what are you doing here? Why did you break exile?
I have been on that island for 2 years, Kier stated, staring into the magistrate's eyes. I wanted to check on the princess and her daughter. I had no idea that Zokin was dead until I arrived a few hours ago.
How did you get here?
I'd rather not say, he replied sheepishly.
The carpet.
Higgins nodded.
I figured it went with you when we could not find it. Honestly, I'm surprised you did not break exile sooner.
I just wanted to make sure they were safe, Kier confessed.
Noble, the magistrate confirmed, but against the rules. By coming here, you have forfeited your life.
Kier glanced across the small camp to see Pyrrha playing with her daughter. Smiles lit both of their faces as they clapped along to a song they sang. I'll make you a deal, Kier started. He waited until the magistrate nodded before he continued. You allow me to return to the lighthouse, and I won't tell the princess that you are the man that imprisoned the father of her child. The magistrate's eyes widened. He bristled at the comment.
You wouldn't.
What have I to lose? The magistrate glanced at his charges.
Anything else you want?
Yes, Kier nodded. Assign a new protector. I don't think you are the right person for this job.
Of that we agree,
Higgins nodded.
Fine. You return to Dyson and continue your duties. I will return to Avrigon and continue mine. A new guardian will be assigned to watch over the princess and her child.
Deal. Kier extended his hand. The magistrate shook it.
Now, let's enjoy our last visit with the princess.
Chapter 13. Why tell me this now? Erlon asked. He stared at Marlena, anger and hurt in his eyes. During Kier's tale, the elders retired for afternoon administrative duties. The magistrate led the 3 visitors to his office, and Kier finished the history lesson. Kier, dry-mouthed, took a drink of water. He kept an eye on Erlon, waiting for his reactions. The boy sat in a high-backed chair, opposite the magistrate's desk. Marlena sat beside Erlon in an identical chair. The office appeared the same as it did 50 years earlier. The desk, a little more worn than before, occupied almost a third of the room. The magistrate's chair, Kier thought it the same leather-bound one from earlier, and the 2 guest chairs took up another third. That left space for a small wooden table near the door and a spot for Kier to stand. Torches lit the room, 2 on each wall, their flickering creating and dissipating shadows at a whim. 2 windows, strategically placed between the torches on opposite walls, provided a steady, cool breeze from the Avrigon evening.
You need to know your ancestry. The magistrate nodded. You are the crown prince of Taigor. Recent reports from our operatives there suggest that Lorno Byn is getting ready to move against the king, if he hasn't already. The king has reportedly taken ill. I wager the Mage-Lord wants to ensure there are no other heirs before he declares himself king.
But why now? Erlon insisted. He stared at Marlena. You have known me all of my life. You should have told me sooner. He huffed and exhaled. His nostrils flared, his face red. I hoped that he would never find us, Marlena admitted. And when the Vindicators did, my only thought was keeping you safe. And now we are here. Erlon turned to the magistrate. And I'm safe here?
Yes.
Kier stood quietly, observing the exchange. He took another drink, despite his bound wrists. The rope bindings bit into him with the movement. Despite the ropes and dry throat, he felt better than he had in years, stronger, with more energy and less pain from old joints. He looked at the magistrate, studying his face.
The man has not aged in 50 years, he noted. I wonder if there is something about Avrigon that prevents aging.
He looked at his bound hands and nodded. His hands no longer resembled those of an old man. Am I a prisoner? Erlon inquired.
No, of course not. If you follow the rules, you can come and go as you please."
"Is my grandfather still alive?" That question caught Kier off guard, and he turned his attention back to the conversation. He had not thought of Xavier, locked in the dungeon in the bowels of the floating city. He listened for the magistrate's answer.
"No, young Erlon."
Higgins shook his head.
"He died some years ago. I am afraid that Kier and Marlena are the only lines to your past."
"What will you do with Kier?"
"He will be sent back to the lighthouse," came the reply. "He has served us well for many years."
"And Marlena?"
"She will stay by your side as your protector and guardian."
Erlon sat back, deep in thought. The silence lulled the conversation, and Kier's mind again wandered.
"Back to the lighthouse? I am the rightful heir to Taigor,"
Erlon mused. The words broke the silence and hung in the air. A bright glow poured from the satchel at his side. He reached into the pouch and retrieved the jewel given to him by the unicorn on their arrival. It glowed a happy orange in his hand. "What is this?" he asked, showing the glowing orb to Higgins.
"That, young Erlon, is a destiny crystal,"
the magistrate explained. He stood, the chair creaking with the movement, and walked around to the front of the desk. He sat on the corner, staring at the gem, but did not touch it.
"It is a guide. It glows when you are on the path to fulfill your destiny."
He smiled.
"Whatever you are thinking, it appears to be the right path. It is a rare event when a unicorn produces one. Rarer still when one provides it to a non-citizen of Avrigon."
His voice drifted, deep in thought.
"Rare indeed."
Erlon stared at the jewel, eyes reflecting the glow. He offered it to Marlena, who instinctively took it. The glow instantly diminished. The jewel became a lifeless rock in less than a heartbeat. Erlon's smile faded, and he turned to the magistrate, his face distraught. What happened?"
"She is not yet on the right path,"
Higgins explained.
"Her destiny is yet to be recognized."
Marlena handed the rock back to Erlon. It glowed immediately, filling his face again with orange light. He smiled again and faced Kier, offering the gem. Kier waved his hands away and shook his head. "I know my destiny, my path in this life, is complete." The gem wavered, dimming for a moment before brightening. Erlon pushed it closer to Kier. "Are you sure?"
"Yes,"
Kier replied, his eyes locked onto the jewel.
"My destiny is to protect travelers as the Lighthouse Keeper."
The jewel flickered again, nearly dying out, before resuming its normal illumination. Erlon's brows furrowed. "I would not be so sure." Kier looked from the jewel to the magistrate. Higgins sat on the edge of the desk, staring at the glowing gem, his face a mask of surprise and uncertainty. He looked up, locked eyes with Kier, and quickly looked away.
We have bigger issues than the destiny crystal," Higgins said abruptly. "There are many factors that we need to address," he pointed, "and that is not one of them."
"Such as?" Kier asked.
"Erlon retaking the throne of Taigor."
"Hold on." Kier raised his bound hands. "We don't even—" He fought with the ropes biting into his wrists. "Don't even— Can you remove these, please?" Magistrate Higgins nodded and rose from his seat on the edge of the desk. He pointed to the dagger at Marlena's waist.
"May I?"
She produced the knife and handed it him. He cut Kier's bonds with a single upward slice, and the rope fell to the floor. Higgins hefted the blade and rolled it in the palm of his hand. He handed it, hilt first, back to Marlena.
"Nice knife. Where did you get it?"
"A gift from my father." Recognition flashed in his eyes.
"Ah, yes."
He returned to his seat and motioned for Kier to continue.
"Thank you,"
Kier said, rubbing his wrists.
"As I was saying, we don't even know if Erlon wants to be the crown prince."
"Or what other issues may pose a threat," Marlena chimed in. Magistrate Higgins sighed. He cracked his neck from one side to another.
Let's take a walk. Outside."
The four of them left the office, descended a flight of stairs, and exited the spire into a lush garden. Lamp posts lit the night, illuminating a path through the manicured grounds. Animals rustled among the flowers and bushes. The sounds of the city intruded on the tranquility slightly, but not enough to detract from the beauty around them. Kier noted the lack of activity for the early evening. He recalled the bustling city of 50 years earlier, the flocks of birds, herds of mythical creatures, and multitude of citizens. The city seemed diminished, lesser somehow. Erlon and Higgins took the lead, with Marlena and Kier following behind. They walked in silence down the lit path for several minutes before the magistrate continued the conversation.
"Yes, you are right, Kier. Does Erlon want to become the king some day? That is the question. The Destiny Crystal would suggest yes, but it has been wrong before."
He cast his eyes at the Lighthouse Keeper.
"It foretold your ascension to Protector, but now it says your destiny is different. I do not know."
"Put that aside for a moment," Marlena commented. "What other issues are we facing?"
"Avrigon," Higgins said, raising his arms to take in the whole garden. "Avrigon is dying."
"Dying?"
Erlon repeated. "Yes. It is not something that is well known, and only a handful of us understand what is happening."
"Which is?"
Kier inquired. "Avrigon is sustained by magic," the magistrate explained as they walked. "Magic in the world is dying. As man grows in intellect and ability, the belief in magic wanes. Kier, the last time you were here, do you recall the animals, the beasts of magic?"
"Yes," Kier nodded. "Herds of winged horses, unicorns, the Hydra?" He looked across the nearby body of water. "Where are they?"
"Dead or dying. As the belief in magic dies, the animals perish. Without the animals and their magic, Avrigon will soon follow."
The magistrate stopped and faced the trio.
"We have limited resources available. Our ability to fight evil in the world is diminished. We have devoted much of what is left to watching Lorno Byn and his campaign of evil. If we can defeat him and insert Erlon into his rightful place in Taigor, that will help us conserve our resources."
"That is one option," Kier stated. "But what happens if we do nothing?"
"Many thousands of innocents will die."
"How can you be sure?" Marlena arched an eyebrow. "I was always told the future is not set."
"It isn't," Higgins affirmed. "But to do nothing will invite disaster."
"Thousands will die?" Erlon shook his head. "If I don't follow what you say is my destiny, thousands will die?"
"Yes."
I, he stammered. "Hold on," Kier interrupted. "You said that the crystal had been wrong before, like with me. I still don't know what that is all about. But anyway, why can't it be wrong now?"
"Before you came here, you had a dream, yes?" the magistrate asked. "A dream of a village destroyed by Lorno Byn?"
"How do you know?"
"We still have some magic at our disposal," Higgins smiled. "We have been tracking Marlena and Erlon for some time. We lost them in the storm, blocked by Lorno Byn and his unholy sorcery. We found them again when they arrived at Dyson, under your care. When our magi saw the destruction of Corette, they implanted the images in you, hoping that you would bring them here."
Kier cocked his head. "You hoped I would... Does that mean the entire throw him in jail was a ruse?"
The magistrate smiled. "We need your help more than we need you in prison." He motioned down the trail, and the four of them headed back toward his office. Kier noticed the spire peeking through the tree canopy above. The silver tower stood out against the starry night.
"Your magi foresaw the attack and put it in my head?"
"Essentially."
"And now?"
"And now they have seen another vision," Higgins acknowledged. "One of great destruction and loss of life. One that will secure Lorno's ascension to king."
They reached the base of the spire. The door stood open, beckoning. "What vision is that?" Erlon asked.
"The destruction of Barkatuk." Chapter 14. A hot, humid wind blew in from the sea, coating Barkatuk in a salty, muggy blanket. A cyclone circled the bay, fueled by the hot afternoon sun high overhead. Dust devils traveled the streets, sending the citizens toward the safety of their homes. The vendor booths in the city center lay abandoned, ravaged by the elements. Far to the south, Lorno Byn stood atop a rocky hill, thousands of troops arrayed behind him. The Vindicators surrounded him. They sat on horseback, their bodies covered in black clothes, swords strapped diagonally across their backs. Commander Volkrin adjusted a scarlet sash around her waist, her eyes scanning the distant city. Byn raised his head toward the heavens, eyes closed, arms outstretched, and chanted an incantation. He swept his left hand forward, commanding the cyclone landward. The swirling wind came ashore, destroying fishing vessels and the wooden dock. It lashed out at the streets and mud huts before dissipating into the town. Storm clouds gathered above the town, blocking out the sun. Lightning lashed out, striking the abandoned vendor market. A fruit stand exploded, raining apples and pears across Barkatuk. The wooden booth ignited, the fire quickly spreading to nearby vendor stands. The city center burned, filling the dark sky with thick black smoke.
"Commander Volkrin," Byn muttered, his eyes closed. "Signal the fleet to take the bay."
He paused, his voice strained. He waved his arm again, sending many cyclones tearing through the town.
"Proceed with your troops from the east and catch them before they can escape. Find the village elders."
Byn grimaced. Lightning struck an adobe hut. It erupted, filling the sky with mud and burning thatch.
"I need them alive."
"Yes, my liege." Volkrin bowed atop her steed. She pulled the reins and steered her horse away from the rise. She kicked the beast, spurring it down the rocky hill at breakneck speed. The sudden wind felt good on her uncovered face, cooling against the afternoon heat. She stopped the horse before her second in command, a thin, humorless man named Biori. "Ride to the sea," she ordered, "and signal the fleet to attack. They are to destroy every ship in the harbor and push inward. Push the citizens to me in the east." Her voice filled with venom at the mention of herself. Her pulse quickened, anticipating the battle. "Raise the city," she nodded, "but save the elders. The Mage-Lord Byn demands them alive." "Yes, Commander," Biori replied with a slight bow. He turned and rode off, 3 men with him, toward the sea. Their horses kicked up dust with each gallop. She looked over the thousands of troops at her command, a seductive smile on her lips. "Lieutenant Klen," she addressed her third in command, "take 300 warriors and set up south of the city. Stay hidden." The man bowed, disappointment etched upon his face. "Do not fret," she said. "You will have your opportunity. If any flee south, they are yours." He looked up. His eyes gleamed. "And if not, your force will be the one to destroy the city. Leave no building standing." A smile split his face. "Yes, Commander." He bowed again. "The rest of you," Volkrin yelled, her voice carrying on the hot wind. "Come with me." She tugged the reins to her left. The horse obeyed, and she set off at an uneasy trot. The gait bounced her off the small leather saddle, and she resisted the urge to spur the horse into a gallop. Instead, she slowed the animal to a walk. She nodded her approval at the gentle rise and fall of the horse at the new speed. She looked rearward to the hundreds that followed. Black-clad Vindicators rode on her flanks, while the rest, on foot, trailed behind. She turned forward, content with the speed for now. Although Volkrin expected little resistance, she did not want to arrive at the village with her army tired and demoralized. She rode in silence, the rhythmic slap of the hooves beneath her and the hundreds of leather sandals behind her lulled her into a relaxed state. She exhaled slowly, letting the horse guide its way through the rocky terrain and scraggly brush. They traveled through a narrow ravine, the army behind her condensed to standing shoulder to shoulder, 6 abreast. Volkrin sat up straight,
eyes scanning the lip of the ravine as she traveled the winding trail.
"Perfect spot for an ambush," she mused. "Good thing they don't know we are coming."
She exited the ravine, the town of Barkatuk shimmering in the distance. The bay lay to her left, out of sight, but she relished the view of the center of the city. Cyclones still tore through the city, upending thatch roofs and destroying mud adobes at random. Fires raged in the market square, black smoke belching into the sky. Nothing moved on the city streets. The trail split, and Volkrin waved for Klen to lead his army left while she took the right fork. The forces separated, and she turned in her saddle, looking for Mage-Lord Byn. She saw him, still standing on the rise, arms outstretched, directing his magical attack on the city. Volkrin faced forward, a satisfied smirk on her face. It took another half-hour before they arrived on the eastern outskirts of the city. Here, the dirt streets and mud houses morphed into green fields and small patches of forest. The land rose slightly toward the base of the eastern mountains. She shivered a little, the air cooler and cleaner at the edge of the forest. She sat tall in the saddle and watched the mage-directed storm wreak havoc on the city. Her lieutenants issued orders, organizing the infantry and archers. She did not say a word, did not need to say anything, as her well-trained troops positioned themselves for battle.
"Ready, Commander,"
she heard behind her. Volkrin nodded. She tugged on the reins to keep her steed at bay and waited. From her vantage, she could see the entire town. The waters of the bay churned, whitecaps bashing the shore. The undamaged ships in the bay rocked back and forth, the cyclone-damaged vessels jettisoning pieces with each wave. The city center continued to burn, although with less enthusiasm. The wooden booths nearly burned out. A flash filled her vision, and she turned away. The loud clap of thunder followed nearly simultaneously. She gripped her reins tighter as her horse stomped nervously. She scanned the city, but could not find the lightning's impact point. Her horse continued to stomp and rock, and Volkrin knew it wanted to run.
"Any time, my lord,"
she whispered. The sky cleared, the dark storm clouds vanishing in an instant. Bright afternoon sun flashed down on the city, highlighting the damage. Movement caught her eye, and Volkrin looked to the sea. The white sails of Byn's fleet, a dozen strong, flowed into the bay. The longboats sailed quickly across the bay, spurred by a strong easterly wind. The craft featured 2 masts protruding from a flat deck only a few feet above the water. Dozens of men filled the decks of the sleek vessels, crouching and waiting. The fleet quietly crossed the bay and rammed into the remains of the wooden dock. The sailors leapt from the flat decks, splashed through the shallow water, and came ashore. Long, gleaming swords filled their hands as they gathered in small groups. Volkrin lost sight of them when they separated and moved down different streets. She cocked her head, listening, and smiled as the sounds of slaughter drifted to her. "Prepare for battle," she called. She drew the sword from its scabbard on her back. A smile crossed her lips when several hundred other swords unsheathed behind her, the sound drifting on the wind. Screams filled the air inside the city. Citizens, mostly clad in dingy and torn clothes, filled the streets. They ran, panicked from the seaborne force. The need for stealth over, the sailors screamed and tormented their victims as they ran from building to building. Their swords gleamed crimson. "Forward!" Commander Volkrin ordered, pointing toward Barkatuk with her sword. "We don't want the Navy to have all the fun." A loud cheer rose behind her. The infantry passed her on the run. They left the shade of the forest, sprinting across a wide grassy field. She sat and waited until her men reached the edge of the city. "Vindicators!" she called. "Ride!" Her cavalry force took off, their thundering hooves churning up the open field. They closed on the town. The fleeing Barkatuk citizens turned south to escape the 2-pronged attack. Others turned north toward the farmlands and the distant mountain range. She turned her mount in that direction, and her elite troops followed. Volkrin knew that Klen had the south, and he could handle a few dozen unarmed citizens. The sailors from the west and her soldiers from the east would meet in the middle and kill everything in between. "I hope they stop before they fight each other," she mused, the crease of a smile on her lips. It happened before, the bloodlust so thick after the slaughter that Byn's forces turned on each other. It took a soaking storm to separate them, the Mage-Lord so angry he almost called down the lightning on them. That commander lost his head over the debacle. Voltrin shivered. She did not want to repeat his mistake. She put the thoughts out of her mind and urged her mount faster. She cut left around a building on the edge of the city and smiled. Men, women, and children raced across the farmlands, trampling crops and jumping irrigation ditches, heading for the distant mountains. Screams of terror reached her ears, fueling the bloodlust. She swung her sword, slashing indiscriminately at the backs of the citizens of Barkatuk. She smiled at the bone-jarring impacts and relished in the screams of her victims. She held the reins loosely in her left hand, letting her horse lead the way. It trampled over a woman, her grime-covered face filled with panic. Voltrin put her out of her misery with a single stroke of her blade. She turned the horse around, faced the city, and spurred the animal's flanks. It reared on its hind legs and whinnied loudly before galloping toward the last survivors of the city. The wind twisted her hair, the scarlet sash billowed in the breeze. She twirled the sword and prepared for her final strikes. An eerie quiet settled on the city of Barkatuk. The setting sun cast long shadows across the remains of the town. A few fires, embers crackling in the easterly breeze, sent smoke into the darkening sky. Sobs of a few surviving women permeated the silence. Lorno Byn walked through the dirt streets, the cape of his dark robes trailing in the churned-up dust. He clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes scanning every nook and cranny in the fading light. The still-burning fires offered some illumination, dispelled shadows, and painted his bearded face in a macabre light. He noted that a handful of men, his men, lay in the center of the city, dead or dying from sword attacks. He locked eyes with Commander Voltrin, pursed his lips, and shook his head. She lowered her head, avoiding his stare. He smiled at that and continued his inspection. 4 elders remained from the Barkatuk Council. They sat on their knees nearby, hands bound behind their backs. 3 of the men stared at the ground, weeping. The 4th stared defiantly at Byn, hatred in his eyes. Lorno stopped before the man and stared at him. Byn cocked his head, studying the man quietly. The elder did not look away, and that impressed the mage. He took a step back. "Do you know who I am?" "A murdering coward," the man spat. "I am Mage-Lord Lorno Byn, personal emissary from the king of Taigor." "A murdering coward," the elder repeated. "I am looking for a young man, a boy, really?" Byn shrugged. "He may be traveling with an older woman, his aunt." The man stared at him in silence. Lorno Byn nodded. "Very well." He moved his hands in a circular pattern, forming a light blue aura. "If you will not answer my questions, perhaps one of the other Barkatuk elders—" "Tell him nothing. The man snarled at his fellow prisoners. Lorno conjured his ice blast. He propelled the blue orb and froze the elder in mid-sentence. Ice encased the man, mouth open, as he knelt on the ground. The weight of the ice block toppled him over with a dull thud. The elder beside him screamed, the right side of his body frozen from the blast. He struggled with the leather restraints and cried, "It burns! It burns!" His arm broke off at the shoulder, the frozen limb falling to the ground beside him. His screams of panic filled the growing darkness. Byn nodded, and Commander Voltrin stepped forward. She stabbed the elder through the back, her blade slicing through his heart. The man gurgled a moment, eyes wide in astonishment at the crimson-stained blade protruding from his chest, before he fell over onto the soft dirt of the street. Voltrin withdrew her sword and wiped the blood from her blade with the man's shirt. She resheathed the weapon and stepped back. Lorno Byn nodded his approval before stepping forward to address the last 2 elders. He studied the 2 men for a moment before he spoke. "Now, if you would like to live through this night, you will tell me what I want to know," he decreed. "Where is the boy named Erlon? Chapter 15. Bright sunlight flowed through the high windows of the magistrate's office. Erlon rubbed his fatigued eyes, yawned, and stretched. His joints popped in the early morning. Marlena sat beside him, her eyes staring intently at the magistrate. The Magi images of the attack plagued her mind. Kier lay on the floor, snoring softly. The old man fell asleep sometime during the long night. Higgins stood from his chair and rubbed his lower back. He cracked his neck, came around the desk, and sat on the edge. He leaned forward, his voice low.
"This is the future," he stated, looking at Erlon. "But it is not written in stone. You can change those events and save lives."
"The Magi have seen this?" Erlon raised an eyebrow. "I did not think we could change a destiny." He stifled a yawn.
"Most people never fulfill their destiny," the magistrate grimaced. "A small number do. An even smaller number can change it." He pointed to Kier. "Your friend, the Lighthouse Keeper, by coming here, he has changed his destiny. To what end, I do not yet know."
"But I can save Barkatuk?"
"That possibility exists," Higgins confirmed.
Erlon stared at the magistrate. The man sat on the edge of the desk, arms folded. Higgins leaned back, away from Erlon. "He's hiding something," he thought. Marlena's teachings taught him to read people, and he read the magistrate well. "What are you not telling me?" Magistrate Higgins cut his eyes to Kier for an instant, then back to Erlon. The man smiled, a joyless and uncomforting act.
"Shortly after Kier left Barkatuk the second time, I returned to Avrigon, as he requested. My absence from Pira only lasted a few days."
He paused. "But?" Higgins sighed. The sound roused Kier from his sleep. The old man sat up, rubbing his eyes. He smiled sheepishly when he noticed all eyes on him. "What did I miss?" "The magistrate was about to tell me what happened after you left Barkatuk," Erlon stated, and turned his attention to Higgins. He motioned for the man to continue. "But?"
"Before we could assign a new protector, Qual Byn's forces attacked."
Kier sat up straight at the remark. His eyes narrowed to slits. Marlena leaned back, remaining silent. Erlon leaned forward, his face a mask of questions. What happened?"
Qual and his minions killed the ruling body, known simply as the Advocates. All of them, and their families, were slain because they would not give up the princess.
He hesitated.
When our operative arrived, it was too late.
"Too late?"
"The citizens rioted,"
Higgins explained, his hands moving in time with his words.
Qual Byn's forces were overwhelmed by sheer numbers and were forced to retreat. But the damage was done. Barkatuk's ruling body was dead. The princess and her daughter gone.
"Gone?" Erlon asked. "They were killed?"
"No, not exactly," Higgins replied. "Our operative arrived in time to save the daughter and escort her to safety. Princess Pira was executed along with the senior advocate as a warning to the people not to defy the Taigor king."
"Qual Byn executed the king's own daughter?"
Higgins simply nodded.
"And the king's granddaughter?" Kier chimed in, still sitting on the floor. "Sorry, this all happened after my banishment. This is all new to me. What happened to Xavier's daughter?"
"Our operative took her to the one place Qual Byn would never look for her."
All eyes stared at Higgins. Erlon broke the silence. "Where?" "I took her to Taigor," Marlena declared, speaking for the first time. Erlon flushed. The color drained from his face. He turned to face his aunt, eyes wide. You took her?" "I was the protector assigned to watch over her," Marlena confessed. "I knew that if word of her survival got out, Qual would continue to search for her. So I took her to Taigor under a different name and raised her as my own." She smiled. right under the nose of Qual Byn and the king. Confusion clouded his mind, and Erlon shook his head to clear the cobwebs. He thought of his life, the woman beside him in every memory. He remembered his mother, the sadness in her eyes, the fear that nearly consumed her every time one of the king's patrols passed. In an instant, the world cleared. His eyes widened. Color returned to his cheeks. Everything fell into place. "My mother," he muttered. Higgins folded his arms. "Yes." "What else?" he demanded, turning to Marlena. He gripped her hand in his. "What happened to my mother? You raised me in Barkatuk, not Taigor. I want to know the rest." "You do not remember the day your mother died?" Marlena asked. Erlon sat back. The question sliced through him like a knife. He slowly, deliberately shook his head. "No," he replied. "I remember running, holding your hand." He fought to find the memory. We boarded a ship in the middle of the night." He stared past Marlena, digging for the images in his mind. "I woke in Barkatuk the next day." "It was actually 3 days," Marlena smiled. She patted his hand. "I kept you hidden the entire trip, secured in the hold of the ship." "How did she die?" "She was killed by Qual Byn's son." "Lorno," Erlon snarled. His eyes widened. "And now he's searching for me because—" He could not bring himself to admit the words. "Your destiny," Magistrate Higgins nodded. "You are the rightful heir to the kingdom of Taigor." Erlon stood. His mouth opened and closed, but the words did not flow. He looked to Kier, who stood with him, and then to Marlena, the woman he had known his entire life. He gulped and collected his thoughts. I need to think this through." "Excellent idea," Higgins agreed. "It has been a long night. The guards will take you to a local establishment where you can rest." He turned to Kier. "You are still under arrest for violating your banishment, but—" He held up a hand to fend off Erlon's protest. "I believe that you have earned a night in a real bed." Kier rubbed his back and nodded his agreement. "Get food and rest," Higgins ordered. "We will talk again later in the day." Erlon tossed the thin sheet off his body. He lay on a bed in a dark, dank room. A slight breeze flitted through an open window, washing over him. A thin sheen of sweat covered his body, courtesy of his childhood memories. He vividly recalled Marlena dragging him to the harbor and boarding the ship, but try as he might, he could not remember his mother's death. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling of the guest house. The guards deposited him there hours earlier. A quick meal, and the three of them, Erlon, Marlena, and Kier, retired to private rooms for sleep. Rest did not come easily, and his tired body still fought much-needed slumber. Bright sunshine shone through the pair of open windows, filling the drab room with light. The small room contained only the bed, a small dresser, and the 2 windows, one at the head of the bed, the other on the right side at the foot. Thin curtains wafted in the gentle breeze. He rose from the bed and stepped to the window at the head of the bed. He gazed out at the city, letting the breeze wash away his stress and anxiety. A small herd of Pegasus horses flew past in a V formation. The lead horse, black in color, contrasted greatly with the rest of the white beasts. Birds of all descriptions filled the air, squawking and crying as they hung on the thermal winds. Spires dominated the skyline, the silver and glass structures reaching for the heavens above. On the streets below, a handful of robed figures slowly traveled along the cobblestone alleys, their staffs clicking rhythmically on the street. He raised an eyebrow as a group of young urchins ran past, their playful screams and yells breaking the afternoon tranquility. Recalling Kier's description of the city, Erlon felt a tinge of disappointment. He expected more. Smoke drifted from a group of buildings a few streets away. The smell of cooking meat filled the air. Erlon's stomach growled at the aroma. He smiled and left the room without a second thought. He descended a flight of stairs and left the guest house through a back exit, away from the 2 guards in the lobby. Confident of his unnoticed departure, he set a course for a row of restaurants a few alleys away. On the street level, he found the city more impressive. The immaculate streets led to manicured gardens and flower beds. Storefronts, the ones not boarded or blocked, were well maintained and painted in a myriad of colors, something he did not see in Barkatuk. Greens, blues, and dull reds separated each establishment. Nothing like this back home. All I ever saw was dull brown, he murmured. How do they do this? Magic, a voice in his head answered. That brought a smile to his face, and by the time he reached a light yellow-colored restaurant, his mood improved greatly. He ordered a steak and sat at a table at the edge of the outdoor eatery. The thoughts of his mother and his destiny disappeared when his food arrived. He ate eagerly, the food both delicious and filling. He sat back and patted his full belly. "The best I've ever eaten," he told an older woman as she cleared the table. She smiled politely and left him to watch the passers-by.
"The magistrate sends his regards," the woman said.
Erlon jumped, unaware she had returned. "What?"
"Magistrate Higgins has picked up the bill," she smiled. "He says, enjoy your afternoon."
"Oh," Erlon returned the smile. Thank you." She sauntered off, waiting on another customer. Erlon shook his head. "Magic," he muttered with a snort. He left the eatery and ventured deeper into the city. The sun began its journey westward, and the city spires cast shadows on the streets. Erlon moved from bright light to dark shadow, observing the storefronts. Restaurants gave way to clothing stores, and he stopped to peer into the open doorways. Bright, colorful clothes greeted him. The smell of leather and cotton filled the air. The chatter of cheerful seamstresses, their nimble fingers quickly stitching together garments, put a smile on his face. Erlon nodded and moved on. The sun sank low enough that the spires created permanent, ever-stretching shadows over the city. He felt better, having forgotten his past for a while, and sighed at the cool breeze flowing through the narrow avenue. He no longer heard the laughter of children or the squawking of birds. He did hear the rustle of wings and looked skyward in time to see a single Pegasus fly overhead, a black-clad rider on its back.
"Your destiny awaits."
Erlon jumped at the words and turned to see an old woman leaning against the door to a shop. She wore ragged, tattered clothes, and a veil hung from dirty blonde hair. Wrinkles covered her face. Dark, humorless eyes squinted from recessed sockets as she studied him. She smiled at Erlon with dirty, stained, uneven teeth. "What?"
"I said your destiny awaits," she offered.
"My destiny?" Erlon held up a hand to ward her off. "I've heard enough talk of my destiny. I just want to go home."
"Home is where you make it, my young friend,"
she replied. She moved forward with a grace Erlon did not expect, and took his left arm in hers.
"Come with me, dear boy. Let's see if we can find this mystical home of yours."
Erlon resisted her pull and stepped back, out of her grasp. "Who are you?"
"I am a soothsayer, young—"
She paused, her eyes looking to the heavens for a moment.
"Erlon."
"How do you—"
"I know a great many things,"
she replied with a light giggle.
"Come with me, and we will find out even more."
She motioned to the interior of her shop. Erlon paused. He looked at the wooden exterior of the establishment, but found nothing to identify it or its purpose. The dark portal beckoned him, even though he could not see anything in the gloom.
"It's perfectly safe,"
she nodded, as if reading his mind. Erlon eyed her suspiciously. "Maybe she can."
"I promise no harm will come to you,"
she insisted. "Who are you?" Erlon asked again.
"I am a soothsayer,"
she repeated.
"The gypsy," she flourished. "Esmeralda."
"Gypsy? Esmeralda?"
"I see the future,"
she said with enthusiasm. "You are one of the Magi?" Esmeralda's eyes gleamed.
Yes, yes, come, come. I don't think You will learn of the tearing flesh, the mother's cry.
Erlon froze. Memories flooded his mind. His mother cried out for him as she died at the hands of Lorno Byn. The hot desert sand scorched his bare feet. The blowing wind whisked away his perspiration. A hand touched his, and he looked to see Marlena pulling him away from his mother's screams, taking him to safety. He shook his head, erasing the memory. He gasped, not realizing he held his breath. Erlon sucked in a lungful of cool Avrigon air. A soft, warm hand held his, and he looked down. Esmeralda's old, wrinkled hand held his arm, gently pulling him. He moved with her, unable to stop his own legs. The shadows embraced him, and Erlon disappeared inside her shop. Chapter 16. Hundreds of men stood in long, ragged rows in the evening sun. Most wore leather armor. A few donned chainmail, and fewer still placed plates of steel over vital regions. Helmets covered their heads, and all of them carried a sword sheathed at their belts, a polearm in their right hand. Standing before the long lines, company leaders stood arrow straight, eyes forward, their magenta capes flapping in the late evening breeze. They wore more sophisticated armor plating than their troops, most dented and scarred from previous battles. They held helmets in the crook of their left arm, long spears in their right. The grass-filled prairie extended to the horizon, where mountains stretched toward the darkening sky. The ocean, reflecting the setting sun, stood at their backs. The knee-high grass waved in the ocean breeze. The smell of salt permeated the air. Dozens of long, flat-decked boats lay anchored offshore. The double-mast ships, their sails furled and secured, rocked in the gentle evening surf. Men lined the decks, standing at attention and holding their armaments much like their infantry counterparts. Lorno Byn sat atop his stallion, brown eyes constantly scanning his assembled army and navy. He wore no armor, only dark robes that billowed in the wind. His dark hair, tied in a ponytail, draped down his shoulders. Behind him, the Vindicators, his elite guard and military squad, formed a double V formation, one inside the other. They, too, sat atop horses, their black garments flapping in the wind. Swords lay diagonally across their backs, the hilt over their right shoulder. Behind them, cook fires filled the air with smoke. Hundreds of small tents and bedrolls lined the prairie. The aroma of cooking meat created a cacophony of growling stomachs across the formation. Lorno Byn nudged his steed forward. He rode before the company leaders, taking in the condition of their armor, their weapons, and their overall health. "Not that I care," the Mage-Lord mused, hiding a smile. "These men will die for me, and I will replace them with others who will do the same." He spurred his mount and inspected the first row of troops behind the leaders. The infantry stood straight and proud. Many of them bore scars from battle. The 4-month campaign from Taigor had taken its toll, but they stood ready for more. Byn passed each man, looked him in the eye, and nodded his approval. They swelled with pride, and he knew that they would die for him on command. He turned down the second rank of infantry, and the waning sun warmed his back. A few sported severe wounds, some festering with infection, burns, and dented or warped weapons. They, too, stood proud, despite their injuries. He paused his horse and inspected the rank closely. Byn turned and motioned with his head to Vultrin. She kicked her horse's flanks, bringing the steed to a near gallop in seconds. She arrived at his side in moments. "Yes, my liege?" "These men," he began. "These men," she explained, "and the subsequent ranks were the fiercest in the last village. Many are wounded, but refuse to return to Taigor. They have pledged their lives for your cause. They will not leave your side." Byn turned back to the rank of infantry. Burns covered one man's face. A bloody bandage wrapped around his shoulder. The man next to him stood erect, missing his left arm at the elbow. He held his polearm in his right hand, staring straight, his face a mask of determination. Lorno Byn sat straighter on the horse's back and let his voice carry over the formation.
Then ensure these men a place of honor in the next conquest. If they wish to serve, then serve they shall." He kicked his horse's flanks and sped along the ranks to the cheers of the assembly. He traversed the next rank in the same fashion, Valkyrin behind him. The infantry yelled their support, the voices echoing across the dusty plain. Byn left the infantry and rode along the shore. The crews of the longboats, not to be outdone, bellowed their fealty. The Taigor Mage-Lord rode back and forth, each side sounding off louder and louder. Satisfied that he had motivated them for the coming fight, he left the shore and proceeded to the one spot of high ground on the plain. He stopped his horse on the overlook. The beast stomped his feet and shook his head. Byn noted Valkyrin moved back to her position at the lead of the Vindicators. The sun touched the edge of the horizon. Sunset. Byn closed his eyes and uttered an incantation. When he opened his eyes and spoke, his voice carried across the plain and the water so that all his forces could hear. "Warriors of Lorno Byn," he announced, "we have come far these last few months. We have fought together and lost comrades. But the end of our campaign grows near." The crowd cheered. "Soon the boy who would usurp the king will be ours," Byn snarled. "He shall pay for his crimes, and the world will know Taigor justice." "Long live the king!" the assembled men chanted. Byn waved his hands, quieting the ranks. "We have many long, hard days ahead of us, but your dedication, your loyalty will persevere. You will persevere. You will be victorious." The ranks cheered, thrusting their polearms into the air. A new chant filled the air, putting a smile on Byn's face. "Mage-Lord! Mage-Lord! Mage-Lord!" The sun dipped completely below the horizon, and darkness engulfed the formation. The assemblies on the plain and on board the ships grew quiet. "Eat and rest," he commanded, leaving his hands raised. "Drink and rejoice. Tomorrow we march northward." Another round of cheers. "Company leaders," he concluded, "see to your men." "Yes, my liege." Byn turned his mount, locked eyes with Valkyrin, and nodded. She returned the nod and turned to issue orders to the Vindicators. Lorno craned his neck to see the ships at sea. Darkness filled the void between the land and sea, but dim lights moved back and forth across the dim decks. Satisfied, he spurred his horse and galloped toward the camp. Servants waited for him. He slid easily off the saddle and tossed the leather reins to a young stable boy. Without a word, the mage entered an opulent tent at the forward edge of the camp. Torches lined the outer edges of the canvas, lighting the interior. A low fire occupied the center of the room, keeping the chill of night at bay. A small chair and desk sat to the left of the entrance, 2 torches strategically placed around the wooden frame. Byn removed the outer layer of his robes and tossed it unceremoniously onto the chair. He knew, within the hour, a servant would slide in and take the garment, wash it, and return it by dawn. A hot prepared meal sat on the desk. Steam rose from the meat and vegetables. His stomach growled, but he ignored the meal. He concentrated best on an empty stomach, the promise of food, a reward for enlightenment. With that thought, he crossed to the back of the tent and sat cross-legged on a pile of animal hide blankets. He placed his hands on his knees and focused inward. He willed his heartbeat to slow. He breathed slow, deep breaths. Byn relaxed his body, shutting out the noise beyond his tent, and let the world drift away. Memories came first, as they always did. He recalled the death of his father, Quall, and his ascension as the king's mage. The vivid images of his first campaign, the cheers of victory, sent a chill down his spine. The rumors of a lost heir to the throne appeared next, catapulting his mind to remember every battle of the last 4 months. Soon, he thought, I will have him. The images blurred into a dizzying spectrum of sights, feelings, and sounds.
The sea village of Barkatuk lay before him. His troops stood amongst the rubble, the entire city leveled. Smoke belched into the sky, bodies littered the landscape. A floating city appeared, the inhabitants engaged in a bitter struggle for survival. The city's infrastructure fell, tall spires crashing to the ground. The screams of terrorized citizens floated in the air. "This is new," he thought, and focused on a solitary figure riding on a carpet. The magic fabric weaved in and around Lorno's forces as they attacked on horseback. Magical winds propelled the horses through the air, Volcrin leading the charge. Volcrin and the Vindicators led the boy directly to Lorno Byn. The mage prepared a frost blast, a wave of heat coursing through his body. He fired the spell, catching Erlon in mid-flight. The carpet froze, unable to fly. It plummeted out of the sky, disappearing into the clouds below the floating city. Byn awoke from his meditation covered in sweat. He gasped for air, his breathing no longer under control. His pulse pounded in his ears. A smile split his face as he recalled the vision. "A magical city," he muttered once he caught his breath. He rose and moved to the desk. He grabbed a pitcher of water, poured a cup, and drained it. He repeated the process before focusing on the battle. "A magical city," he repeated, "and Erlon is there." He recalled the frozen form falling from the sky. "He will come to me, and he will die." He smiled. He drank another cupful before turning toward the door. "Volcrin!" The Vindicator commander appeared a moment later. She closed the tent flap behind her, averted her eyes, and dropped to a knee before the Mage-Lord. "Yes, my liege?" "Have your spies been dispatched?" "Yes, Lord Byn, as directed." He directed her to rise, and she did. This time she did not lower her gaze. She stared at him with lifeless orbs, devoid of compassion. "When will they reach Barkatuk?"
3 days.
"Tell me," he mused, "in all of your travels, have you ever encountered a floating city?" She paused.
"No, my lord."
He cocked his head slightly to the left. "But?"
"Rumors," she mused. "An ancient city of magic, a haven for mythical creatures, strict with rules and secrecy."
"Where?" he hissed.
"I do not know, my liege."
"Find it for me," Lorno Byn commanded. "That is where my prey waits."
"Yes, my lord."
She bowed. She slid through the tent flap and silently disappeared into the night. Byn sat in the chair, not realizing his outer robes were already gone. A new hot meal waited for his attention. His stomach growled at the aroma. He cut into the steak, plopped a morsel into his mouth, and chewed without thinking. He focused his mind on a city in the clouds. "Where is Erlon?" Marlena stood in front of the magistrate's desk, arms crossed, staring at him intently. Her face flushed with anger at the silence that greeted her. Kier stood beside her, and the old man smiled. Higgins sat behind the desk and leaned back in his chair, a smirk on his face. "He is missing?" Higgins shrugged. "I'm sure he could not have gone far. It is a long way down."
"Do not be sarcastic with me," she warned. "I have watched over him and his family for more than 40 years. Just because he is here does not mean he is safe. You've had incursions into Avrigon before."
40 years? Kier cocked his head. "How did you not age?"
Marlena glared at him. "This is not about me. This is about Erlon."
She turned her ire back to the magistrate.
"Where is he?"
"Erlon is exploring the city." Higgins smiled. "He left a restaurant in the East Village about a half-hour ago. I picked up the check for—"
"I'm not interested in his lunch," Marlena cut him off. "I want to know—"
"Lunch sounds good," Kier muttered. "I'm starving."
"Where he is."
"I told you, he is exploring the East Village. There are a lot of shops there. I'm sure he's simply clearing his head."
Marlena bristled. Hot breath caressed her skin,
and she turned to find Kier only inches away. He leaned in, examining her.
"What is wrong with you today?"
she demanded. "Nothing," Kier protested. I feel better than I have in years." He shrugged. "Must have been a night in an actual bed." "Or the reverse aging spell," Higgins offered. "Or the reverse what?" "It is how Marlena has stayed young for all of her years of service to Avrigon," the magistrate explained. "The moment you landed, the Magi cast a spell on you to slow and even reverse your aging. You feel younger because you are younger."
Can we get back to the subject at hand?" Marlena inquired, frustrated.
Both ignored her, and she grimaced in frustration.
"Why would they do that?"
Kier asked. "There were 3 outcomes to your arrival: prison, banishment, or fighting at Erlon's side. No matter the case, the council thought it best to make you younger, to make the punishment last."
"Make the punishment last. I should have known." "Where is Erlon?"
Marlena persisted. Magistrate Higgins sighed. "He is in the East Village. The Magi are watching over him. He will return with the night."
"I'm going to look for him."
She shook her head. Rage flowed through her veins. "No," Higgins stated, his voice clear. "That is one thing you cannot do. What he does tonight, he does on his own, without your protection or interference."
"But—"
"No buts, Marlena. Your time as protector is coming to an end. You need to prepare yourself for letting him go. His destiny lies along a different path from yours."
"He is still a boy," she protested. "I do not want to see him suffer the same fate as his mother."
"That is not up to you," Higgins confirmed. "Your 3 paths have converged on Avrigon. When you depart, each of you will travel a different road to your destiny. The Magi have foreseen this."
"But you cannot tell us that destiny?"
Kier wondered. "No." Magistrate Higgins stood up and made his way to the door. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an appointment with the council." He left, closing the door behind him.
"That man infuriates me,"
Marlena snarled. She sat down heavily on the wooden chair, the unforgiving surface stopping her with a spine-jarring jolt. She rubbed her back, the pain not helping her mood.
"Never a straight answer."
"That is the way here in Avrigon," Kier agreed. He sat on the edge of the desk, staring at her. "I did not know what happened after I left," he said. "I didn't know how hard it was on you." Marlena gazed at the floor, the memory of her only failure haunting her.
"I could not save them both,"
her voice low, barely above a whisper.
"I had to make a choice, the hardest choice in my life. It haunts me every day."
She looked up at Kier.
"Every time I see that boy, I am reminded of my failure. I need to get out of here to find him."
"That is out of our hands now," Kier replied, his voice soothing. "I knew Xavier for less than a month, Pyrrha for weeks, and now you and Erlon for days." He snorted. "I may not have 40 years invested in him, but I have spent the last 50 exiled because of his grandfather. And I aged that whole time." Marlena managed a half-hearted smile at Kier's attempt at levity.
"Now what?"
"We wait," Kier nodded. "We wait and see." Chapter 17. Esmeralda sat Erlon down in a wooden chair in a dimly lit room. Candles lined the walls, flickering with the movement as they passed. A solitary table with 2 chairs occupied the small alcove. A crystal orb sat on an ornate pedestal in the middle of the table. The bronze pedestal consisted of 3 dragons, their feet on the table, their outstretched hands holding the glass orb. Their heads arched back, looking behind their bodies. Erlon stared at the pedestal as Esmeralda took the seat opposite. He reached out and ran his fingers along the finely crafted dragons. His finger touched the orb briefly. An electric current coursed through his body, prickling the hair on his skin. He yanked his hand back, cradling it with the other, and stared at the glass.
"Do not touch the oracle," the gypsy admonished. "It will show you what you need to see, but do not touch."
Erlon nodded his agreement. "You said—" He paused, gulping his astonishment and rising dread. "How did I get in here? This is happening too fast." "You said the mother's cry. Was that my mother?"
"Yes," she nodded. "Do you remember?"
"No," he whispered. Esmeralda nodded and leaned forward.
"You will."
She waved her hands around the glass orb on the table, closed her eyes, and muttered a long chant. Her hands drifted to positions on either side of the crystal ball. Blue electric current leapt out, engulfing her hands. She recited a spell. The blue current cast ever-morphing shadows across the gypsy's face, and Erlon leaned back, away from the spectacle. The air grew charged with static. The orb glowed with shifting images that Erlon could not see.
"Closer,"
Esmeralda urged.
"Move closer and see your beginning."
He leaned closer, and the images in the glass grew clear. A little boy held Marlena's hand. Tears streaked down his face as he looked behind him, a small cloth toy gripped tightly in his hand. A crowd of people encircled the boy, blocking his view.
"Where is your son?"
a voice asked, deep and menacing. The scene flashed across a courtyard and focused on the man, tall and lean, his face hidden behind a mask. Billowing robes flowed behind him. A woman stood beside a guillotine, her hands bound behind her. She was beautiful, with long brunette hair, brown eyes, a small nose, and pouty, swollen lips. A bruise welled around her left eye. She turned to look toward the sun, away from the little boy.
"Run!"
she screamed.
"Run, Erlon!"
The robed man turned in the direction she screamed and ordered his soldiers to search the crowd. Dozens of men cut through the crowd, tossing people out of the way as they looked for the little boy. The image moved again, focusing on Marlena and the young Erlon. They squatted beside a wagon. Marlena looked behind them and covered his eyes with her hand. "Do not watch. Do not listen. Put this out of your mind," she insisted. "This is not something for a little boy."
"Nothing, my lord,"
a disappointed voice reported.
"No matter,"
the robed figure laughed.
"We will find him in good time."
The image remained focused on Marlena and Erlon as a child, his eyes covered against the murder of his mother. Marlena's eyes widened a moment before she clenched them tight. The sound of sliding metal filled the air, and then silence. Marlena picked up the boy and carried him away. The image in the crystal globe faded, but not before the little boy dropped his cloth toy into the dirt. Erlon saw his reflection in the now dormant orb, eyes wide and bloodshot, face flushed. He gulped down the bile rising in his throat. He now remembered what had happened, how his mother had died, how Marlena had protected him from it. His eyes unfocused, reliving the sound of the guillotine blade falling. He sat back in the chair, breathing heavily.
"There is more,"
Esmeralda declared, her voice low and soft.
"That is your past. Now we must look at your future, your destiny."
Erlon heard the words, but did not move. He sat still, pulse racing, and stared at nothing. The gypsy again waved her arms and recited her spell. Her gasp brought him back to reality, and he leaned forward, focusing his eyes on the orb. A crimson river flowed through the countryside. Silver debris and bodies dotted the landscape. What is it?"
"A river of blood,"
she muttered, shock in her voice.
"The rivers of the world will run red. The crimson flow of blood will run forever."
She looked away from the orb, locking her gaze on him.
"Avrigon falls, the mystics and magi destroyed. Without their magic, darkness will reign eternal."
She returned her gaze to the crystal ball. Her eyes widened, and she shook her head.
"No, no!"
"What is it?" Erlon demanded. He gazed into the orb, and his blood ran cold. He stared into the eyes of the gypsy woman, her image peering back from the orb. She stood before a tribunal. A long table with 3 figures sat there, judging her. The same robed man that killed his mother presided over the court. He brought a giant gavel down, banging it on the desk. Esmeralda jumped. The image faded. Was that?
My death,
Her voice cracked.
my death, at the hands of Lorno Byn.
Lorno, that is the man who killed my mother.
They are the same.
She shivered.
He will destroy us all.
He destroys Barkatuk, then Avrigon?
He enslaves the world.
The fortune-teller's lips quivered. No, Erlon stated, his voice low. Resolve washed over him, calming him. The fire of determination welled within him. No, I will not let that happen, he vowed.
Lorno Byn is powerful, she exhaled. He will...
I will stop him, Erlon declared. Heat burned his side, and light exploded from the pouch at his waist. He looked down, his eyes glowing in the light. I will save Avrigon and restore magic to the mystics. He pulled the destiny stone from the pouch, and it glowed in his hand, lighting the entire room. Esmeralda's eyes widened. Erlon gripped the stone tight in his hand. It is my destiny. The fortune-teller said her final goodbyes and pulled the wooden door closed. Darkness filled the streets of Avrigon. Most of the citizens safely returned to their own dwellings. Esmeralda lived in a small room behind her shop. She did not have far to go. Numbness filled her, and she sat down heavily in the chair. She removed the top layer of ragged clothes, letting the cool night air caress her body. She sighed, exhausted, and relaxed. She let her head droop backwards. Her features slowly changed. The long, stringy hair shortened to shoulder length, turning to a light strawberry blonde. The grisly, misshapen teeth straightened, the stains falling away to reveal gleaming white pearls. The wrinkles on her face and hands dissolved into nearly flawless alabaster. Samindra, the sorceress, breathed a long, ragged breath. So, that was Erlon, Xavier's grandson, she mused. So much like his grandfather, gullible and easily manipulated. She smiled. She sat up straight and stared at the crystal ball on the table. It remained dormant. She smirked and waved her hand over the object. Easily manipulated, she repeated. A mist formed inside the orb, storm clouds full of lightning and electricity. Samindra paused, eyeing the device. She waved her hand over it again, willing the images to vanish. The mists within the ball parted, revealing a desert plain. She cocked her head, confused. This is not an image I projected, she muttered, and leaned forward. The desert flashed past, as if she flew above it, until the image came to a seaport town. Thousands of people filled the square, chanting and waving their fists in the air. They cheered for a moment before returning to their chant. They quieted, and silence filled the room, the flickering images creating shadows throughout the fortune-teller's lair. A long line of well-dressed, opulent people, their hands bound together before them, stretched around the square. Dozens of people, heads down, devoid of hope, stared at the ground. They took a step forward in unison and stopped. The crowd cheered, and they took another step forward. "What?" Samindra asked, moving her face close to the crystal globe. "What is this?" The image traveled along the line until it finally stopped at a set of gallows. A hooded man stood beside a guillotine. He happily hoisted the angled blade to the top of the mechanism and ushered the next in line forward. They lay on the slab, each in turn, their heads protruding through a makeshift stock. The executioner stepped back and pulled the lever. Samindra closed her eyes as the blade fell. It dropped, ending with a sickening wet stop and the cheering of the crowd. "What is this?" she repeated, opening her eyes. The hooded man once again pulled the rope and hoisted the blade skyward. He called for the next in line, and Samindra froze. She was the next in line. Laughter filled the air, and she heard Lorno Byn's disembodied voice in the background.
"Samindra the sorceress," the voice boomed, "you are sentenced to death for impersonating a mystic of Avrigon."
Samindra swatted the crystal ball. It leapt from the tri-dragon pedestal, flew across the room, and shattered against the wooden wall. The laughter lingered a moment, echoing in her mind. She gulped and shivered. She sucked in a deep breath and exhaled, but her pulse continued to thunder in her ears. She stared at the broken pieces of the ball, and tears welled in her eyes. "Erlon, grandson of Xavier," she muttered. "Fulfill your destiny. My life depends on it." Chapter 18. Erlon traveled the dark streets of Avrigon in silence. The flickering street lights lit the paths his feet followed. His mind lost in thought. Images of the gypsy's fortune-telling plagued him, the visions of death and destruction haunting in the night. He heard no animals, no other people out in the city. The breeze grew, and he smelled water in the air. Leaves rustled, pushed along the stone ground by the wind. Lightning flashed in the distance, reminding him of the storm unleashed by Lorno Byn, and his mood darkened. "I will not let him win," he muttered. He crossed the city center, uneasy at the lack of activity. He paused and cast his gaze on one of the central spires, tracing it upward. The top disappeared into the gathering storm clouds. Another flash of light lit the night, revealing the silver city for an instant. The hair on his arms stood on end, and he froze. "I am being watched," he thought, and peered into the darkness. He saw nothing, but the feeling persisted. He faced one of the many grassy parks in Avrigon, the city center at his back. He stared at every tree, every decorative boulder. No one. The lightning increased in intensity, creating a slow strobe effect across the city. A light drizzle fell, and the cobblestone path grew slick. He slipped and slid through the park, his eyes continuously searching the darkness. The feeling of being watched waned, and Erlon relaxed. He sighed, letting the tension in his shoulders subside. He continued on through the night, alert and cautious. He arrived at the magistrate's office building, drenched and shivering. The rain fell harder, the breeze from the north icy and fierce. He paused before entering the building. Someone watched him again. He scanned his surroundings, eyes narrowed in the dim light. Nothing stirred around him. On instinct, he looked skyward. The rain fell, pelting him in the face. Lightning flashed, illuminating the heavy clouds above. His eyes widened, and he gulped. Another bolt of light confirmed his suspicion. Large eyes hid amongst the clouds. The pale brown irises nearly melded with the clouds. Lightning flashed, and the pupils glowed. He stared into the orbs, fists clenched, his body shivering in the cold. He knew he stared into the eyes of Lorno Byn. Erlon's pulse raced, and sweat mixed with the downpour. He sucked in short, ragged breaths as he matched the gaze. "You will not win," Erlon uttered, fierce and determined. "I will not let you. It is my destiny to stop you." Laughter mixed with the rain and drowned out the storm's thunder. The eyes flashed with humor before melting back into the clouds. The laughter echoed and faded until Erlon heard nothing but the rain on the streets. He shivered and released a long sigh. He turned toward the building and took a step. The sounds of the city returned, hitting Erlon like a brick wall. The rains stopped. The clouds parted, and a crescent moon appeared in the sky. Nocturnal animals bayed and screeched. Citizens returned to the streets. Knowing he had witnessed the far-reaching power of the man who killed his mother, Erlon entered the magistrate's building. Magistrate Higgins stood from his desk as Erlon, soaked and dripping, entered the office. He chuckled at the boy's appearance and the growing wet spot on the floor. He opened a drawer on the desk and retrieved a cloth towel. He tossed it to the young man. Marlena and Kier rose from their seats in front of the desk. Marlena, her face a mask of concern, caught the towel and moved to help her adoptive nephew. He stood, shivering just inside the doorway, and she shook her head disapprovingly. "Where have you been?" Kier crossed his arms, smiling, and watched the exchange. He stole a glance at the magistrate, noting the man appeared more concerned about his floor than Erlon. "I went to get a bite," Erlon confessed, "and then I visited a fortune-teller." "A fortune-teller?" Higgins repeated. "A what?" Marlena inquired. "Her name is Esmeralda," Erlon nodded, his teeth chattering. "We gazed into her crystal ball, and—" "You did what?" Marlena demanded. "She showed me my destiny," Erlon stated, and pulled out the destiny stone. It glowed in his hands. "I know the path that I need to take." "Wait." Marlena held up a hand. "Start over. Don't leave anything out."
"What did this Esmeralda look like?"
Higgins interjected. Erlon shook his head. "An old woman, wrinkled, blonde hair, dark eyes, stained teeth."
"Where was this?"
the magistrate asked. "Across the city." Erlon thought for a moment. "Near the restaurant where you paid the bill." Worry filled his face. "She said she was a magus."
"A magus?"
Higgins repeated, rubbing his chin.
"Doubtful."
He looked at Marlena. She stared daggers at him.
"All right, tell us what happened, and, as Marlena said, leave nothing out."
Erlon relayed his afternoon. Kier noted the young man's attitude and body language. He recognized the same confidence that Xavier exuded, although not on the same level. "Not yet. Give it time." He waved his arms as he talked, in the same manner as his grandfather. The last few days changed the young man from a timid, frightened boy stranded on a beach to a young man ready to face his destiny. Kier sighed. "He has the determination, but does he have the strength? I left her shop and made my way back here." Erlon finished. "I got caught in the storm and—" He paused. "And then I saw Lorno Byn." "What?" Marlena and Higgins said in unison. "I felt someone watching me. I saw his eyes, his face, in the storm clouds." He turned to Marlena. "Do you remember the storm that destroyed the Cordian?" She nodded. "Tonight's storm felt the same. He knows where we are."
"Impossible," Higgins protested, crossing his arms. "Avrigon has remained hidden for centuries. No one finds this place unless we allow it."
"He knows, Magistrate," Erlon declared. "He may not know precisely where the city is, but he knows we are here." "You know it was Lorno?" Marlena asked. "Yes, I told him he would not win, that I would stop him." The face laughed.
"Laughed?"
Erlon nodded. The four let silence fill the room. They stood, unmoving, all deep in thought. Kier stared at the others, observing. Erlon dried his arms with the towel. His long hair, still soaked, dripped water onto his face and shirt. Marlena stood next to him, her face flushed with anger and worry. She stared at the floor, deep in thought. The magistrate sat on the edge of his desk, his arms still folded. His eyes darted back and forth, deep in thought. "His loyalty is to Avrigon. He will sacrifice all of us to ensure the safety of this city." "What is our next step?" Kier broke the silence. "We go to Barkatuk," Erlon replied instantly. "What?" Marlena shouted, eyes wide. "We will absolutely not—"
"Why Barkatuk?"
Higgins asked, cutting her off. "That is his next target, if he hasn't destroyed it already," Erlon stated. "I am going to stop him." "How?" Marlena asked. "With Avrigon's help," he stated. Higgins held up his hands.
"We cannot get—"
"You said it yourself," Erlon cut him off. "Your city is dying. Without the belief in magic, you will not survive." Higgins sat on the edge of his desk, mouth open, staring at the young man. He slowly closed his mouth, closed his eyes, and nodded his head.
"What do you have in mind?"
he asked, his eyes still closed. "Be prepared. When the time is right, you'll know it, Erlon ordered. For now, I want to see Barkatuk. If he is heading there, then that is where the battle will be. He tossed the towel back to Higgins. We leave in the morning. Erlon turned and left. You've created a monster, Kier smirked, looking at Marlena. The woman shot him a cold, hostile look. Her eyes revealed that she realized the same. Her face softened, and she nodded. I will go with him, she stated. He is still my charge. She glanced at Higgins. Is he not? The magistrate nodded. Marlena left the office, her footsteps disappearing down the corridor. He is still your responsibility as well, Lighthouse Keeper, the magistrate said. Kier raised an eyebrow. What? Your mission has not changed, Higgins said. You are still banished and destined to protect travelers. He pointed toward the door. Erlon is a traveler. You will go with him and protect him. I am no warrior, Kier protested. I do not possess the skills to— You have the skills to protect him. The magistrate wagged a finger at Kier. Your destiny is to protect— My destiny changed, Kier interjected. Remember? The Destiny Stone did not light up when we asked about my returning to the lighthouse. Yes, exactly, Higgins nodded. Your destiny is no longer to be the Lighthouse Keeper. It now lies along a different path. Kier gulped. He had not thought about that. You think my destiny is to— He let the words hang. You have the skills necessary to turn the tide of battle, Higgins suggested. The magistrate returned to his desk and removed a small box. He offered it to Kier. Kier took the box and raised an eyebrow at the magistrate. When the time is right, Higgins nodded at the ornate box. You will have the weapons necessary to win the battle. Your future actions will secure Erlon's place as King of Taigor. Until then, stay with him, Higgins ordered. We will prepare Avrigon. You protect Erlon. Kier stared at the magistrate for a moment, then nodded. He left the office and made his way to his room a few buildings down the street. He knew there would be no sleep tonight, as thoughts of a grand battle filled his mind. Apollon soared through wispy clouds high above a purple-colored sea. Kier sat on the front of the carpet, the reins loosely in his hands. His long hair, darker and less gray than before, trailed behind him. He stared at the horizon, not seeing the beauty around him. His thoughts focused on the new task before him, his new destiny. He smiled as an image of Xavier filled his mind. If I had known what meeting you would do to me, I never would have left my home all those years ago. The smile morphed into a smirk when he realized that despite everything, he would not change a thing in his life. Erlon and Marlena sat behind Kier's streaming hair. The boy wore a tan-colored tunic that flapped in the steady breeze. He stared at the ocean below, lost in his own thoughts. Marlena sat cross-legged, hands in her lap, eyes closed in deep meditation. Her dark hair, like Kier's, flowed behind her. They left Avrigon at first light. The magistrate and the council of elders offered a hearty farewell, all smiles and enthusiasm. Kier thought it all a charade, knowing the citizens of Avrigon never told the entire story. With Erlon's vision of Lorno Byn, however, they now held a vested interest in the success of Erlon's campaign. The first step of that campaign included a visit to Barkatuk. The second, Erlon needed to raise an army to fight the Mage-Lord. Their course took them along the coast, a mass of land barely visible to their right. Hours of flight, and the sun crested, slowly heading to the horizon behind them. Kier tapped the carpet and asked how long until they arrived at Barkatuk. Apollon responded with 8 ripples. Kier sighed. Another 8 hours. He arched his back, wanting to stand and stretch, but he never acquired enough balance to do that. Xavier did it several times and made it look easy. Kier tried it twice, falling into the ocean near the lighthouse both times. The lighthouse! Kier tugged on the reins, changing course to his left. "How long to the lighthouse?" 2 ripples. "Much better than 8, he muttered. Apollon rippled in agreement. Kier relaxed and let his mind wander. Xavier appeared, standing on the carpet over the gallows, the princess sitting beside him. He remembered Zokin's farm, the peace and tranquility of the sprawling landscape, the first flight to Avrigon, and his subsequent banishment. He sighed, recalling the first time he saw the lighthouse. It stood bright against a clear sky. Seabirds circled in lazy loops, content with floating on the breeze. They squawked and cried, nearly drowning out the continuous surf slamming the rocks on the coast. Chills coursed across his body at the thought of spending the rest of his life at the monument. The memories faded, and the tall stone lighthouse filled his vision. 50 years of weather and salt air faded the vibrant colors. The shutters over the sparse windows lay crooked and cracked, a stark contrast to when he first arrived. The birds still flew around it, their wings battling the sea breeze. The surf pounded the coast, the roar bringing a smile to Kier's face. "Where are we?" Marlena asked. "Dyson," Kier replied. "The lighthouse." "What? Why?" Erlon inquired. "Why are we not heading for Barkatuk?" "Look behind you." Kier turned. He nodded toward the rear, and Erlon turned. "That is the setting sun. We have been flying all day. We have another half-day at least. We need to rest." He patted the fabric beneath him. "Apollon needs to rest." The carpet rippled his concurrence. "We will stay the night here. We can eat and rest and start again fresh tomorrow." Kier faced forward. "Barkatuk will still be there tomorrow. Unless Lorno Byn destroys it first." Kier did not reply. He released the reins and let the carpet land on its own. Apollon circled the lighthouse once, letting everyone get a good look at the structure. Kier noted the extinguished light and vowed to correct that before anything else. 50 years of lording over the coast was a hard habit to break. Apollon finished his loop, swooped in, and landed. The 3 of them stepped off and stretched in the waning light. Joints popped and groaned. Kier rubbed his sore back and stretched backward. The sun cast long shadows across the landscape, the golden orb heading for the horizon. He stood there and watched the sunset, mesmerized by the view he had seen 1,000 times. The evening breeze picked up, ruffling their clothes and hair. Kier led them inside the lighthouse and told Erlon to start a fire. The young man went back outside, returning minutes later with an armful of twigs and sticks. He started the fire with minimal effort, and golden light permeated the room. "Excellent," Kier nodded, his face lit in the flame's glow. "Rest and warm yourselves. I need to get the light going." "We are only staying the night," Erlon stated, caution in his voice. "Habit, dear boy, habit." Kier took a flaming stick from the fire and lit a torch on the wall. "Light the rest, if you will. I won't be long." Kier headed up the spiral staircase and paused at the landing to his bed. He waved the torch around, saw the crumpled bed and tattered blanket, and continued up the winding stairs. Muscle memory led him upward to the door leading to the network of lights and lenses. The wooden door opened with a loud squeak, and he poked his head into the light chamber. A flock of birds took flight, squawking and flapping their wings in anger, and he ducked back quickly. The sounds diminished, and he opened the door again, grateful for the lack of animals on the second try. He surveyed the mechanism and nodded. The prism of lenses used to focus the light appeared intact. He removed the beginnings of a nest and adjusted the arrangement of a couple of the lenses before he turned his attention to the fuel. 3 large containers of whale oil sat around the circular room. He shook each in turn, found 2 still full. He adjusted the lamp wick, ensured that fuel flowed to the lamp, and touched the wick with his torch. It flared to life in an instant. Light poured through the assembled lenses, leaping into the darkness that engulfed the sea. The birds flew angrily through the light, squawking at him. A few loose strands of straw from the nest flared and burned off. Kier nodded his approval and made his way back toward the door. He paused, noting the broken window that allowed the birds in, and sighed. "I should fix that," he mumbled to himself. The magistrate's words answered, reminding him that his destiny now lay along a different path. He nodded to no one and backed out the door. Before closing the portal completely, he reached in and wound the clockwork system of gears. The light slowly rotated on its pedestal, casting its light into the darkness. Kier closed the door and made his way down the stairs. He found Erlon sitting in front of the fire, mixing something in a steel pot. The boy turned and smiled at Kier, but said nothing. He turned back to his cooking. Marlena sat in the same chair she sat in a week earlier, staring at Erlon and the fire. She did not look at Kier, her eyes glossy and unfocused. Apollon lay curled on the floor next to Erlon, warming himself by the fire. The carpet rolled over like a puppy scratching its back. Kier replaced the torch in its spot on the wall and quietly slipped outside. He made his way along the rocky paths by starlight and memory. He slipped only once, his younger body instantly catching himself. He grinned slyly and continued into the night. At the bottom of the rocky trail, he turned right and walked along the shore. A crescent moon appeared on the horizon, the rough sea disfiguring its reflection. The roar of the waves consumed all, the sound comforting to Kier. He spent most of his life walking along this beach. He was home. The light from the tower crossed his path, and he turned to stare at the brick structure. Its silhouette blocked the stars, and he traced the outline with his eyes. He felt alone, more alone than in all the prior years. Doom and dread tickled his spine, sending shivers across his body. "You have the skills necessary to turn the tide of battle," the magistrate said. Kier raised his hand and stared at his palm. He wiggled his fingers in the starlight before clenching a fist. "What skills?" he thought, but received no answer. He turned his gaze upon the ocean. The waves came in, one after another, and attacked the shore. He found himself imagining them as lines of warriors, tossing themselves relentlessly against Erlon and his forces. He visualized a countermove for each wave, and realized what the magistrate meant by skills. The revelation did nothing to improve his mood or his sense of dread. He sat on the beach. The waves rolled in around him. The roar drowned out all other sound. His eyes unfocused, no longer seeing the whitecaps. He turned inward and let the memories enter his mind. He found happiness in those thoughts. He shut out the world. One thought remained, nagging in the back of his mind. How many would die in the next few days? Chapter 19. Apollon flew in a lazy circle over the sun-dried and cracked ground of Barkatuk. The city center bustled with activity despite the hot afternoon sun. Vendors peddled their wares, wagons delivered goods to and fro, and vessels entered and left the harbor. Mud huts arrayed along the outskirts of the city gave way to larger, well-maintained farmland stretching away from the coast. Erlon peered over the side of the carpet, eyes scanning for his former home. He retraced the path he took only a week earlier to escape the Vindicators, relieved that the city remained untouched. His eyes locked onto his house near the northern end of the town. He frowned, and his skin grew cold. The roof, destroyed by a fire, sank into the interior. The contents of the small adobe sat charred and unusable. Apollon's shadow crossed directly over the house, and Erlon rotated his head, studying the damage. What happened? Marlena looked over the side next to him.
"The Vindicators," she offered. "They searched the house and destroyed it. We are lucky they did not raze the entire city."
"They may yet," Kier interjected. He looked at the city beneath them. Where do you want to land? At the house. Erlon pointed toward the burned-out hut. There. We will start there. Done, Kier acknowledged, and directed the carpet lower. Shrieks of delight and terror filled the air as Apollon dropped from the sky. Children pointed, screamed, and ran through the streets, following the carpet. Adults tried to corral their children, or, if they had none, melded into the shadows. The vendors stopped their sales pitches and looked skyward. The carpet brought them down near the front door of the abode. The wooden barrier hung askew by one hinge, broken and scorched. Erlon smelled the burned wood before Apollon landed. He crinkled his nose at the odor. He hopped off the carpet first, stretched, and rubbed his back. He stared at the door, distraught at the remains of his home. The squeals of approaching children interrupted his musings. He turned to see a half-dozen urchins, dirt covering their faces and clothes, run around the corner and slide to a stop. Their mouths dropped open, eyes wide, as they stared at the hovering carpet. "Run along," Erlon urged, shooing them away with a wave of his arms. "Apollon," Kier murmured, "how do you feel?" Erlon stopped at the question and listened to the old man. "Good. Why don't you take these children to a chase to the outskirts of the city?" Erlon turned in time to see the carpet ripple and shoot up into the air. The kids moved their heads upward, following Apollon as he took flight. The carpet hovered for a moment, then zipped down the street to the east. The kids took off in pursuit, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Kier smiled, as did Marlena, and the three of them entered the burned-out husk of the hut. Erlon's worst fears materialized. Nothing remained inside the home. A wooden table, toppled on its side, lay scorched and crumbling. His former bed sat in a soot-filled heap. The entire thatch roof burned off, exposing the interior to the harsh sun. "They did a thorough job," Kier noted. "Did you leave behind anything of value?" "No," Marlena replied, picking through a pile of discarded rags. "We took everything but a few pieces of clothing." She held up a destroyed dress to emphasize her point.
"Then let's leave this place,"
Kier prompted. His eyes searched the destruction.
"If there is nothing here, then we need to move on. The citizens of Barkatuk need to be warned of what is coming."
"Will they believe us?" Erlon asked. He squatted next to the burned bed and pulled a scorched satchel from the rubble.
"You are standing in the proof," Marlena declared.
She dropped the dress and headed for the door.
"We need to talk to the barmaids. They will know what happened and will be happy to tell, for a price."
Kier and Erlon followed her out into the street. A small crowd gathered, murmuring about the visitors. One of the assembled citizens, an older man, stepped forward. He wore tan-colored clothing, a wide leather belt, and a large dagger on his right hip. Wrinkles cracked his tanned face, radiating outward from deep brown eyes that nearly glowed in the afternoon light. His lips curled back, revealing a smile with straight white teeth.
"Marlena!"
he called. He approached quickly, sandals slapping the hard dirt. His gaze left her and fell upon Erlon.
"And Erlon! I had hoped that you had escaped those terrible men. It is good to see you again."
"Councilman Eli,"
Marlena returned his greeting.
"It is good to see you, too. It's good to see the town still in one piece."
"Those awful, horrible men!"
Eli took her hand in his, shaking his head.
"After you sailed away, they did terrible, terrible things. The market was nearly destroyed."
He shook his head sadly.
"And then they found your home."
He waved his hands toward the adobe hut.
"They burned it all before the citizens."
He gripped her hand again, shaking it vigorously. Pride filled his voice.
"The citizens of Barkatuk joined together and chased those evil, evil men away."
"Really?"
Marlena smiled. She pulled her hand away from Eli.
"The citizens of Barkatuk stood up to the Vindicators?"
Eli nodded proudly.
"And the market? You rebuilt it already?"
Eli paused, blinking madly.
Yes, the marketplace is the cornerstone of Barkatuk. It had to be rebuilt."
Have the Vindicators been back? Kier asked. Eli looked at the Lighthouse Keeper. He raised a suspicious eyebrow. And you are? My name is Kier, he replied with a smile. I travel with Erlon and Marlena. Travel, eh? Eli chewed on the word. He turned to Marlena. Do you trust this stranger? With my life, Eli. The old man looked at Kier, squinting against the light. No, he finally acknowledged. They have not returned. They will soon, Erlon nodded. That is why we are here. We need to build an army to fight them. The crowd erupted in laughter. Eli laughed, raising his arms to encompass the town. The evil Vindicators will not return. There is nothing in Barkatuk worth their attention. We are here, Erlon said, deadpan. The laughter stopped. Yes, well, Eli stammered. Then you will have to leave. Yes, you will have to leave. Lorno Byn and his army are already on the way, Kier explained. Whether we stay or go, he shook his head, doesn't matter. Byn and his forces are only a few days from here. They have destroyed every settlement and town between here and Taigor. Eli's face paled. He gulped visibly. Every town? Marlena nodded. We have only a few days to gather everyone in the town and the towns nearby. We need everyone to create an army to fight him. Impossible, Eli scoffed, shaking his head. Impossible! The 3 nearest villages are a day's travel. We will never get them here in time. Yes, we will, Erlon nodded. He pointed to Kier. He will go and get them. I will? Yes, Erlon nodded. All the talk of destiny, the gypsy's crystal ball images, the thoughts of an unchangeable future, hardened him like quenching hot steel. His voice steadied. A calm resolve washed over him. Take Apollon and fly to each of the towns. Tell them what has happened, what will happen, and bring them here. How can you be sure that he is coming here? Eli asked, doubt filling his voice. We are a peaceful town. We pose no threat to Taigor. You ran off the Vindicators, did you not? Marlena asked. Eli nodded, less enthusiastically. Revenge is always a good motive, she stated. What have we done? Eli asked, shaking his head. What have we done? It's not what you've done, but what you do now that will make a difference, Kier answered. You fought his forces once. You can fight him again. The village elder shook his head. Are you sure? Are you sure he is on his way? I've seen it, Erlon stated. Now please, gather the council. We have much to discuss and very little time. Eli moved quickly through the dusty streets of Barkatuk. Sweat poured off his brow, but not from the afternoon sun. He lied to Marlena and Erlon, and they knew it. He cut down an alley, moving from the ring of mud huts on the outskirts of town toward the city center. The sounds of the city grew louder, and he exited the alley on the edge of the market center. To his left, the vendors moved around their wooden booths, packing their goods at the end of the day. The last few customers picked over the remaining fruit and cloth. 2 ships, sails unfurled, made their way through the harbor. The farthest vessel from his vantage dropped sails and entered the port slowly, tiny figures moving about the deck, readying the craft for docking. The other ship unfurled its sails, catching the early evening wind. The 2 vessels passed each other. The crews waved. A single-story tan-brick building, strategically placed halfway between the port and the market, sat to his right. The sun, already low on the horizon, cast its fading light on the door of the building. "The council will adjourn soon," he mumbled, looking at the building. He cast his eyes on the door opposite the council chambers. Cast in deep shadow, the entrance beckoned. "Maybe just one drink," Eli said, licking his lips. He crossed the dusty street, the early evening breeze caressing and cooling his skin. He opened the door and paused, letting his eyes adjust to the gloom. The pub had not changed in many years, and Eli recalled staggering out of the establishment many times. A long bar lined the left wall. Torches flickered in the gloom, providing the light. Tables, packed tightly along the walls and the center, filled the rest of the cavernous room. Gian, the barkeep, stood behind the wooden bar, a rag in hand, cleaning pewter steins. Only a few people filled the establishment, but Eli knew that would soon change. The vendors would fill the pub, spending their day's wage. The daily routine made Gian one of the richest men in Barkatuk. Eli moved to the bar and ordered a stout wine. He lifted the goblet to his lips. The bitter drink burned his throat. Thoughts of his meeting with Marlena and Erlon forefront in his mind, he almost missed the conversation of three men sitting at a table in the center of the room. Eli sat the goblet down and stared straight ahead. Sweat beaded his forehead, and his heart pounded as he strained to listen to their conversation. He gulped and took another drink of wine.
"I know what I saw,"
one of the men stated, his voice hushed.
"The boy was exactly as the Lord Mage described him."
"And the woman?"
another inquired.
"Exactly the same."
"And you say he traveled with another man?"
the third person asked.
"Yes,"
the speaker said after a pause. Eli caught himself nodding. Fearful they saw the movement, he dared not turn around.
"And they arrived on a flying carpet."
The other two men laughed loudly, and Eli risked a glance. The three men sat around one of the tables. Each wore loose-fitting tan clothing and carried swords at their sides. Two were older, more seasoned than the third, but all three wore the scars of many battles.
"Now I know you're joking,"
the oldest one said. Streaks of gray lined his black hair. Dark brown eyes stared at his compatriot.
"The Lord Mage said nothing about flying carpets."
He continued his belly laugh.
"It's true,"
the younger man protested. He glanced at Eli, and the councilman turned back to his drink.
"I saw it with my own eyes."
"Where did this happen?" the other man inquired. Eli heard a gulp, and a stein smacked the table.
"The burned house."
The laughter stopped.
"The burned house?"
the oldest asked.
"You mean?" "They returned to their home,"
the young warrior noted, his voice filled with satisfaction.
"We must notify the Lord Mage immediately."
A chair squeaked on the wooden floor.
"Hold,"
the oldest said. His voice rose. The booming bass echoed off the tavern walls.
"You there, good sir, at the bar. You, sir."
Eli turned toward the table and placed a hand on his chest.
"Me?"
"Yes, come here."
Eli gathered his goblet of wine and traveled the 4 steps to the table. He stood there, pulse pounding in his ears, and tried to offer a polite smile.
"Yes?"
"You are familiar with this town, yes?"
"Why, yes,"
Eli replied with a nod.
"I am an elder on the governing council."
The man's eyes widened. He offered a smile filled with stained, crooked teeth.
"My luck! Tell me, good elder, you know of the activities of this town?"
Eli scratched his chin and returned the smile.
"If you are looking for nightly entertainment, that venue is 2 streets over, near the docks."
"That is good to know,"
the man chuckled. His 2 cohorts laughed as well.
"But I meant anything unusual."
Eli rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
"Not that I am aware, but then it is a large city, and sometimes it takes a while for news to spread."
"Ah,"
the man said.
"Well, thank you, elder."
He scooted his chair back and stood. His companions mimicked the movement.
"Perchance,"
Eli cleared his throat.
"what activity were you expecting to find?"
The man reached down and wrapped his meaty fist around the stein. He drained it and slammed the pewter on the table. He wiped his face with his arm and smiled.
"The Crown Prince of Taigor."
Eli took a step back. His mouth opened and closed several times.
I assure you, good sir, if the crown prince of the kingdom of Taigor were here, I and the council would be aware."
"Yes," the man nodded. "I thought as much. Good day, elder."
"Good day, sir."
The three left the tavern, the open door revealing that night now embraced Barkatuk. Eli stumbled back to the bar and ordered another goblet.
I missed the council meeting,"
he told Gian. The bartender nodded appreciatively, but said nothing.
"And the crown prince? Erlon? Impossible."
Gian continued to polish his pewter mugs, his face a mask of ambivalence.
"I must find him," Eli continued. "Find Erlon. He needs to know that these men have mistaken him for royalty."
Gian nodded as Eli set 2 coins on the bar, took one last drink, and left the tavern. Erlon, Marlena, and Kier sat around a table in a dimly lit tavern across from the docks. The odor of fresh fish filled the air, and Kier watched fishermen haul the day's catch into the back. One man, a stringy brown beard hanging down from his chin, entered the back, a large swordfish over his shoulder. He disappeared into the kitchen to squeals of delight. The trio explored the city in the hours since their arrival. Few friends greeted them, although Erlon and Marlena left only a week earlier. They visited the market to find it abandoned in the early darkness. Marlena led Kier on a winding tour of the city, reliving their escape from the Vindicators. They arrived at the docks and the restaurant 2 hours after sunset. Apollon returned, circling overhead. Kier directed the carpet to remain out of sight, and the magical blue fabric disappeared into the darkness. Clouds streamed in from the sea, bringing with them a stiff, cool evening breeze that sent chills across his body. Relief filled him as they entered the tavern and found a table. The meal came quickly, each receiving a generous portion of fish, leafy salad, and a vegetable medley. They ate in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Kier savored each bite of the fish, the flavors and spices a welcome change from 50 years of bland fish and stew. He pushed his empty plate away, sat back, and patted his full belly.
"That beats every meal that I have made in years, combined."
Erlon pushed his plate away, licked his fingers, and nodded his agreement. Marlena ate slowly, savoring each morsel. Kier studied her for a moment before signaling the barmaid for another round. The drinks arrived in pewter flagons, each decorated with a mystical creature. Kier smiled when a 4-headed hydra stared at him when he raised the container to his lips. The wine, sweet but pleasant, followed the fish perfectly. A shadow crossed over him, and he turned to see Eli standing beside him. The elder fidgeted nervously, staring at each in turn.
"Elder Eli?"
Kier smiled.
"Welcome. Join us for dinner." "I cannot stay," he replied, an edge to his voice. "I have requested an emergency session of the Council of Elders. We meet in 1/4 hour."
"You are calling the council tonight?" Marlena raised an eyebrow, a morsel of fish halfway to her lips. "I thought you were waiting till morning."
I was," he stammered, "but—"
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
"There are Vindicators here in town."
"We know," Erlon nodded.
You do?"
"Yes," Marlena confirmed. "Probably the vanguard of Lorno Byn's army, scouting the town. We thought they would be here."
"They are looking,"
Eli hissed,
"for the crown prince of Taigor."
He pointed a quivering finger at Erlon.
"They think that is you."
Kier and the others simply stared at Eli in silence. The elder took a step back, nearly bumping into the barmaid while she made her rounds. The woman excused the near mishap and politely pushed Eli back toward the table. She moved on without another word. "Erlon is the grandson of the king of Taigor and the rightful heir to the throne," Marlena confessed. "Lorno Byn is searching the countryside looking for him. He wants to kill him. He wants the throne and sees Erlon as the last obstacle."
"You must flee!"
Eli screeched, drawing the attention of other patrons. He gulped and lowered his voice as the others in the tavern returned to their meals.
You cannot stay here.
I will run no longer, Erlon declared. It is my destiny to take my place on the throne. Lorno Byn will not steal that from me.
You didn't really run the Vindicators out of town, did you?
Kier asked.
Well...
Eli stammered and paused, clearly uncomfortable with the question.
Well, no, not exactly.
What exactly happened? Marlena inquired.
We asked them not to destroy the market. In return, we told them where you lived.
Eli's words flowed quickly, like a child caught in a lie.
But you were already gone, and if they destroyed your home, well, no harm done.
How many remain behind? Erlon asked, stealing a bite of potato from Marlena's plate. She slapped his hand away. How many are still in the city?
6, Eli said. But I saw 3 unfamiliar faces earlier, so there may be more.
The vanguard, Kier stated. Erlon and Marlena nodded.
I need to go,
Eli nodded.
I wanted you to know. The council may decide to fight or flee. I do not know.
Those willing to fight, meet me at my house tomorrow, 1 hour after sunrise, Marlena commanded. Those that will not should leave the city. If we should fail, Barkatuk will surely suffer the consequences.
And I'll be leaving in the morning to find allies, Kier interjected. We cannot do this alone. I must go,
Eli repeated. He turned to leave. Eli, Marlena called. The elder turned back to the table. Tell your people if they want to preserve their way of life, they must be willing to fight for it. Eli paused for a moment, nodded, and left the tavern. Chapter 20. Heavy clouds filled the sky, blocking the early morning sun. Marlena stood before a group of a few hundred men on the outskirts of town. She shivered in the stiff, ocean-born breeze that blew through the city, swirling a cloud of fine dust. She surveyed the assembly before her, and her hope for victory turned as dark as the clouds above. The Barkatuk army consisted of mostly older men, wrinkled and worn. A group of veterans stood before her, scarred and tested. Behind them, constituting the majority, gathered a group of farmers and fishermen too proud to run. They wanted to fight and looked to Marlena to teach them. This is all we have out of an entire city? Eli stood beside Marlena, wrapped in an animal fur coat.
The rest of the city has moved beyond the farms to the prairie lands to the north.
The lines around his eyes deepened with fear, and he wrapped his arms around his body to fight the cool breeze.
They know that if we do not succeed, they too will fall to Lorno Byn's army.
Kier is set to leave within the hour, she stated, continuing to look over the assembly. He will bring help.
I hope you are right.
Eli nodded. He stepped forward to address the warriors of Barkatuk.
My fellow citizens!
He raised his voice. It cracked in the early morning, sounding small and afraid. He cleared his throat to start again.
Citizens of Barkatuk, we are faced with an enemy bent on the destruction of our city and our way of life. We, few, have vowed to fight for our city.
The crowd remained quiet, shuffling in the early morning. Marlena pursed her lips, listening to the speech. Not very motivational. This is going to be a problem.
We have only a few days to prepare,
Eli continued.
Marlena has volunteered to train you in basic...
A woman?
Someone shouted from the crowd.
What does a woman know of battle?
A snicker flitted through the crowd of farmers and fishermen. The veterans out front of the assembly said nothing. Step forward, Marlena motioned with her hand. A big man stepped from the crowd. He stood a foot taller than Marlena, with broad shoulders, a mass of unruly blonde hair, and an all-knowing, confident smile. He looked back at his friends and nodded, drawing more snickers from the crowd. He stopped 5 paces in front of Marlena and bowed.
My lady?
What I know of battle, you will be hard-pressed to learn, as your life may depend on it soon," she stated, her voice cold in the chilly breeze. "You are not the first to challenge me, and sadly, you will probably not be the last. But if you need a demonstration, then by all means, attack me."
She stood, arms crossed, and relaxed. Confusion filled the farmer's face before a wide grin appeared. He stepped forward, cocked his arm, and punched at Marlena's chest. She stepped aside, easily avoiding the telegraphed punch. She grabbed his arm and twisted. The farmer fell to his knees, face down, and screamed in pain. The snickering and laughter in the crowd fell to silence. She released his arm and stepped back, again crossing her arms. "I have fought more battles than I can count," she stated, her voice loud and clear in the morning. "I can teach you, but you must release your prejudices first." The farmer stood, rubbing his arm, and faced her. His eyes narrowed, and Marlena prepared for another attack. He stepped to a nearby cart and retrieved a long wooden staff. He twirled it in his sore arm and spun a figure 8 before him. He stopped the demonstration, retrieved a second pole, and tossed it toward Marlena. It fell at her feet and rolled to a stop. Without a word, he twirled his staff again and stepped forward. Marlena stood quietly and studied the staff's pattern. She timed her move perfectly and stepped into the swing. Marlena snagged the pole, the impact stinging and numbing her hands on impact. She gripped the staff and pivoted on her right heel. Her momentum pulled the wooden staff from the farmer's hands, and he stumbled forward, off balance. She swung the staff, clapping him in the lower back and sending the farmer flying. He landed in a cloud of dust a few feet away. Marlena twirled the staff, stopping one end of the weapon underneath her right armpit, the other pointing directly at the farmer. He rose to his hands and knees, shook his head, looked over his shoulder at her, and snarled. Marlena shook her head. No. He leapt to his feet, spun, and charged. Marlena's staff spun in a blur. The weapon impacted the farmer. Multiple hits traveled up and down his body, too fast for the eyes to follow. He howled in pain as the wooden weapon hit his knee, thigh, hip, abs, and ribs. Marlena pulled the punches, not wanting to injure him, and avoided his face and head. She mentally counted a dozen strikes on both sides of his body before she stepped back and spun the weapon until the end sat on the ground. The farmer, tears in his eyes, fell to his knees. The crowd stared in stunned silence. Marlena dropped the staff and crossed her arms again, looking down on the giant of a man before her. "Never underestimate your opponent. It will get you killed. Now, take a moment and recover, then return to the formation. The pain will subside, and there will be no permanent damage, not even to your pride." The farmer wiped away the tears, gulped, and stood on shaky legs. He exhaled, and holding his ribs on his left side, moved back to stand in the assembly. Marlena turned and stared at the men before her. She learned her skills in hundreds of battles over nearly 2 centuries of service to the mystics of Avrigon. She proved herself worthy to men such as these dozens of times. "It's always the same," she mused. "Now," she cocked her head to the left, "does anyone else wish to test my skills?" The crowd remained silent. The group of veterans all nodded their approval. One older man, his left ear missing, winked at her. "Good," she stated. "We will start with the basics of battle with a sword." She pointed to a 2-wheeled wagon nearby, a stack of steel swords piled haphazardly in the back. "Everyone grab a weapon and form up in 8 ranks, odd numbers facing the evens." The veterans, already carrying swords, formed quickly. Marlena nodded at their haste and readiness. She grew impatient over the next 20 minutes as the farmers and fishermen slowly grabbed weapons from the carts and moved into a loose approximation of a formation. Frustrated, she grabbed a staff and encouraged the last stragglers into the ranks with quick, painful strikes to their backsides. She stared at 8 ranks of men, every other one facing another. She raised her voice to cover the assembly. "Hold the sword firm, but not so tightly that your hand fatigues." She enlisted the veterans to assist her with instruction.
stationing them throughout the ranks to correct posture and grips.
"Now," she finally said, "let's begin."
The clouds thinned, and beams of sunlight spotlighted the town. The breeze died, and the heat rose as the morning progressed. The men moved back and forth under Marlena's direction, sweating in the spotty sun. Steel blades clanged across the field. Men grunted with effort. Blood dripped from injuries sustained from novice mistakes.
"Pause!"
Marlena cried. The warriors of Barkatuk stopped their training. Most of the men bent over, hands on their knees or hips. They gasped for breath and wiped the sweat from their brows. Swords hung from tired arms. The echo of heavy breathing filled the field.
"Drink water and rest for 10 minutes," she commanded. "If you are wounded, see Elder Elii for treatment."
She smirked.
"Not a bad start."
She moved to the edge of the field and, finding her own jug, took her own advice. She drank heartily, the lukewarm water soothing her throat. Over an hour of yelling commands dried her voice, and she welcomed the liquid. Kier and Erlon approached, Apollon floating behind. The three of them met with Elii away from her trainee warriors. Marlena took another drink.
"Are you heading out?"
she asked. Kier nodded and patted his belly.
"Yes, it's a lot of traveling, but I have a full stomach."
He grinned.
"Apollon is well rested and ready to go."
The carpet rippled in agreement. Marlena turned to Erlon.
"And you?"
"Heading north to the prairie," the young man replied. "Perhaps a few more of the townspeople will agree to join the army."
"And if not?"
Elii inquired. "Then I will be there to protect them if you fail." Elii gulped.
"The training here is about what I expected," Marlena admitted. "I wish I had a month to train them, but 3 days? Many will die if they do not flee at the first sign of battle. The veterans are a plus."
"Train them well," Kier ordered. He stepped upon the carpet and sat cross-legged.
"I will bring everyone that I can."
"Safe travels." Kier winked and patted the carpet.
"Let's go."
Apollon took to the sky in a flourish of blue and gold. The carpet circled the small field once, then headed northeast. Kier and his magic carpet disappeared into the horizon.
"I'd better get going too,"
Erlon said, "before they get too much of a head start." He hugged Marlena. "Be safe."
"You too,"
she replied. He turned and trotted away, running across the calf-high prairie grass as only a youth could. She envied his stamina and endurance, vaguely recalling when she possessed that kind of energy.
"Centuries ago."
She took another drink from the jug.
"I must return to the council chambers,"
Elii stated.
"They will be leaving soon. My place is with them."
He left her standing on the edge of the field. She drained the rest of the water and dropped the empty jug. She made her way around the field. Her troops sat on the ground, sweat-stained and tired faces gazing up at her. Marlena nodded to some, encouraged others with a word or a smile. Motivation remained high among the trainees, despite their fatigue. Satisfied, she stopped and turned her face toward the mostly hidden sun. A beam broke through, shining on her as the sun's rays caressed her body. She closed her eyes, reveling in the warmth. She exhaled, long and slow, and let her body relax. Birds chirped, the wind rustled, and the breeze caressed her skin. Her duties as protector over Erlon and his mother took her away from combat, and she found that she did not miss the bloodshed. Marlena exhaled one last time and opened her eyes. She opened her mouth to tell them to form up, and paused. The ground shook beneath her feet. She concentrated on the feeling. Pounding hooves and galloping horses added the final piece to the puzzle. Someone yelled a warning, and she turned toward the edge of town. 10 black-clad men on horseback emerged from the ring of adobe huts that surrounded the city. They leaned forward on their steeds, reins in their left hand, swords in their right. A cloud of dust billowed behind them, obscuring the city as they approached the ragged band of trainees. "Up!" Marlena yelled, eyes wide at the vindicators bearing down on them. "Up!
Form up! Defensive positions!"
The citizens of Barkatuk stood, swords at their sides or in the air, ready to strike. They did not form a line, did not move from their rest spots. They stood in stunned silence. The lead rider swung his sword, slicing a trainee across the chest. The citizen screamed and dropped his sword, grasping at his chest. He fell to the ground, only to be trampled by another rider in the formation. The Barkatuk warriors scattered. Dozens ran back toward the city, away from the cavalry strike. A few stood their ground, only to be run down by the advancing Vindicators. Others ran for the open prairies to the north. The black-clad men on horses hacked and sliced anyone who entered their reach. One veteran struck back. He ducked a charge and lashed out with his sword, striking the horse's hind leg. The steed stumbled, tossing its rider to the ground. The other veterans pounced, striking the man before he stopped rolling from the fall. The Vindicators passed through the formation, turned, and split into 3 groups of 3. One headed back toward the city, one headed for those fleeing north, and the final group charged Marlena and the veterans. "Stop them!" Marlena commanded to a chorus of nods from the veteran contingent. She spun and sprinted toward the city. The clang of steel rang out behind her, but no galloping hooves. Putting that group out of her mind, she charged into the nearest alley of the city. The Vindicators rode through the retreating citizenry, their horses bowling through the human stampede. One horse stumbled, recovered, and reared on its hind legs. It kicked the large farmer that challenged Marlena earlier. The man caught the hoof in the chest and flew backwards, crashing through a wooden door into a mud adobe hut. Marlena adjusted her path and charged the nearest rider. He turned in time to catch her right-to-left slash across his chest. He fell backwards off the horse, his black tunic stained crimson. The arrival of Marlena paused the trainees' retreat. They turned to face the cavalry, only to catch the advance in the face. The Vindicators trampled 2 men underfoot, the action slowing their advance. The nearest citizen raised his sword and blocked a strike from a black-clad man. Another trainee swung his weapon with both hands. The Vindicator blocked the attack, but the force of the blow unseated him from his horse. The man hit hard, landing flat on his back. The trainees converged on him, hacking and stabbing with their swords in unbridled fury. Marlena stepped onto the back of one of the trainees and catapulted herself at the last rider. The man jerked underneath her foot, the twitch adjusting her flight. Her swing glanced off the shoulder of the rider, knocking him off the horse. Marlena landed awkwardly and twisted her ankle. She yelped in pain and rolled to her feet. The Vindicator rose, sword in hand. The 2 circled to their right, each step drawing them closer. Marlena, limping slightly, glanced to her left. The citizens stood over their victim, all eyes on the 2 combatants as they circled. She turned her attention back to the man before her. Bright blue eyes peered at her from beneath the black headscarf. They squinted in the morning light, focusing on her. Her skin crawled under his scrutiny. He spun the double-edged sword in his hand and continued to close. Marlena shook with exertion, the taxing run making her gasp for air. Her heart hammered in her chest. The painful whine of a wounded horse reached her, but she kept her gaze and attention on the enemy advancing before her. She kept her sword low and to her right, waiting. The Vindicator attacked, bringing his sword down in a sweeping arc to bisect her diagonally. Marlena jumped back, the wind of the near miss washing over her. The man spun, letting the momentum carry him around in a pirouette. His sword flashed in the sunlight. Marlena parried the strike, holding her sword hilt up on her left side. She flicked her wrist, bringing the sword around to counterstrike the man. He stepped back, as she anticipated. She overextended her attack, baiting him to attack again. He took the bait, batting the sword away with his left hand and lunging at the woman. Marlena spun to her left. She rotated the sword in her hand into a backwards grip and thrust the blade into the man's right side. He screamed as the steel pierced his ribs. He dropped his sword, wide eyes full of hatred staring at the woman. She twisted the blade and then extracted it through his abdomen, effectively disemboweling the man. He fell onto the hard-packed dirt of the city. She leaned forward, hands on her knees, and sucked in oxygen. She willed her heart to slow,
But it took time. She glanced up at the Barkatuk survivors and nodded her reassurance. Distant sounds of battle echoed off the adobe huts, and she stood up straight. "You, and you," she pointed. "Take care of the wounded. The rest, follow me." She trotted out of the city without a backward glance. Either they come with me or they do not. She exited the alley to see 4 black-clad swordsmen on the ground. A handful of veterans and 30 other men surrounded the last 2 vindicators. They stood back to back, their face coverings gone, swords holding back the citizens of Barkatuk. Blood oozed from several wounds as they stood their ground. Marlena approached at a jog, and the crowd around them parted to allow her in. She paused at the inner perimeter of the circle, sword in hand, and addressed the 2 horsemen. "Surrender." "No matter what happens to us, Lord Mage Byn will see to your death," one of them spat. Crimson stained his left side from a long gash. "That was not an answer," Marlena stated. "Look around you. You did far more to motivate the citizens of Barkatuk than I ever could." She watched the 2 men survey the crowd. "You brought them together," Marlena continued. "Now they will train and die when the Mage-Lord arrives." "Perhaps," Marlena nodded, "but not before inflicting great pain upon Lorno Byn's army, including your vindicators. Now, surrender." "Never!" the man screamed, and charged the nearest trainee. The melee lasted only a few moments. The 2 men lay dead at the feet of the Barkatuk army. "Unnecessary," Marlena muttered. "That is the problem with war. It is all so unnecessary." "What now?" someone asked. "Tend the wounded," one of the veterans spoke. A tall, skinny man with leather-tanned skin, his perpetually squinting eyes belied unspoken tragedy and sorrow. "Gather the dead, but do not dwell on them. We will mourn them later. Gather arms and regroup. We still have much to do." Marlena nodded her approval. "What is your name?" "Styrin." "Styrin, you are now my second in command." Marlena looked across the battlefield. "How many did we lose?" "At least 20 dead, at least double that wounded." "Only 10 men did this?" someone asked from the trainees. "How can we defeat an entire army?" "By training," Styrin replied. "By listening and training. They counted on attacking an untrained and undisciplined group," he commented, pointing to the dead vindicators at his feet. "With training, discipline, and determination, their army will fall before us." "Styrin is right," Marlena acknowledged. "And Kier will find even more people to fight at your side. Lorno Byn's army will not roll over Barkatuk, as they have other villages and towns." The gathering nodded, somber and silent. "Now tend to the wounded and gather the dead. Get food and drink. We start again at midday."
Chapter 21. Kier flew north, away from Barkatuk. The dark rolling clouds parted shortly after his departure, revealing a clear blue sky and scorching sun. He adjusted course toward the east, held out his arms, and closed his eyes. The sun warmed him, dispelling the chill morning air. With his face and chest sufficiently warm, he turned around on the carpet and let the sun warm his back and neck. He followed the coastline until midday. The brown desert landscape slowly gave way to lush green fields and gigantic forests. Mountains dotted the horizon, too far away to see anything specific other than the snow-covered peaks. He cruised over a winding river and followed its path through trees and over prairie land. A spiderweb of small tributaries came and went, feeding the downstream flow. Further north, 4 rivers converged into one, as Elii had described. Kier turned east toward the mountains and followed a large, fast-moving body of water upstream. The peaks grew closer, and he found the source of the tributary. "Wow," he muttered. A majestic waterfall flowed from high, snow-capped cliffs. The water cascaded down the rocky slopes in a loud rush. Frothy, churning water pooled at the base of the mountain and poured into the flowing river.
Kier sat for a moment and let the mist cover him even high above the waterfall. He tugged Apollon's reins to the right, and the carpet turned. They crossed the divide of the mountain range and found another river flowing in the valley beyond. They crossed the canyon, and the ground swelled beneath him. Tree branches reached toward him, stretching for the heavens. His back ached for attention, and he cracked his neck and stretched, imitating the limbs below. They turned east, away from the mountain range. He directed the carpet to stay on course, and they followed the mountains. He passed over the first set of hills, and Apollon ascended, rising with the terrain. They climbed higher with subsequent hilltops until a smattering of clouds floated beneath them. They crested another hill, and Kier saw the city of Mythological. Smaller than Barkatuk, the buildings clustered in a dozen rectangular blocks at the base of the mountain. A small tributary to the river flowed on the right, forming the eastern boundary of the city. The mountains blocked access to the north. A trail led into the southern forest and hills. The road leading to the west drew his attention. He ordered Apollon lower and leaned over to study the thoroughfare. 2 cobblestone lanes stretched from the city to the horizon toward the sea. Kier had no doubt another city sat on the coast, and made a mental note to visit it as well as the rest on his list. Horse-drawn carts littered the cobblestone lanes in heavy congestion. Kier sat back for a moment and whistled his amazement. He had never seen anything like the orderly and rapidly moving traffic below. Apollon circled the lanes, and he leaned forward again. Carts and people moved along the left lane, heading for the distant coast. Pedestrians walked along the middle of the 2 lanes. The carts trundled along on the outside. Inbound traffic to Mythological traveled on the right-hand side. Apollon continued to circle the city, and Kier took in the sights. Wooded parks filled the center of each rectangular block of the city. Large wooden buildings filled the interior blocks of the city. Small single-story homes filled the outskirts. Cobblestone roads and streets connected everything. Kier found it quite different from the dusty streets of Barkatuk, and found himself looking forward to meeting the citizens. He ordered Apollon to land near one of the buildings in the center of the city. Kier stepped off the carpet and greeted a small, squat man wearing a large top hat. He carried a cane and walked with a slight limp. The man extended his hand in greeting.
"Welcome to Mythological. I am Adjudicator Lebro."
The man's firm grip was cold and clammy despite the afternoon heat. A crowd gathered, staring and pointing at the blue and gold carpet hovering near Kier. The men grumbled. The women, dressed in colorful summer-weight dresses, attempted to corral the children, who inched toward Apollon, fingers outstretched.
"I am Kier, protector of the Crown Prince of Taigor," Kier announced with a slight head bow. "I have come seeking an audience with your ruling body. It is a matter of extreme importance. The Crown Prince of—"
Lebro shook his head.
"Taigor is a long way from here. Too far for a trade compact or—"
"Adjudicator,"
Kier interrupted.
"perhaps we could take this inside?"
The crowd grew, forming a circle around the 2 men. The shrieks of joy from the children grew in volume, as did the mothers' cries as they tamed their children. The men crossed their arms and stood silently, listening.
Yes, of course."
He waved a hand toward a 2-story wooden building next to a stand of trees.
"My office is this way. Zeka,"
he turned toward a young man standing nearby.
"Please tell Mayor Katek that we have a visitor."
"Yes, Adjudicator."
The boy bowed and disappeared into the crowd at a run.
"The rest of you,"
Lebro raised his voice,
"I will give you a full report after I hear what Mr. Kier has to say. Until then, please go about your business."
He turned back to Kier with a flourish of his arm.
"This way, sir."
Kier nodded.
"Apollon, why don't you go explore the countryside? Be back at about—"
He turned to Lebro.
"An hour?"
The adjudicator shrugged.
"In about an hour."
The carpet rose, turned, and shot into the sky. Kier followed Lebro into the building and up a wooden flight of stairs to a lavishly furnished office. Open window portals allowed a slight breeze into the office. A wooden desk sat on one side of the room, leaving the center open for a low round table and 6 chairs arranged in a circle. The afternoon light streamed through the open portals. "Please sit." Lebreau directed Kier to one of the 6 chairs. The Lighthouse Keeper sat. His stomach flip-flopped from a momentary sense of falling as he sank deeply into the soft leather cushion. "This is quite a city," Kier noted. Stone plaques and animal head trophies filled the office walls. "Thank you." Lebreau took the seat opposite Kier. "We are quite proud of what we have accomplished." "Your road network is unlike anything I've ever seen," Kier commented. "Yes, well," Lebreau laughed lightly. "We did not actually develop that." "Oh?" Lebreau opened his mouth to speak when the door opened and interrupted his response. A tall man ducked to enter the office. He stood over a foot taller than Kier, with broad shoulders, close-cropped hair, and piercing blue eyes. His nose sat squashed on his face, obviously the victim of repeated punches. He smiled, and Kier noted that several teeth were missing. Kier struggled to rise out of the cushion and made it in time to shake the man's offered hand. Kier's hand disappeared into the massive paw and the vice-like grip. "I am Mayor Katek." "Kier," he replied. "I am here representing the Crown Prince of Taigor on a matter of utmost importance." "Utmost importance," the big mayor mused. "Please sit and tell us." Kier told them of Lorno Byn and his quest to find Erlon, the raising of the cities along the coast, and the threat to Barkatuk. The mayor sat back in his chair to the right of Adjudicator Lebreau. He occasionally nodded, but remained silent. Lebreau stared out the window at something Kier could not see. "I have to ask, what does this have to do with us?" Mayor Katek inquired, rubbing his nose with a long, crooked finger. "We do not believe that Lorno Byn will stop at Barkatuk. He has destroyed everything in his path. He will continue until he rules everything." "You think he will eventually come here?" Lebreau asked. "Yes." "So what do you want?" Katek smiled. "We are planning to defend Barkatuk." Kier steepled his fingers and planted his elbows on his knees. He stared at the 2 men over his fingers, unable to read their stoic expressions. "We are looking for allies." "Ah ha ha," Katek laughed. "You want us to fight your war for you." "No, Mayor," Kier shook his head. "We want you to join us in the fight. Others have agreed to join us," he lied, "but we need more. Lorno's army is powerful. We want something more powerful." Mayor Katek stood and made his way over to the nearest portal. He clasped his hands behind his back and stared out at the city. "Did the Adjudicator tell you about our city?" "No, sir." "He did not tell you about the roads, the irrigation system that runs along those roads, bringing water to the farms and crop houses scattered throughout the city?" "No, sir. We had just sat down when—" "The Adjudicator did not tell you of how these simple farmers and merchants were once the fiercest army in the northern kingdoms?" His voice turned cold, mocking. "How we conquered this city and transformed it into this paradise, and now how we long for the days of glory and honor to once again fight and vanquish the enemy unmercifully." Kier's eyes widened. The city sat pristine and beautiful, with no signs of battle. He stood and crossed the room to stand beside the mayor, gazing out at the untouched landscape. The western road, heat waves radiating in the afternoon sun, disappeared in the distance. Horses pulled 2-wheeled carts to and from the horizon. "You conquered this?" "Decades ago," the mayor nodded. "We defeated everyone and everything we encountered. When we stopped here to regroup, we found quiet contentment with this city. So we turned our energy to rebuilding what the original citizens created. But over the last few years, we have grown soft, complacent," he spat. "Our elders want to return to the old ways, to the glory of conquest.
They have trained the younger generation, but without the thrill of combat, they do not yet fully embrace their training. Then you will join us?" "Yes." The mayor turned and offered his hand. "Yes, we will join you in your crusade."
Kier left an hour later, heading west. He followed the cobblestone road, his shadow tracing the route below. Horse-drawn wagons and foot traffic continued in both directions, albeit thinner on the outskirts of town. The mayor and the adjudicator offered Kier a meal, and the three ate a hearty lunch of grilled steak, potatoes, and a handful of vegetables. They sat on a balcony overlooking the city and drank aged wine that Kier found quite strong and intoxicating. Kier staggered a bit in the afternoon sun as he climbed aboard Apollon. Somewhere in the recesses of his mind, he was grateful that the carpet could fly itself. He relished the sensation of inebriation and wind, but the air sobered him as they flew. He patted his full belly and vowed to return to Mabec for another meal and more wine. The coast appeared before him, the distant sea glistening in the afternoon sun. A small cluster of buildings grew, and Kier sighed. The town, no more than a small village, consisted of a dozen small wooden and mud huts clustered in a semicircle around the mouth of the harbor. A waypoint for travelers, he thought, and smirked. He gripped the reins and turned the carpet around. "Head for the next town, the one Eli told us about. Due east," he ordered Apollon. The carpet rippled in reply and lifted away from the seaport. They put the sun to their backs and sailed into the clouds. Kier shivered from the cool, moisture-filled cloud. He urged Apollon faster, wanting to get to the next town before nightfall. The carpet zipped through the clouds, and Kier felt the cool, damp air turn cold. He hugged himself, teeth chattering. He saw nothing but the opaque fog of the cloud bank. "I hope you know where you are going," he patted the carpet. Apollon rippled in response. The clouds parted, and the sun warmed his back. The yellow orb sat lower on the horizon, almost parallel with their flight. He looked over the edge of the fabric and gazed at gently sloping flatlands. Small villages, smoke drifting skyward from cookeries and fireplaces, dotted the landscape. He sat back up, eyes wide, and he whistled, the sound lost in the wind. The sprawling wagon-wheel metropolis of Deserma stretched out before him. 5 concentric circles of buildings radiated from a large central park, filled with trees and a big lake. Each circle contained a different type of building. Sizable buildings dominated the inner circle, elegant and ornately decorated. Kier designated them as the government. The second ring consisted of smaller buildings. People frequently entered and left. "Businesses and vendors," he thought. One-story homes comprised the third and fourth rings. The fifth ring featured widely spaced farms. Their planted crops and pastures full of cattle stretched outward toward the horizon. He circled once over the city, dropping altitude and drawing a crowd. The sun sat low, casting long shadows across the city. He crossed into the shadow of one of the central buildings to shouts and warnings before landing near the central lake that dominated the center of town. Kier stepped off the carpet to a trio of drawn swords held by shaking hands and terrified faces. "Greetings," Kier smiled. "Can you direct me to your elder, council, or other governing body?" "Leave," the nearest man hissed. He jabbed the sword at Kier. "Leave now!" Kier stared at the man, his adrenaline-fueled pulse pounding. The tip of the sword pressed against his chest. The nearest man grew panicked, his eyes wide with fear, and pressed the blade. Kier stepped back, his hands held high.
"Baraki!"
A female voice barked from the door to the building.
"Enough! Put your sword away! That is no way to greet a guest!"
"But—"
"No buts,"
said the woman, emerging from the shadow of the doorway and into the waning sunlight. She floated across the landscape, the crowd parting before her. Long auburn hair glistened, and her deep brown eyes threatened to absorb Kier's soul. The Lighthouse Keeper gulped and stared at the most beautiful woman he had ever seen.
"You must forgive Barkatuk,"
she purred, stopping a few feet in front of Kier.
"We do not get many visitors here, and I'm sorry to say our manners are not what they should be. My name is Mistress Oriana."
She smiled, showing Kier a set of perfect white teeth.
"Leader of Deserma."
She bowed slightly. Kier returned the gesture, his eyes never wavering from the woman.
My,
he gulped, and forced the pounding pulse in his ears away.
My name is Kier. I represent the Crown Prince of Taigor."
"Taigor?"
She paused for a moment, then shook her head.
"I have never heard of that kingdom."
Kier composed himself with 2 deep breaths and fought the twitch in his left leg. His voice steadied.
"It is a land far south of here, many days' journey."
"Ah, what can we do for the Crown Prince?"
He cleared his throat.
"We are in peril, mistress. Erlon, the prince, is in Barkatuk, a day south of here."
She nodded.
"I have been there,"
she snarled, and shook her head.
"Filthy place, hot and dusty."
"Yes,"
Kier concurred.
"An army approaches Barkatuk, led by a sorcerer named Lorno Byn. He has destroyed every town he has encountered since leaving Taigor. I am afraid that he has now set his sights on Barkatuk and the prince."
"I see."
Mistress Oriana pursed her lips.
"And you want what from us?"
"I am here to gather an army to fight Lorno Byn."
The gathered crowd burst into laughter. Kier stared at the dozens of people around him, swords at their waists, all with their heads back, laughing. He flushed with embarrassment.
"Did I miss something?"
Mistress Oriana wiped tears from her red face.
"My dear Kier, we are a peaceful people, pacifists. We do not fight."
"Then why did Barkatuk—"
he started, confused at the turn of events.
"An act," she laughed. "No one here would harm a soul."
"You may not have a choice," Kier warned. "If we do not defeat Lorno Byn, he will continue north and eventually find Deserma. Then we will welcome him with open arms."
Barkatuk stopped laughing. He slid his sword into its scabbard at his side.
"We are no one's enemy. We welcome all. Lorno Byn will attack this city, whether you welcome him or not," Kier cautioned. "He has destroyed every town he has encountered.
We do not, will not, fight,"
Mistress Oriana declared. She turned to look over her shoulder at the setting sun.
"It will be dark soon. You are welcome to stay the night, but I must insist that you leave in the morning."
"You will not assist us in our fight?"
"We cannot. It is Deserma law. It forbids war."
His spirits sank, and Kier climbed back aboard Apollon. He sat cross-legged and took the reins. He turned his head to look at Oriana. His heart thumped heavily at her beauty.
"Your laws will not do you any good when he heads this way."
"I have faith that you will stop him, Kier."
She bowed slightly.
"Good luck to you in your quest."
"Good luck to you, Mistress Oriana,"
Kier replied, returning the bow. He tugged gently on the reins, and Apollon lifted skyward into the growing darkness. Chapter 22. Kier woke the next morning, wrapped in Apollon. He shivered at the dew that covered everything, sat up and stretched. The carpet moved with him, lying flat on the wet ground. Kier stifled a yawn and brushed the hair out of his face. He patted the magic carpet.
"Good morning, old friend."
The carpet rippled twice. Kier stood, allowing the wet fabric to hover above the ground. It rippled again. Wave after wave sprayed water like a shaking dog. Apollon shot into the morning sky. Bright sunlight filtered through the leaves above him in the tiny forest grove. Less than 50 trees stood in the small orchard, each full of leaves. Kier did not notice the fruit upon their arrival. The darkness obscured everything but the tall trees. His stomach growled at the sight of the fruit, and he reached up and plucked a bright red apple off an overhead limb. He ate the juicy apple while he strolled through the orchard. The morning sun and breeze dried his clothes. He tossed the apple core away and picked another. He left the cover of the grove, faced the sun, closed his eyes, and let the rays warm him. The flap of fabric broke the quiet, and he opened his eyes. A smile split his lips as Apollon skimmed the treetops, turned sideways, and shot past Kier in a flash. He staggered back 2 steps from the breeze and shock-wave of the carpet. It completed its turn and flew out of sight beyond the trees. Kier finished the apple, tossed that core aside, and whistled for his flying companion. Apollon appeared, again skimming the trees, but much slower this time. The flying carpet stopped next to Kier, and he climbed aboard.
"Head southeast," Kier directed. "We have one more city to visit before we head back."
Apollon rippled his fabric and ascended into the clear blue sky. Kier wondered if he would ever get used to flying. He admittedly missed the carpet during his years of solitary life at the lighthouse. The mystics of Avrigon put the carpet into a dormant state after Kier's visit to Barkatuk early in his exile. Tired of walking on what he considered a friend, Kier rolled up the carpet and stashed it out of the way. Apollon stayed there for almost 50 years, until Erlon and Marlena landed at Dyson.
"Now I understand,"
he said, patting his companion.
"If you had not gone dormant, I could not have resisted the urge to fly all the time."
Apollon rippled, yes.
"But how did you know to wake when Urlan and Marlena arrived?"
The carpet bucked, sending Kier flying a few inches off the fabric.
"You've never done that before. What's wrong? You don't like that kind of question?"
The carpet rippled, yes.
"You just knew?"
Kier pressed. Apollon bucked him again. Kier's eyes narrowed to slits, and he wiggled his nose in thought.
"You sensed them, didn't you?"
Apollon rippled, yes.
"Erlon?"
The carpet continued to fly, silent and without movement. Kier snapped his fingers, a smile on his face.
"Marlena! She came from Avrigon. You sensed her presence."
Another ripple, yes.
"Does that mean you are originally from Avrigon?"
Apollon bucked Kier 3 times, each one harder than the previous.
"You really don't like that question. Fine, you don't have to tell me."
He patted his companion.
"I'll take your silence as a yes."
The carpet rippled. An hour passed, and Apollon continued through the clear sky while Kier sat in a contemplative silence. They crossed a mountain range, and a grand prairie filled the land below. The outline of a city, similar in size to Barkatuk, took shape in the distance. He directed the carpet to descend, and then shook his head in frustration.
"I have to know," he sputtered. "How did you come into Xavier's possession?"
Apollon remained still, except for the gentle turbulence and buffeting of the air.
"You aren't going to tell me?"
The carpet bucked once.
"Fine,"
Kier sighed.
"I'll ask the magistrate when we get back to Avrigon."
Silence greeted him. Kier sighed and turned his attention to their final destination, Rixala. Adobe mud huts with thatch roofs greeted him as they flew over the city. A central marketplace teemed with citizens, all of which turned their heads to watch the flying carpet circle their town. Kier's eyes widened as everyone simply shrugged and went about their business. Buildings, both single-story and 2-story wooden structures, radiated out from the marketplace. Small huts filled square block after square block until the city abruptly stopped, ending in scorched desert. Hot wind whipped small dust devils into existence, filling the streets with harsh, choking haze.
"This is Barkatuk,"
Kier noted,
"without the seaport."
Apollon rippled in agreement. Another pass revealed nothing new, and Kier directed his flying companion to land on the outskirts of the market. He stepped from the fabric, and Apollon immediately took to the sky, circling high in the morning sun. A group of 3 burly and bearded men approached, snarls outlining their furry faces. Each man stood taller than Kier, with bulging muscles and long, curved swords at their waists. 2 stood bare-chested in the morning sun, while the third, leading the trio toward Kier, wore a wolf-hide shirt buttoned with a single button at his waist. Scars crossed his chest beneath the garment. Kier smiled and nodded his head in a slight bow as the men arrived.
"Good morning." "State your business,"
the wolf-hide wearer snarled. He glanced up at the morning sky, his eyes tracking Apollon.
"My name is Kier. I represent the Crown Prince of Taigor, and I am here seeking your assistance." "In what?"
"And you are?" Kier asked, not liking the tone of the conversation.
"I am Meritek, leader of the Rixala."
"A pleasure," Kier said with a slight bow.
"The prince is in Barkatuk, a day's ride south of here. Within 2 days the city will come under siege. I am here to—" "You want warriors,"
Wolfhide interrupted.
"Well, yes." "How much?"
"What?" Kier asked, taken aback.
"How much do you pay for warriors?"
Kier stood, mouth agape, as the words registered in his mind.
"Mercenaries. I found mercenaries."
He took a moment to gather his thoughts.
"I have not thought of paying for services. The others that have agreed to join have done so out of self-preservation. When Lorno Byn finishes with Barkatuk, if we don't stop him, he will surely continue his march north. If he comes here, he dies." "He is a formidable opponent,"
Kier persisted.
"We are the warriors of Rixala," he smirked. "We fight for honor, glory, and money. No army has ever defeated us."
Kier stood in the dusty haze, the sun beating down on his back, staring at the hulk before him. Edging a step to his left, he looked past his welcoming committee at the merchants and shoppers in the marketplace. Everyone, even the women, stood tall and broad and carried the same long curved sword. Hard, menacing features dominated the citizenry, and Kier smiled.
"These are the people that can turn the tide of battle." "I do not have any treasure with me," Kier said. "Can we negotiate a price?"
Wolfhide laughed, a booming laugh that rolled and echoed off the buildings.
"We do not negotiate. You pay, or we do not fight."
The marketplace crowd left the vendor booths and approached, forming a large semicircle around Kier. They stood, dozens strong, silently gazing at the old man with hollow eyes. Kier crinkled his nose at the smell of so many unwashed bodies in close proximity. His eyes watered.
"Why did they send you?"
one of the 2 bare-chested men asked. He raised a questioning eyebrow.
"Why send an old man to seek warriors?"
A snicker rolled through the gathering.
"Why not send a warrior?"
he continued. A sly smile touched the corner of Kier's lips.
"For more than 50 years, I protected travelers in a faraway land. I was told that was my destiny. Recently that changed. Now my destiny is to raise an army and fight for Prince Erlon of Taigor. To that end, the Crown Prince himself dispatched me to find warriors worthy to serve in his army. That is my destiny, and I will fulfill it."
The crowd grew silent at his words. Bright, intelligent eyes stared at him, and heads started to nod.
"This faraway land,"
the bare-chested man cocked his head.
"What is it called?" "Dyson. You are the Lighthouse Keeper."
The crowd murmured at the declaration, and chills caressed Kier's skin. He gulped and slowly nodded.
"My father, many years ago, was stranded on a small island far from here. Upon his return, he regaled us with stories of a man, the Lighthouse Keeper, that saved him. Your father was Charlan."
Recognition flashed through Kier's mind. He found Charlan on the beach, surrounded by 8 dead enemy soldiers. Pieces of a shipwreck littered the rocky sand. He tended Charlan's wounds and nursed him back to health. Together, they built a small raft out of the debris from the shipwreck, and Kier sent him on his way. Kier never knew he made it until now.
"I remember your father. Kier nodded. "A formidable warrior. Is he still here?" "He died a few years ago in battle," Barechest nodded. "And in glory." "He was an honorable man," Kier stated. "He aided me for many months before leaving the island." He paused. "He often talked of a son, Sherrock, and his pride in his warrior son." "I am Sherrock." "When was this?" Wolfhide inquired. "Ah," Kier nodded. He thought back. He stopped keeping track of the years early in his exile, thinking he would never leave Dyson. He tried to count the number of full moons since Erlon left. He lost count and shook his head. "I do not know. A long time." 15 years, Sherrock stated with certainty. "He returned 15 years ago." "We will have to discuss your request," Wolfhide said. "Without payment up front, I do not see—" Sherrock stepped forward. "I will go. Payment or not, I owe a life debt to the Lighthouse Keeper. He returned my father to me. To us!" Others stepped forward. Murmurs of a life debt to Erlon hung in the air. A third of the gathering nodded their heads, pledging themselves to the war. Kier shook his head. "Life debt?" "You saved my father," Sherrock explained. He waved his hand around at the gathered crowd. "He saved many of them in battle, and with hours of training, they owe him a debt which is now transferred to you and your prince." Wolfhide inhaled sharply, looked over the crowd, and exhaled slowly. He chewed on his lower lip for a moment before a smile split his face. "The warriors of Rixala are at your service." He bowed, keeping his head and eyes up and alert. The crowd joined the gesture. Kier bowed as well, making sure to keep his eyes on Wolfhide. They stood erect, and the warrior smiled. "We still require payment." Kier returned the smile. "When this is over, I assure you, Prince Erlon will reward you handsomely." "Excellent!" he bellowed. He reached a huge arm around Kier, nearly crushing him in a bear hug. "Come, we will dine on the finest meat and drink of the finest wine. Then," Wolfhide laughed, "we march to victory!" Chapter 23. Stars filled the night sky around Lorno Byn's camp. Hundreds of small cook fires lit the landscape. Tents and bedrolls lay everywhere while the warriors walked, joked, and ate. They passed bottles around, celebrating their impending victory early. The Mage-Lord sat in his opulent tent, cross-legged on the floor in deep meditation. A lightweight silk robe adorned his body and splayed on the rug-covered floor in a circle that surrounded him like a moat. He breathed slowly, deeply, concentrating on the future. Murky visions taunted him, almost coalescing before dissolving into nothing. The city of Avrigon sat on the edge of his thoughts, just out of reach. The snippets of the future he did see pleased him, but he wanted the location of Avrigon. Another day, and his forces would launch a two-pronged attack on Barkatuk. His ships would take the harbor, his hardened troops pouring into the city like locusts. His army would storm from the south, destroying everything they encountered. The farmers and fishermen of the town would sacrifice their lives in vain. The thought made him smile, even in meditation. In the vision, he found Erlon, the heir to Taigor's throne, cowering on the outskirts of the city. The vision showed him shaking and afraid, eyes wide in terror. This differed from his earlier vision of the boy at Avrigon. The differences did not worry Byn, despite the fact that his visions never changed. His victory was assured. Lorno Byn recognized himself as an observer, cast an ice blast on the boy, freezing him. Erlon stood, frozen in the hot desert, and succumbed to the Mage-Lord. One more day. Barkatuk dissolved, replaced with an image of Avrigon floating among the clouds. The sun gleamed off its silver spires and the snow-capped mountains beneath. Forgetting the city, Byn's meditative mind concentrated on the mountain range.
A unique set of triple peaks stretched into the clouds beneath the city. A smile split Byn's lips, and he woke from the meditation. He stood and exited the tent. The warm, humid night air slid through the silk robe like he wore nothing at all. He paused and raised his arms, letting the wind caress his skin. He let a smile crease his lips, and the demonic expression sent those troops nearest him running in fear. "Good evening, Mage-Lord," he heard a feminine voice whisper behind him. Lorno Byn turned to find Volkrin standing nearby, her dark clothing blending into the depth of night. The woman stepped forward, her eyes glimmering in the faint light of the cook fires. She bowed. "Volkrin," Byn hissed, "just who I wanted to see." "I am at your command, my liege." He stepped closer, his voice low, conspiratorial. "I know where the mystical city is." Her eyes widened. "Has your prey returned there?" "No, he is still ahead of us," Byn said, and told of his meditative vision to his Vindicator commander. "He will fall at my hand. But I have another task for you." "Yes, my lord?" "Take your 30 best Vindicators," Byn commanded. "Ride to the Lorraine Mountains to the southeast." "The Lorraine?" "Yes." "That is a 10-day ride, my lord." "You will arrive day after tomorrow," Byn smiled. "I will ensure that you have the speed to arrive in time." "In time for—" "You will attack the Mystic City as I lay siege to Barkatuk." Lorno nodded his head. The plan coalesced in his mind. "They cannot send reinforcements if they are under attack. My victory will be complete." "How will I—" Volkrin inquired, confusion gripping her voice. "The same magic that will speed you on your way will fly you to the city," he interrupted. His voice grew tired. "Fly to Avrigon and capture its mystics and magic for me." She bowed deeply. "Yes, Mage-Lord." "Leave as soon as you can," he decreed, and turned to re-enter his tent. He paused and turned back to the woman. "I will prepare the spells you need to travel and fly up to the city." "Yes, my liege." He waved her away with a swipe of his hand, straightening the thin silk robe, and entered his tent to prepare his spells. Avrigon burned. Flames engulfed the small buildings across the city. Citizens and mystical creatures ran in every direction, panicked and unthinking. Spires crumbled under the onslaught of riders on horseback. The silver towers fell, crashing into the city and flattening dozens of smaller buildings. The flames grew, consuming the forested parks and leaping for the cloudless sky above the city. The screams and shouts of the citizens, creatures, and mystics filled the air, drowning out the crackle of the flames. Erlon ran through the chaos, ducking and dodging the collapsing spires. A galloping unicorn surged past, nearly tripping him. The animal ran off the edge of the city, disappearing into the clouds below. A squad of flying horses flew overhead, their riders firing bows and throwing spears at the invaders. Fire and ice met their attack, melting the arrows and dislodging the Avrigon soldiers from their mounts. They fell to the city, landed hard, and rolled to a stop in the devastation. Black-clad riders crisscrossed the sky, hurling stones, arrows, and magical bursts of ice at anything that moved. A horse whinnied behind him. A Vindicator with long blonde hair swooped down on her horse. She spun the sword in her hand and leaned forward in the saddle, ready to strike. Erlon sprinted from the attack. He leapt over a pile of stone, ducked under a downed tree, and pushed a citizen out of the way. The horse and rider continued to close. He turned right, heading for a park. The trees and shrubs burned. He hoped it would provide temporary shelter from his attacker. He chanced to look behind him and tripped over a tree root. Erlon tumbled, the cobblestone streets tearing into his elbows, knees, and palms. He winced at the pain and tried to stand. The horse and rider descended on him. Time slowed. The crackle of the fires and panicked screams around him dissolved. The odor of the horse filled his nostrils. Erlon looked into the dark eyes of his assailant and saw hatred. The glint of light off metal drew his attention to the sword swinging at his head. Erlon sat up in his bedroll, a scream at the tip of his tongue. His body shook with adrenaline. A cold sweat covered his skin. His heart hammered his chest so hard his rib cage ached. The pulse in his ears was loud enough to drown out all other sound in the night. Around him, the citizen warriors of Barkatuk slept in the open field. The embers of dying fires glowed, providing the only light on the moonless night. He gulped and closed his eyes. The pulse in his ears subsided, replaced with the uneven snores of the Barkatuk citizens around him. He stood on shaky legs and snaked his way through the chaos of bodies on the ground. He shook his arms out and made his way toward the faint outline of a two-wheeled cart on the outskirts of the field. He tripped over a spear and stumbled 2 steps, cursing under his breath in the warm night. He found the barrel of water sitting by the cart and drank heavily. The liquid soothed his parched throat and cooled his body. Erlon wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled slowly. Feeling better and somewhat composed, he turned to go back to his bedroll and jumped at the sight of a figure standing beside him in the dark. Marlena smiled and nodded her head toward the outskirts of the encampment. Erlon followed her in silence, tiptoeing around sleeping citizen warriors and dodging other carts laden with food and weapons. "Are you okay?" she asked when they stopped, far away from the camp. "Yes," he replied, and heard the quiver in his voice. "I had a bad dream, that's all." "What did you see?" Erlon recalled his dream. "That was no dream." Marlena shook her head. Erlon barely made out the motion in the dark. "That was a vision." "I am here, not there." Erlon dismissed her with a wave of his hand. "The vision is not literal," she insisted. "The theme of the vision is the important part. The destruction of Avrigon." "I have no magic. It cannot be a vision." "Lorno Byn is close. He will arrive tomorrow, the next day at the latest. The air is full of his dark sorcery. As you are his target, some of that magic may be affecting you." Erlon shook his head, denying her words. "No," he whispered, but knew that some part of him believed her. I... "You are conflicted," Marlena offered, as if reading his mind. "You want to help the mystics, but know you must stay here." "Yes," he slowly acknowledged. "You cannot be 2 places at once. Rest your mind tonight and try to sleep. Kier should return soon. We will see if he has an army for us. If so, we can make our final plans." "And if not?" Erlon inquired. "We run." Marlena shook her head. "We run forever." Chapter 24. Apollon cruised low over the barren landscape, his gold-colored tassels flapping in the breeze. The carpet rose sharply, barely avoiding a berm of sand and rock, before descending back to his cruising altitude of a few feet above the ground. Kier held on to the edges of the carpet. He gripped the fabric, his old, wrinkled knuckles white with the strain. His long hair trailed behind him as he leaned into the wind. Small, furry rodents scurried away from the fast-moving carpet. The occasional scraggly tree flashed by Kier's vision. He breathed deep, wondering what happened to the morning. The Rixolo warriors drank well into the night. Kier found the food delicious, the wine strong. The last thing he remembered was an attractive barmaid, about half his age, attempting to seduce him. He woke naked in a room above the bar, his clothes neatly folded in a wooden chair beside the bed. Light streamed through a multitude of cracks in the poorly constructed wall. He called out to Shipwrecked, received no answer, and sat up. The hangover hit him hard and fast. His head pounded, and his vision blurry. He lay back down and gulped down the horrible taste in his mouth. On his 3rd attempt to sit up, he tolerated the pain enough to stay upright. He dressed slowly, willing each limb to work during the process. He furrowed his brow in concentration, ordering his arms to slide into the shirt. Sweat poured from his skin when he finally stood, fully dressed. He descended the stairs, holding and then leaning onto the wall. He found the tavern deserted, the tables cleared, and the chairs neatly slid under the wooden surfaces. Kier stumbled through the room, grabbed the door, and pulled it open. The bright sun spotlighted him in the door. He winced, clamped his eyes tightly shut, and nearly screamed at the pain. By sheer will, he opened his eyes against the light and looked out at the dusty streets of Rixala. The city was deserted. Kier leaned against the door jamb and called out for his carpet. His voice, dry and cracked, barely rose above a whisper. He swallowed and gulped enough to wet his throat.
Apollon?
He winced at the sound of his own voice. He cleared his throat, steeled himself against the pain. He called out again.
Apollon?
The carpet arrived within a minute, sliding to a stop in front of the tavern in a cloud of dust. Kier took one step and fell forward, collapsing onto the fabric. He threw his legs over and lay on his back, eyes closed against the sun's glare.
Where is everyone?
He croaked. Apollon rippled a half-dozen times, telling him nothing.
Stop!
Kier rubbed his temples. He paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts against the alcohol-induced pounding.
What time is it? No, never mind. Is it afternoon?
A ripple. Yes.
Is the city abandoned?
Another ripple.
They left this morning? Heading toward Barkatuk?
Yes.
Then take us back to Erlon and Marlena,
Kier groaned.
And keep it a steady flight, unless you want a mess all over you.
Apollon took off, skimming the tops of the buildings of Rixala, and set course southwest. The air helped revive Kier, and he set up not long into the flight. He smacked his lips, tasted the foulness in his mouth, and wished he drank water before leaving the city. A cloud of dust obscured the horizon, and Kier thought it a storm. He ordered Apollon to change course. The carpet bucked, and the Lighthouse Keeper soon realized why. The warriors of Rixala rode south. Hundreds of horses galloped across the landscape, sending plumes of dirt and dust in the air. Kier trailed behind a moment, observing, and noted that each man sat low in the saddle at full gallop. Swords bounced against their sides as the horses tore across the landscape. Long spears protruded from the saddles on the right side of each rider.
They are ready for war,
Kier commented, receiving a mouthful of dust. Apollon rippled in agreement.
At this speed, they will be there before nightfall. Let's get there, he ordered.
A rush of adrenaline pushed the cobwebs from his mind.
We need to prepare for their arrival.
Apollon rushed forward, through the dust cloud, and sped along the landscape only a few feet above the ground. The miles flashed by while the sun arched across the sky. They sailed over the northern plains, skirted around the odd mountain range, and, as the sun sat halfway to the western horizon, arrived at Barkatuk. Apollon circled the city, descending toward the city center market. Shouts of welcome drifted on the slight breeze, and Kier found himself waving to the crowd as the carpet settled next to a wooden vendor shed. The Lighthouse Keeper stepped off and stretched, listening as his vertebrae popped in sequence. The carpet took to the sky, away from the grabbing hands of the citizens, who always seemed to want to touch the fabric. A crowd gathered almost immediately.
"Did you find help? Where are the soldiers you promised? Where did the carpet go? Can I ride?
What is—" Elii pushed his way through the crowd and held up his hands, waving the citizens to quiet down. He nodded as silence covered the crowd like a blanket.
"Welcome back, Kier."
"Thank you, Elder. What news do you have?" Elii shook his head, his face a mask of concern and dread.
"Lorno Byn's army is a day south. His navy makes its way up the coast. If they do not come tomorrow, it will be the day after. And you?"
Kier exhaled. His tired muscles wanted to lie down. His stomach growled, and his mouth tasted like cotton from the previous night's alcohol. I need to eat, drink, and sleep, but there is still much to do. We need to dispatch guides to the north and the northeast. I have found allies in Mabek City and Rixala.
Eli nodded. We have already made contact with the warriors from Mabek. We have traded with them in the past. Honorable people, they should be here tonight.
His eyes narrowed in concentration.
I am not familiar with Rixala.
They are warriors, Kier replied. The crowd murmured with the news of not one but 2 allies.
They live to fight, and for money. They will have to be paid for the contribution. Mercenaries?
Kier nodded. Then we will pay them. Erlon's voice drifted across the afternoon breeze. The crowd turned, created a clear path between Erlon and Kier, and dropped to their knees. Kier's eyes widened at the spectacle before his brows furrowed, and he stared at the youth.
Good evening. What's all this?
A few things have changed since you left 2 days ago, Erlon stated. He looked over the crowd at his feet. Rise and go about your business. I've told you to stop doing that.
Stop doing? They've done this before?
All the time since the coronation.
Coronation?
Kier asked, dumbfounded.
Yes.
Eli stood. He waved the citizens away, and the crowd dispersed. Kier shook his head.
What has transpired in my absence?
The Vindicators attacked Marlena and the Barkatuk army a few hours after you left. We lost more than 20 men, but defeated their force. Erlon nodded. He motioned for Kier to walk with him, and they started toward the training ground to the north. Eli followed behind, silent. After the battle, the scouts reported that Lorno Byn's army was south of the city, and the Council of Elders put a vote to the citizenry. Erlon continued. They turned down another dusty street as the sun sank lower on the horizon. He entered the shadow of a building blocking the light and heat. The shade provided a moment's relief from the setting sun. They crossed back into the direct sunlight, and he remembered he needed food and water.
A vote?
They voted me their king.
What? The council?
Eli chimed in, his voice low in the quiet afternoon.
Did not want to accept responsibility for the upcoming military campaign. They abdicated their authority, the authority over all of Barkatuk, to King Erlon.
Kier shook his head.
I leave for 2 days. Now the city is united under one rule,
Eli declared.
There will be no questioning orders during the battle. This is a good thing.
Kier stopped for a moment and looked Erlon up and down. He appeared older already, with crow's feet around his eyes, a perpetual frown, and slumped shoulders that carried the weight of the world. Worry filled his eyes.
Your Majesty!
Kier stepped back and bowed deeply. Sarcasm dripped from each word.
What are your commands?
Stop it, Erlon hissed. He motioned for Kier to stand up. I've told everyone not to do that. They will not listen. Kier stood erect, his back protesting the movement.
Eat, drink, sleep,
his mind repeated. He ignored the voice in his head. He noted that Erlon's face relaxed a bit with Kier's sarcasm.
Did you make Marlena bow to you, Your Excellency?
He mocked. Erlon tried to stifle a laugh and failed.
I will have your head for this. That is better, my young friend,
Kier said with a chuckle.
Do not hold on to your burden alone. You have friends, advisors.
He pointed to Eli.
Allow them to help you carry the load.
Thank you.
Of course, my king.
Kier winked.
Now, where is Marlena? I need to discuss the battle plan with her.
Erlon led him to the dusty streets, to the burned-out husk of their former home. The sun set. The last fingers of light stretched across the sky, and the shifting twilight shadows played tricks on their eyes. Every shadow shimmered in the waning light. A cat jumped from a hidden hole, screeched, and ran up the street. All 3 of them jumped at the outburst. Kier's heart hammered his chest. The animal stopped a dozen feet away, turned, and hissed at them before slinking off into another dark shadow. Bonfires lit the training area, sending glowing embers drifting on the lazy winds of the early evening. Marlena stood in the middle of the field, cast in light from all the fires. Ranks of men stood between her and the flames. 2 lines faced each other in the cardinal directions, north, east, south, and west. 8 groups of men, swords and long spears in hand. Kier stopped to watch the training session. She barked a command, and the outer rank executed a single move, thrusting their swords or pikes toward the other rank. A group of older men moved through the ranks, correcting small mistakes. One assistant instructor grabbed a spear and yanked it forward, pulling its holder off balance. The man stumbled, letting go of the spear. "Never relinquish control of your weapon," the instructor snarled. "You must be balanced and prepared for the enemy to grab for you or your weapon." The student returned to the line and assumed his stance again. The instructor reached for the spear and pulled. The student stepped forward, then lunged backward, ripping the weapon from the instructor's hand. "Good," the older man nodded. "Maintain your balance and prepare yourself for anything." Kier folded his arms and waited for her to finish the routine. The 2 lines ran through the procedure twice more, the bonfire the only light in the open field. His stomach growled loudly, drawing looks from Erlon and Elii. "I haven't eaten all day," he explained. He rubbed his temples. "And last night is a blur." "Kier!" He smiled as Marlena ran over to meet them. She embraced him tightly, and he smelled the sweat on her clothes. Her eyes glowed in the firelight, and Kier thought she looked at home, in her element. "Marlena, you've been busy," he stated, motioning toward the men with a nod. "As have you, so I hear." She smiled. She chugged a drink from a water bladder in her hands. "We have 2 armies now?" "3, if you include yours," he said, and his hollow eyes danced in the firelight. He waggled a finger at the bladder, and she handed it over. Kier drank heavily, feeling the water hit his empty stomach like a hammer on a nail. The void rumbled angrily. Marlena stepped forward and leaned in close.
"They are making progress. If I had months, perhaps I could make a substantial fighting force, but 2 days?"
She shook her head.
"They will be slaughtered if we don't get experienced warriors."
"The Mebek will arrive tonight,"
Kier replied, fatigue in his voice.
"Food, drink, sleep. The Rixala should arrive tomorrow, hopefully not too late."
"We are done for the evening,"
Marlena called, and turned to face her recruits. Her voice carried across the field.
"Eat and rest. Tomorrow we will put your new skills to the test."
A cheer rose from the Barkatuk army. The assistant instructors walked from trainee to trainee, offering advice or simply checking on the soldiers. The warriors disbanded, moving toward the carts that held food and water. Marlena, Kier, Erlon, and Elii left the field and retreated to the edge of the city. They gathered food and drink and settled around a small fire on the edge of the field next to a mud hut. Their shadows played on the wall. Kier told them of his travels to each of the towns to the north. Marlena and Erlon recited the boy's dream of a burning Avrigon. Kier leaned back against the adobe hut, quietly stroking his long beard. He gazed at Marlena.
"With the king's permission, I need you to do something."
Erlon rolled his eyes and crossed his arms, but said nothing.
"What is it?"
she inquired, eyebrows arching.
"I need you to go to Avrigon and assist them as needed." "What?"
Erlon and Marlena asked in unison.
"What about Barkatuk?"
Elii glowered.
3 armies against 1, Kier noted. Barkatuk will survive. If Avrigon falls, all is lost.
"How will I get there?"
Marlena asked. "You aren't giving me Apollon, are you?"
"No, he and I have other plans,"
Kier hinted with a smile. He produced a box from his tattered tunic.
The magistrate gave me this before we left a few days ago. He said that I would have the weapons needed when the time was right. I believe this summons those weapons."
Marlena opened the box and revealed a golden ram's horn. It glowed in the fire's light. Her hesitant hand inched toward it.
"Take this to the outskirts of the city and blow into it," Kier directed. "Whoever, or whatever, brings me the tools I need to fight can take you back to Avrigon. Aid them in their fight, then bring whatever you can back here to help in ours." "Who will lead the Barkatuk army?" Eli asked. "She has trained them. They respect her."
"I will," Erlon stated, his voice firm. "I am king. It is my duty."
Kier smiled. "Our allies will soon arrive, and then Lorno Byn will find that Barkatuk is not an easy conquest."
Chapter 25. Marlena held her hands over the dying embers of a fire on the outskirts of the training field. She shivered against the cool air of the early morning. The first fingers of light stretched from the east, promising a clear sunrise. She paid no attention to the daybreak. Her thoughts dwelled on the journey ahead of her. Absently, she removed the small ram's horn from a pouch at her waist and rolled the object over in her hands. Her eyes stared at the glowing embers, fed by the early morning breeze. She realized that she held her fate in her hands. The horn, the instrument of her destiny. Live or die, the weight of the coming battle rested on her shoulders. That sobering thought dug her from her trance, and she replaced the ram's horn in the pouch. She touched the hilt of the sword on her left side, somehow reassured at its presence and terrified of it at the same time. 200 years of fighting is enough. She added 2 small logs to the fire and watched the flames lick at the new fuel. The sky lightened, and she turned her face to the sunrise. The ember-orange orb crested the horizon in a spectacular blast of light, and her mood brightened slightly with the dawn. She turned her head, casting her eyes across the mass of sleeping Barkatuk townspeople. She locked eyes with the 3 sentries arrayed around the perimeter, and received a nod from each. "I've done all I can here," she acknowledged. She faced forward and marched toward the rising sun. The cool, salty breeze from the sea pushed her toward a distant mountain range. She walked quickly across the flat farmlands, her pulse rising with each step. She stepped over the untended crops, noting much of the vegetable harvest lay ruined. As the farmers prepared for war, the animals feasted. An odd thought nudged her mind, and she frowned. How many will feast on the farmers soon? She crested a hill and descended into a secluded, narrow valley. A babbling brook filled the air with the sound of running water, and she turned in that direction. She found the creek and drank from the clear, cool water. Satisfied, she stood and made her way to a clearing at the edge of the valley. She pulled the ram's horn from her satchel and stared at it, slowly rolling it in her hand. The horn glowed in the morning sunlight, and a slight vibration filled the magical item. It tingled in her palm, tickling. A chill slid down her spine, and she exhaled. She closed her eyes, commanded her arm to rise, and put the ram's horn to her lips. She jumped. The blast of sound from the horn startled her. A tiny squeak, like a mouse terrorized by a cat, emanated from the magical item. Marlena lowered the horn and stared at it. She shook her head, raised it a second time, and blew, harder and longer this time. The tiny mouse squeak filled the air again. She stared at the object in her hand for a moment before dropping it back into the pouch at her side. "It's a magical horn," she muttered. "They had to have heard it." Satisfied with her efforts, she left the clearing and headed southeast, toward the foothills of the eastern mountains. The sun continued its arc through the sky, the heat baking her back. Sweat slid down her face, and she wiped it away every few dozen steps. She found a small oasis
and noting the animal tracks, deemed the watering hole suitable for drinking. She resisted the urge to jump in, but the thought did bring a smile to her face. She sat underneath the shade of one of the sparse trees and wondered if someone heard the signal. She retrieved the horn and blew into it again. The same squeak filled the air, only to be whisked away in the hot afternoon breeze. She leaned back, horn in hand, and waited. The whinny of a horse cut through her musings, and she quickly sat up. The sound of hooves trampling through the scrub brush floated on the breeze. Marlena smiled, put the horn away, and stood. She poked her head around a small dune, opened her mouth to shout a greeting, and ducked back quickly. 4 vindicators approached the desert oasis. Marlena gulped and backtracked away from their approach. Her hand touched the hilt of her sword, but she resisted pulling the blade. She wanted to appear harmless until the last possible second. She ducked into the shadow of a tree and crouched. The 4 horses headed straight for the water, drinking heavily in the afternoon heat. The riders sat atop their steeds, murmuring and laughing at unheard jokes. She remained still in the shadow of the tree, hidden by the bulk of its trunk, and waited. The horsemen tugged on the reins, coaxing their mounts away from the water. The animals shook their heads, their manes flapping angrily, but followed their riders' commands. The 4 rode around the far side of the oasis, and Marlena matched the movement, rotating herself around the tree to stay hidden. The Vindicators made their way northwest, toward Barkatuk. They disappeared around a small rise, following Marlena's path back toward the city. She exhaled slowly and relaxed her shoulders. Another horse's whinny filled the air behind her, and she froze. "More riders!" her mind screamed. Her heart thundered in her chest, and she melded deeper into the shadow of the tree trunk. Flapping wings filled the air, and a trio of Pegasus horses flew overhead. They banked in unison, 1 black and 2 white stallions, with long wings and dark, mesmerizing eyes. Each touched down lightly on the far side of the oasis, their wings folding neatly at their sides. The black stallion wore a worn leather saddle without a rider. The other 2 carried large saddlebags, nearly overflowing with unseen items. The mythical creatures scanned the watering hole. One of the white Pegasus locked eyes with Marlena and whinnied loudly. The other 2 turned their heads in her direction. Thundering hooves broke the afternoon quiet. Marlena leapt from her concealed hiding place and ran toward the Pegasus. She drew her sword as she sprinted and waved her offhand at them, shooing them away. "Run!" she cried. "It's a trap!" The Vindicators arrived at a full gallop, leaping over a small dune and bearing down on the trio of mystic horses. Bows filled the black-clad riders' hands, and arrows flew, striking the nearest white stallion in its flank. The animal screamed an agonizing cry that reverberated in the air. Crimson stained its flawless ivory body. It toppled over into the dry sand. Marlena's battle cry drowned out the whimpering of the dying animal as she charged the nearest Vindicator. She stepped on a downed log and catapulted herself into the air. She brought her sword across in a sweeping arc and caught the nearest rider across the chest. The sharpened steel cut through his black clothing and dissected him from the left shoulder diagonally to his right abdomen. Marlena landed and launched herself at the next Vindicator before the first man fell from his horse. She lunged, plunging her sword deep into his back, right above the kidney. She planted both feet, twisted the blade, and then rotated her body for maximum leverage. She pulled the blade from his body, the sword disemboweling the rider. More arrows flew from the 2 remaining enemy warriors, but only one struck home. The other white stallion took the projectile in the left rear hip. The black Pegasus took to the air in a flurry of flapping wings. It circled the oasis once and charged the Vindicators, swooping down in a blur. Marlena froze in muted horror as the black stallion kicked the nearest rider. The man flew from his mount, his body contorted in an unnatural angle, and landed in a plume of dust and sand. His crumpled body rolled twice before stopping face down at the base of a dune. The last remaining rider ducked the follow-through and spurred his mount from the oasis. The horse galloped away in long strides that left a cloud of dust drifting in the air. Marlena ducked as the black Pegasus, wings pounding the air, zipped over her head in pursuit. A gurgling scream echoed in the distance, then silence. The Pegasus returned a few seconds later and landed near its wounded comrade. Marlena sheathed her sword and quickly crossed the muddy bank to join the animals. A shadow passed her on the ground, and she looked up to see Apollon and Kier high overhead. She ignored him and knelt beside the wounded stallion. The first Pegasus lay dead, 4 arrows protruding from its body. The other white horse stood beside it, a trail of crimson soaking its hind leg from its single arrow wound. It flapped its wings, wincing and whining at the pain from its wound. She patted its neck, helpless to aid the creature. Kier arrived, landing the carpet nearby. He stepped off the mystic fabric, and Marlena thought he looked tired, his hollow eyes dark and brooding. He moved slower today, like the first day they met, and he approached with an apprehensive look covering his face. "I arrived too late to help," he stated without preamble. He pointed to the uninjured black stallion. "Take him and go to Avrigon. If they are not under attack, they will be soon." The Pegasus shook its head in the affirmative. "Lorno Byn will arrive at daybreak tomorrow," Kier reported. "They are moving slowly, taking their time, conserving their strength, I would guess." "Our allies?" Marlena inquired. "The Mabek arrived a few hours ago," he said. "Still no sign of the Rixala." The black stallion reared. Kier cocked an eyebrow at the creature. "You don't like the Rixala?" The Pegasus shook its head, and dust flew from its mane. "Why don't you like them?" Marlena asked. The Pegasus simply stared at Kier. "I had no choice," Kier replied. He reached up and petted the animal's long snout. "Take her to Magistrate Higgins. Byn's forces are on their way, if not there already." The majestic steed looked at its 2 comrades, then back to Kier. "I will see that your wounded friend is cared for," the Lighthouse Keeper reassured him. "And your dead will receive a proper burial, although that may have to wait until after the battle." The black-winged stallion nodded. He lowered his head and nudged the saddlebag lying on the ground, still strapped to the dead stallion. The Pegasus stomped its hoof twice. "Those are for me?" The stallion nodded again. "These are the tools I need to turn the tide of battle from the magistrate?" Kier asked, excitement permeating his voice. The black Pegasus whinnied. "I'll put them to good use." "What are they?" Marlena asked. Kier bent over and examined a small metal cylinder lying in the saddlebag. He shook his head. "I have no idea." He waved his hand toward the winged horse standing nearby. "Go, help Avrigon, and then bring all the warriors they have." He turned toward the south and raised a hand to shield his eyes. Marlena mimicked him. A small cloud of dust rose on the distant horizon. "Oh, tomorrow will be a bad day for us all." Marlena leaned forward, nearly lying on the animal's neck, and gripped the Pegasus tightly. Its musky smell stung her nose, even though the wind carried most of the odor away. She dared not look down. She did not like to be high above the ground while riding on Apollon. This was worse. The Pegasus' wings beat in a quick, steady rhythm that propelled the animal and rider through the sky. Their course took them between Lorno Byn's land army and his sea navy, offering Marlena a look at each. Thousands of men, cavalry, infantry, and archers, marched northward. The infantry led the way. Even rows of men created a plume of dust from their footfalls. Horsemen lined the flanks. Vindicators filled in the middle of the formation, surrounding a single figure on a black steed. Archers and another dozen rank of cavalry brought up the rear. To her right, on the sea, sat Byn's fleet. A dozen flat-decked ships, each with double masts, lay anchored outside the mouth of Barkatuk harbor. Small figures scurried to and fro on the deck of each ship, but she could not make out the details. They left the desert countryside behind, flying swiftly over a rolling sea. Storm clouds gathered, casting lightning and rain across the sky. The horse continued its flight, and Marlena's tension grew. She dreaded stepping foot on Avrigon again. Every time she visited the magical city, it stripped another piece of her life away. The only pleasant visit was with Erlon only a week ago, she scoffed. The Pegasus jerked its head back at the words. Marlena rubbed the animal's neck and flank. "I wasn't talking to you, just thinking out loud." A thought struck her. "Do you know who I am? What I am?" The Pegasus nodded. Its wings continued their rhythmic beat. "And that doesn't bother you?" The animal remained silent. Marlena put her head on the itchy mane and closed her eyes. "Even the animals know what I am." The lightning grew closer. Gale force winds buffeted both Pegasus and rider. Marlena turned her attention to the dark rolling clouds all around. She shook her head. "This is the same kind of storm that shipwrecked Erlon and me at the lighthouse. This is Lorno Byn's sorcery." The animal climbed higher, above the storm. The air grew cold, and her breath fogged for the first time in years. Her duties as protector kept her in warmer climates. She snuggled onto the Pegasus' back for warmth. "The last time I felt cold," she muttered, "was nearly 200 years ago." She fought against chattering teeth. "When the mystics of Avrigon found me with Ryland." The winged horse crested the center of the storm and dropped altitude. The warmer air combated the chills on Marlena's skin. She patted the animal. "Thank you." They traveled on in silence, dark storm clouds and flashes of lightning below them. She stared at the spectacle, and her mind drifted to a farmhouse far away from Barkatuk and Avrigon. "I still don't know how they found me," she said dreamily, reciting the vision in her mind. "Ryland and I were just married, starting our life together. At that time I did not know who I was, what I was. I only knew that after growing up in an orphanage, I finally found someone who loved me. When the bandits came, they killed my husband and burned everything." She choked back a sob at the 200-year-old memory. "They took me to sell as a slave. That was when I discovered who I was. I killed them all." She rubbed the animal's neck, comforted in the action. "I don't even remember doing it. I decided not to be a slave, that I would rather die than let them sell me. The next thing I remember is standing, alone, in the middle of a road, with 6 bodies lying around me." The Pegasus stopped beating its wings and spread them to full extension, coasting over the storm. She felt its muscles tense beneath her, its flanks expanding and retracting with each breath. "The mystics found me in the road, sitting and crying into my knees," Marlena continued. She shivered in the cool breeze and hugged her ride tighter. She wiped a tear from her eye. "They took me to Avrigon and told me my lineage. I was born a demigod, half human and half god. My mother seduced a human to spite her husband. I was taken from her as punishment for the transgression. They left me in an orphanage. The Avrigon mystics decided I needed to be punished for marrying a human, even though I had no idea who or what I was. They sentenced me to a life of servitude, to protect humans from gods and magic and whatever else threatened them. I've been in their service for 200 years. The Pegasus nodded its head. It flapped its wings again, propelling them above the storm. "I love Erlon, I do," she confessed. "I love the life I spent with him, but things have changed. I'm tired of it," she said, laying her head back on the itchy mane. "I am tired, and I want it to end." Chapter 26. Kier slowly opened his eyes and let the early morning light rouse him from his sleep. He yawned and stretched. His old joints creaked and popped, and he grimaced at the pain in his shoulder. "Sleeping on the ground is a young man's game," he mused, rubbing his eyes. He sat up and looked around. His bedroll lay in the center of the training field, amongst hundreds of others. Many of the Barkatuk citizens returned from the north with the news of reinforcements. Erlon dispatched riders to other nearby towns to seek out additional allies. The ranks of the army swelled. Dying fires lit the perimeter. Wafting smoke drifted into the early morning sky. The salty breeze from his right sent chills across his skin. He looked to the east. The amber glow of the sun barely peeked over the distant horizon. One of the fires sparked, sending embers into the sky. Marlena paused, took a look around the training field, and moved off toward the rising sun. He waited until she disappeared into the distance before he stood and made his way to one of the food carts. He ate a quick meal of smoked meat, grimacing at the salty taste, and followed it with an entire jug of water. That task complete, he left the training field and made his way into the abandoned city of Barkatuk. It felt different without the people, sad and lonely. He pushed those thoughts from his mind and continued his stroll. His tired muscles and joints relaxed with the movement, and by the time he reached the burned-out husk of Marlena's old house, he felt limber and ready for the next part of his journey.
"Apollon,"
he called, his voice low.
"are you here?"
A pile of debris stirred, and the carpet emerged. It hovered a few feet in the air and shivered. Dust and soot filled the air, revealing the blue and golden fabric. Apollon took to the air in a flash, a trail of mist and dirt in his wake. He returned a moment later, stopped beside Kier, most of the dirt and grime gone.
"Good morning, old friend,"
Kier smiled. He climbed aboard and sat cross-legged. His knees hurt from the motion. He rubbed them and put the pain from his mind.
"Sleep well?"
The carpet rippled beneath him, and he patted the fabric.
"Take us east," Kier instructed. "Stay high and out of sight. Marlena took off this morning, and we are going to follow her."
Apollon rippled again and took to the air. Kier closed his eyes and let the wind whip through his tangled hair and beard. His tattered clothes flapped in the breeze, and he shivered at the cooler wind at altitude. The carpet leveled off, and he opened his eyes. The morning sun lay dead ahead, its circular form barely over the horizon. The clear sky, except for a few white puffy clouds, beckoned him. He smiled at the thought of taking off and never looking back. But that was not his destiny. Apollon bucked, and Kier looked down. Far below, the flat prairie lands gradually filled with foothills and valleys. Marlena slid down a slight decline and drank from a creek at the edge of the Barkatuk farmland. She moved to a flat area at the edge of the valley, and Kier caught a glimpse of reflective light from something in her hand. A high-pitched squeal filled the air, and he winced. His teeth clenched tightly. Apollon bucked and danced on the wind. In an instant, the sound died, and Kier shook his head at the silence. His head pounded from the onslaught, and he exhaled against the pain. The high-pitched whine sounded again. He closed his eyes so tight he saw spots, the pain like a nail through his skull. He gulped, fighting unconsciousness, while Apollon bucked and contorted beneath him. The sound ended as abruptly as it began. The pain in his head, however, persisted.
"What was that?"
Apollon shivered. Kier looked over the side of the fabric. They flew lower, losing altitude during the barrage of sound. Marlena put something in a pouch at her side. He sat back up.
"Take us higher," he croaked. "She blew the ram's horn. That was what we heard."
Apollon rippled.
"Stay with her."
Kier rubbed his temples.
"Hopefully, she won't do that again."
They flew on as the sun trekked across the sky above. The day grew warm, the breeze died, and sweat trickled down Kier's face. Apollon trailed behind Marlena, his shadow well behind the woman as she traveled the rough terrain below.
"Fly south," Kier ordered. "I want to see Lorno Byn's army."
Apollon shuddered.
"Stay high," he patted the fabric, "and we'll be fine. I want to see their progress. We may not have much time."
The carpet flew south, picking up both speed and altitude. The sea stretched to Kier's right, bright and inviting, peaceful. The southern plains stretched before him, desolate and sun-scorched. A thin cloud of dust covered the horizon. "There!" Apollon flew higher, and Kier gulped. At least 1,000 men marched northward. Infantrymen on foot trudged forward, kicking up dust as they slowly shuffled along. Cavalry covered the perimeter, the horses steadily putting one foot in front of the other. No one moved quickly, taking their time while they traveled. No songs filled the air. No drums counted the beat. 1,000 men, head down, swords sheathed, and spears pointing skyward, simply walked through the desert. In the middle of the formation sat a man on top of a horse, dressed in opulent attire. He appeared asleep on his mount. "Lorno Byn," Kier muttered. "They are taking their time." Apollon rippled. "Take us back to Marlena. Barkatuk may have a little time, but I don't think Avrigon does." They flew north, the air cooling his skin. The high-pitched squeal hit him again and nearly toppled him off the carpet. Apollon writhed in pain, and Kier held onto the bucking fabric. He closed his eyes against the pain and waited for it to end. The sound ceased a moment later, and he opened his eyes. The headache returned, pounding his skull mercilessly. Kier gulped against the pain and rubbed his temples. Sunlight reflected off water, and he pointed. "Head there." An oasis appeared in the distance, and Kier's heart sank. 4 Vindicators on horseback charged from the west, attacking a trio of Pegasus near the water. One of the winged horses lay on the ground, crimson staining its body. Marlena attacked the Vindicators with a ferocity unlike anything Kier had ever seen. She felled 2 of the attackers before they could rearm their bows. The black Pegasus, the same one I saw in Avrigon, took to the sky as the other white Pegasus screamed in pain. The battle moved so quickly that Kier did not know where to look. The black winged horse joined in the attack, kicking one of the riders and sending him flying from his mount. The last rider rode off, attempting to escape. The Pegasus slid across the terrain in pursuit. Kier recoiled as the animal swooped in, grabbed the rider with its teeth, and hauled him into the sky. The animal dropped the rider. The man fell, arms flailing, into the desert. He landed in a cloud of dust and sand, unmoving. "Take us down," Kier muttered. Apollon dropped from the sky, landing near Marlena and the wounded Pegasus. The black stallion arrived a moment later. "I arrived too late to help," Kier stated without preamble. He stepped from the carpet and pointed to the uninjured black stallion. "Take him and go to Avrigon. If they are not under attack, they will be soon." The Pegasus shook its head in the affirmative. "Lorno Byn will arrive at daybreak tomorrow," Kier reported. "They are moving slowly, taking their time, conserving their strength, I would guess." "Our allies?" Marlena inquired. "The Mabek arrived a few hours ago," he said. "Still no sign of the Rixala." The black stallion reared. Kier cocked an eyebrow at the creature. "You don't like the Rixala?" The Pegasus shook its head, and dust flew from its mane. "Why don't you like them?" Marlena asked. The Pegasus simply stared at Kier. "I had no choice," Kier replied. He reached up and petted the animal's long snout. "Take her to Magistrate Higgins. Byn's forces are on their way, if not there already." The majestic steed looked at its 2 comrades, then back to Kier. "I will see that your wounded friend is cared for," the Lighthouse Keeper reassured him. "And your dead will receive a proper burial, although that may have to wait until after the battle." The black-winged stallion nodded. He lowered his head and nudged the saddlebag lying on the ground, still strapped to the dead stallion. The Pegasus stomped its hoof twice. "Those are for me?" The stallion nodded again. "These are the tools I need to turn the tide of battle from the magistrate?" Kier asked, excitement permeating his voice. The black Pegasus whinnied. "I'll put them to good use." "What are they?" Marlena asked. Kier bent over and examined a small metal cylinder lying in the saddlebag. He shook his head.
I have no idea.
He waved his hand toward the winged horse standing nearby.
Go, help Avrigon, and then bring all the warriors they have.
He turned toward the south and raised a hand to shield his eyes.
Oh, tomorrow will be a bad day for us all.
Marlena nodded, gave Kier a quick hug, and hopped aboard the black steed. They took to the air in a cloud of dust, leaving him alone with the wounded creature.
What do you have for me?
Kier asked, retrieving one of the cylinders from the dead creature's bag. He rolled the device over in his hands. A smooth metal casing concealed the contents, and a small string protruded from one end. The injured Pegasus nudged the saddlebag on its wounded flank. Kier stood and rummaged through the pouch. He retrieved a scroll, removed a string, and unfurled the parchment. Elegant text leaped from the page, and Kier heard the magistrate's deep voice in his mind as he read.
Lighthouse Keeper, as promised, these tools will aid you in fighting Lorno Byn's forces. These containers hold powerful magic. Use them wisely. Pull the string and drop them on the enemy. Ensure your allies are far away. Good luck to us all. Magistrate Higgins.
Kier reread the message and looked at the small cylinder in his hand. He resisted the urge to pull the string and throw it. Instead, he simply nodded and gathered the saddlebags off each Pegasus. He laid the leather pouches on Apollon and returned to stand beside the wounded creature.
Barkatuk is many miles north, he pointed. Can you make it?
The animal looked at its fallen companion and shook its head. It stomped the ground twice.
You are staying here to watch over your friend?
Kier asked. The Pegasus nodded.
I cannot protect you if Lorno Byn's forces come this way.
The creature nodded again. Kier patted the animal's long snout and then climbed aboard Apollon. He gathered the cylinders around him and secured them on the carpet.
Let's go,
he called. Apollon took to the sky, leaving the Pegasus and the oasis behind. Kier returned to the training field to find the Mabek army facing the citizens of Barkatuk. He climbed off the carpet, feeling every bit of his 70-plus years. The shouts of the two sides filled the air. Screams of terror and anger covered the field. Erlon stood in the middle of the two factions, arms extended, attempting to calm them. Kier thought both sides looked ready to rush through him to attack the other side. He grabbed a single cylinder, left the rest on the carpet, and joined Erlon.
Kier,
the king cried. Welcome back. Did Marlena?
She is on her way,
Kier shouted above the din of the gathered crowd.
What is going on here?
Quiet,
Erlon bellowed. The noise subsided, but both sides rocked back and forth, ready to strike. The Mabek army do not want to mix with the Barkatuk army, Erlon explained.
Apparently we are inferior,
one of Marlena's assistant instructors snarled.
You are inferior,
Katek shrugged nonchalantly.
We are a fighting force. You are farmers.
Erlon called for silence again. The Mabek want to keep their forces separate, Erlon continued. The Barkatuk want to command the army. He appeared tired to Kier.
I have just returned from the south, where Lorno Byn's forces march.
Kier shook his head.
If we have a hope to win this battle, we must work together.
Where is your other army?
A voice cried out from the Barkatuk ranks.
You promised another army.
Shouts of encouragement filled the air. Erlon silenced them with outstretched arms.
What other army?
Katek inquired.
The Rixala.
Katek tossed his head back and laughed. His troops followed suit. Kier flushed with embarrassment, his temperature rising with the laughter.
Is there something I should know?
Kier asked.
They are mercenaries and not to be trusted,
Katek answered, wiping his eyes.
They run from a fight. Their only loyalty is to money and their uncompromising life debts.
Kier nodded.
Then it's a good thing that they owe a life debt to me.
The laughter stopped.
They owe a life debt to you?
Yes,
Kier smiled. I saved one of their warriors years ago, and returned him to his village.
Ketek offered a lopsided grin.
Then we stand a chance as long as they arrive on time. But we need more, he continued. More men, more weapons. How about this?
Kier offered, holding up the Avrigon cylinder.
What is that?
Ketek asked.
A gift,
Kier replied. He turned toward an empty wagon at the edge of the field and, using his arms, motioned for everyone to back away from the two-wheeled cart. He rotated his shoulder, loosening the muscle, and stopped.
I am not the one to do this.
Erlon, he called, and handed the cylinder to the king.
Pull the cord and toss it at the cart.
Erlon took the device and looked at it curiously. He looked to Kier for reassurance and received a nod. The boy king stepped forward, pulled the cord, and tossed the cylinder high into the air. Every eye on the field followed the device through its arc. It landed on the cart in a flash of light. The world exploded, engulfing the wagon in fire and raining debris across the field. The concussion forced everyone back a step or two. Those closest dropped to their knees and covered their ears. Splinters of the wooden cart pelted Kier.
Where did you get that?
Ketek asked.
The mystics of Avrigon,
Erlon announced.
Another of our allies.
Another cheer filtered to the crowd.
Ally?
Ketek smiled.
They will be joining us? Later,
Kier stated, keeping his voice steady.
They are engaging Byn's forces elsewhere.
Ketek puffed out his chest and nodded.
Then we have a good chance.
He glanced at Erlon.
As long as the right man is put in command.
Erlon turned his tired eyes to Kier. The Lighthouse Keeper nodded.
Ketek will command the combined forces of McVey and Barkatuk,
the boy king announced. No one disputed his word. He looked to Ketek. The man stood silent for a moment before a grin split his face. He nodded.
The two forces will integrate and learn from each other.
Ketek faced Kier.
How long do we have? They should arrive in the morning.
We have the rest of the day to get to know each other, Erlon nodded. General Ketek, take charge of your army.
Yes, King Erlon.
A collective cheer rose from the McVey side of the formation. They thrust swords and spears into the air. The Barkatuk side stood silent for several heartbeats before they too joined in the celebration. The veterans led the response, smiles on their faces. Kier nodded, his thoughts on Marlena and her quest. Chapter 27. Storm clouds hung over the city of Avrigon like a shroud, blocking the sunlight. Lightning flashed around the city, casting shadows in a mesmerizing strobe. The rain held back, and people still milled about, with many casting their eyes at the sky with each flash of light. Marlena and her ride landed outside the magistrate's spire in a flurry of flapping wings. She slid off its back and landed lightly on her feet. She rubbed her sore bottom and stretched out the kinks in her neck and shoulders. The Pegasus furled its wings close to its body and bowed its head slightly at her. Marlena smiled and rubbed its long face. The electrified air rejuvenated her, and she gained strength with each passing moment. She looked at the dark sky as a light rain fell, the edge of the storm. She spread her arms wide and let the energy consume her.
"Marlena,"
the magistrate called. She turned to Higgins, standing in the doorway of the spire, his eyes squinting against the light rain. She nodded and waved, said goodbye to the Pegasus, and trotted over to the door. A bolt of lightning illuminated the man, and she stopped short, staring. Higgins looked much older, with graying hair and beard. Deep, inset eyes peered at her from cavernous sockets surrounded by a network of wrinkles. He waved her inside as the rain fell harder and the wind picked up. She ran inside the spire, and he closed the door behind her.
"Welcome back,"
he smiled. "What is going on?" she asked. "What happened to you?" She reached out her hand, but stopped before touching his old face.
"The magic around this city is increasing."
"That's good, right?"
"It is not our magic," he replied.
Higgins led her up a flight of stairs to his office. He moved slowly, using handholds to propel him upward. The magistrate groaned with each step and issued a sigh of relief when he dropped into the overstuffed chair behind his desk.
"Dark forces are at work here," he wheezed. "We have been complacent for too long."
"Lorno Byn is using magic against you," Marlena smirked. "There is an attack on the way."
"Kier can take care of Barkatuk."
"No," she shook her head. "Byn is going to attack Avrigon."
"He cannot," Higgins refuted with a wave of his hand. "We are high in the clouds. He cannot—"
"You just said you were complacent," she snarled, pacing back and forth in front of the desk. "His forces will be here in hours, maybe less. Riders on horseback, elevated to the city by the very magic that is attacking you now."
"You," he furrowed his brows, "you appear unaffected."
"I can feel the energy," she confessed, "the magic in the air. But it is not making me weak. I feel stronger than ever."
"Then you must help us fight off the attack."
"That is why Kier sent me," she said. "We defeat his forces here. Then I take everything that Avrigon has left to help with the fight at Barkatuk."
Higgins shook his head. "Kier and Erlon can take care of themselves. We will not leave the city defenseless against—"
"Once we have defeated Lorno Byn's forces, there will no longer be a threat." She stopped her pacing and placed both hands on the desk. She leaned forward, staring Higgins in the face. "I can either take your forces after the battle, or I leave you now and let you fight his attack."
A knock on the door interrupted the threat. The wooden door opened, and the Council of Elders glided in with 2 guards. They appeared old and fragile, ready to shatter at a word. Each of them shook as they walked. Crooked canes in their hands kept them upright.
"Magistrate,"
the lone female elder greeted, her voice sad and frail.
"A group of riders approach with the storm. At least 30, maybe more."
Magistrate Higgins sat back in stunned silence, his face slack. His eyes moved right and left as he thought. He glanced up and stopped staring at Marlena. She gazed into his tired eyes, and he nodded.
"Defend us. Then go."
"Good." She stood, rubbing her hands together. The magic in the air energized her. She felt 100 years younger. Now, what kind of forces are available for the defense of Avrigon?
"My lord," the servant bowed. "Rise and speak," Lorno Byn commanded.
"Our forward scouts have reached the city." The man rose, but did not look the Mage-Lord in the eye. "They report that the citizens have amassed an army 300 strong to defend Barkatuk." The mage stood on a small rise, the sun heading toward the western horizon on his left. The sea breeze caressed his skin and flitted through his flowing robes, giving him a majestic look. He stared at the distant city of Barkatuk, barely visible in the shimmering waves of heat from the desert. He turned toward the sea in his flotilla of ships anchored outside the harbor. "An armada the envy of any king," he mused. 1,000 men camped at his back, preparing meals and sharpening weapons.
300?
He repeated. "Yes, my liege." The man hesitated for a moment. "They were the only ones to return. The other 3 scouting parties are still missing."
"They must know we are coming."
Lorno Byn laughed.
"No matter. Tell the runners to spread this far and wide. We march at dawn. The navy will take the port and move inward. The infantry and cavalry will come from the south and meet them in the middle. 1,000 extra drachines for the man who reaches the city center first."
"Yes, my liege." The servant turned and ran, screaming for generals, admirals, and soldiers to spread the news. He watched the sun set, a golden glow on the horizon. The last fingers of light slowly receded, bringing with them darkness. The lights on his ships swayed gently in the tides. The heat of torches warmed his back. The flames of his forces lit the night. He swiveled to Barkatuk and raised an inquisitive eyebrow. The city sat dark, motionless, abandoned. From his vantage, he saw only the faintest hint of a fire to the north of the city. A smile split his face. Not many left. His orders given, and musings complete, Lorno Byn retired to his tent. A quick meal of meat and vegetables filled him, and he sat down next to a roaring fire. Despite the warm night, the heat of the flames felt good to him. He inhaled, then exhaled slowly. He let his mind drift. The landscape zipped by beneath him. Deserts, forests, and lakes all passed in the blink of an eye. Birds, squirrels, deer, and fish passed beneath him as he raced the setting sun. The atmosphere grew darker, colder, and more sinister. Rain fell in sheets. Gale-force winds bent trees over. Lightning probed the dark clouds. The echoing boom of thunder filled the heavens. The Lalaine Mountains and the unique triple top loomed ahead. He stopped his headlong flight and let his flowing magic suspend him in mid-air. His corporeal mind studied the mystic city floating above him. Avrigon sat among the clouds, miles above the mountain range below. Stabs of lightning inched closer to the city, illuminating tall spires above and the base of the city below. The base drew his attention, and he propelled himself closer. The circular base stood 3 stories high and glowed like bronze. Clouds covered most of it, but the ever-shifting mist revealed it in stages. Lorno Byn dismissed it as a point of attack and retreated to get a better look at the spires. "More beautiful than I imagined," he mused, staring at the spires, buildings, and parts that comprised the city. "I will make this the palace of my kingdom." A smile crossed his lips. "If any of it survives." He closed his eyes and conjured a spell, directing it at the magical energy surrounding the city. His ghostly eyes glowed as the energy drained from the city. A lone rider on a black steed flew in with the storm, landing somewhere deep within the city. Lorno Byn detected a shift in the energy with the rider's arrival, and paused his incantation. He reached out mystic tendrils of magic, only to be repelled at the perimeter of Avrigon. He tried again, pushing harder, but he could not breach the city. Frustrated, he turned his attention to the ground far below. There, his apparition pointed to 31 riders speeding across the landscape. Byn closed his eyes again and released the last of his prepared spells. The Vindicators screamed in terror as they lifted from the crowd. Lorno Byn sensed the strong presence of Vultrin and found her among the riders. He focused on her and issued his orders. "Attack the city, break its defenses, and allow me free rein within." "Yes, my liege," she replied, gripping her mare in white-knuckled terror. "Find the source of their magic and destroy them all, but leave the city intact." "Yes, my liege." Lorno Byn released her mind and returned to his incorporeal station overlooking the city. Dark storm clouds blanketed the city with heavy rain and continuous lightning. His horsemen drew level with the city and drew their swords. He smiled as the Vindicators swept through the magical barrier and commenced their attack on the city of Avrigon. Chapter 28. 4 riders in black dove from the stormy sky toward the central park of Avrigon. Their horses, legs pumping as though running on hard ground, puffed and panted with exertion. The men on their backs let loose a swarm of arrows before pulling on the reins. The flying horses and riders, propelled by Lorno Byn's magic, lifted away, their arrows striking nothing but trees and shrubs. The magic-infused projectiles ignited the wet branches. The citizens of Avrigon ran for shelter, their old and aged bodies trudging through the downpour of the storm. A few fell, struggling to return to their feet as wave after wave of Vindicators swooped from the heavens. One old man swung a cane menacingly at the riders, and received a trio of arrows in his chest. He fell in a puddle of mud and lay still, his clothes smoldering. Voltrin led a group of 6 riders through the city. The single-file formation wove through the tall spires, launching their arrows indiscriminately through the city. Wooden structures burst into flame. Stone buildings cracked with the impacts. Citizens fell screaming as the arrowheads burrowed deep in their skin. The riders flew away from the city, banked, and returned for another pass. Marlena emerged from the magistrate's spire, grim determination etched across her face. Her blood boiled at the carnage inflicted on the city in the first few minutes of the attack. She whistled loudly. Despite the crackling of flames and painful cries of the citizens, the black Pegasus arrived moments later. She mounted the beast in a single motion. "Tell your riders to take to the sky," she ordered Higgins. The frail old man leaned against the door to the spire, panting from exertion. Rain slid down his face. An arrow hit the spire above them, creating a spiderweb of cracks. The magistrate ducked as small pieces of stone rained down on him. "Any casters that you have, tell them to spread out in the central parks." She smiled menacingly. "We will bring the enemy to them." "Yee-ha!" she commanded, and the winged horse took to the sky. She pulled her sword from its sheath and twirled it in her right hand. Her eyes scanned the city and found her first target, 2 black-clad riders attacking the business district. She pulled the reins and aimed her mount in that direction. Wooden structures and cobblestone alleys filled that section of the city. 2 horsemen circled above, launching their seemingly never-ending supply of arrows into the buildings. They laughed at the screams filling the air from the terrified residents. Marlena set a course and charged the 2 Vindicators. The Pegasus flew straight at them. The female warrior twirled her sword and struck the first rider. His back took the full force of the attack, knocking him from the horse and sending him, arms flailing, into the fires below. His scream abruptly ended. The second archer met a similar fate as Marlena sliced upward with her sword. The blow lifted the Vindicator from his saddle, and he hung suspended in the air for a heartbeat. He did not scream when he fell. He simply disappeared into the flames. She pulled on the reins, turning her steed toward the city center. She smiled as a dozen other winged stallions lifted from around the city, taking the fight to the enemy. 2 down. She twirled her sword. Plenty to go. She kicked the animal's flanks. Yee-haw! Gale-force winds threatened to rip her from the saddle, and Marlena clenched her thighs tightly on the flying horse. The rain fell in diagonal sheets, stinging her face and eyes. Lightning strobed nearly non-stop, affecting her depth perception. The demigod reached deep inside, reviving a strength she fought to keep buried for centuries. Her skin heated, burning with rage. The city brightened. Every detail of Avrigon leaped into focus. A dozen Vindicators flew on her left, strafing the city relentlessly. 10 more circled on her right. The rest moved freely, destroying everything in their path. Buildings blazed. Stone structures crumbled. A solitary rider dove toward the city, sword in hand. The Vindicator disappeared down an alley and flew up a moment later, crimson staining his sword. Even from across the city, she saw the rider laugh. She snarled and spurred her mount. The cityscape zipped by in a blur beneath her, the wind at her back. The Pegasus trembled beneath her, and she momentarily wondered if the horse felt rage or exhaustion. Her steed answered the question a moment later when it pulled up and lashed out with its front hooves. The kick connected with the unsuspecting rider, hurling him from his horse. He flew through the air and over the edge of the city. The Pegasus flapped its wings, stopping the rest of its momentum, and turned to face the rest of the attackers. The mystical creature let out a cry that carried across the city despite the wind and the rain. Marlena held on tight as it reared, then righted itself. The Pegasus flapped its wings mightily and propelled them back toward the center of the city. The riders of Avrigon joined her, flying in a loose V formation behind Marlena. She looked right and left, made eye contact, and nodded to the lead riders. They returned the gesture. She offered a grim smile.
"Take 4 warriors," she commanded to her right, "and attack that group."
She indicated a group of 6 Vindicators destroying a residential area.
"Draw them to the casters in the eastern park."
The man nodded, turned his head, and signaled to those behind him. That entire wing of the V formation peeled away, heading toward the indicated target. She turned and issued similar orders to her left. A young woman led that side, a long spear in her hand. She lifted the weapon above her head, pumped it twice, and pointed it toward her target. They peeled away, leaving Marlena with 3 riders. She mimicked the woman's motions, twirling her sword and pointing straight ahead. A chorus of cries sounded at her back, and she hunched forward to fight the headwind. They flew through a formation of Vindicators, hacking and slashing with swords. One black-clad rider fell, a deep gash across his back. 3 others blocked the surprise attack. The Avrigon riders passed through the formation and turned to pursue. The 6 remaining attackers turned and closed on Marlena and her team. She directed her mount to zigzag through the city. The occasional arrow zipped past. She looped around a tall spire and set course for the parks in the center of Avrigon. She quickly glanced left and right. The riders, on both sides of the battle, closed in. Her rage-enhanced vision showed movement in the parks. Groups of 2 or 3 spread across the open fields. She spurred her mount faster. Pinpricks of light formed in the parks, casters readying their magic.
"Only 1 shot at this," she thought. "Make it count."
Red firebolts and blue ice blasts streaked skyward. She tugged twice on the reins, and the Pegasus lifted higher, away from the parks. Screams echoed in the night, drowning out the rage of the storm. She turned her head, eyes wide in horror, as black-clad warriors erupted in flame, struck by firebolts. Others turned blue, frozen in mid-air along with their mounts. The horses and riders plummeted to the ground below, shattering on impact. Marlena nudged her mount forward with a kick to the flank. The Pegasus huffed, its movements slowing as exhaustion consumed the creature. She petted the neck, encouraging the animal, and directed it toward a group of Vindicator survivors racing away from the casters. Marlena counted and smiled. Only 9 of the enemy survived the ambush. The rest lay scattered about the city, either burning or frozen. A quick glance behind her wiped the smile from her face. 8 of her initial force remained. She nodded as the woman rode up beside her. The spear was gone, replaced with a long sword. Blood stained the left side of her face from a long gash. The warrior smiled.
"Even odds!"
Marlena yelled, motioning toward the remaining Avrigon riders.
"Too bad for them,"
the woman snarled. The 2 women spurred their mounts and charged the remaining Vindicator force. Chapter 29. Erlon sat on a white mare, shielding his eyes from the sun's glare with his left hand. His right hand held the reins resting in his lap. Behind him stood an army of nearly 200, a mixture of Barkatuk farmers and Mebek warriors. They breathed heavily and shuffled their feet in anticipation. He did not need to see them to know they stood armed and ready for battle. He exhaled slowly as his eyes scanned the field south of Barkatuk. Arrayed before him stood nearly 5 times his number. The vast army of Lorno Byn appeared relaxed, confident of victory due to their overwhelming numbers. Infantry stood forward of the formation, waving swords and shields, banging them together, taunting. The archers and cavalry sat back, waiting. A runner sprinted up, out of breath, and spoke briefly with Erlon's chief advisor, Styrin. The runner stepped away, gulping air, and Styrin leaned toward the boy king. "The general says they are ready," he said, sitting on a chestnut mare. Erlon turned to look at the distant harbor. Another 100 men, under the command of General Katek, stood ready to repel a sea invasion. The first ship of Lorno Byn's navy breached the harbor, heading for the docks. "I hope so," Erlon said. He turned forward, toward the army facing him. The first dozen ranks of Byn's army moved out, slowly crossing the field.
"They are not committing their entire army,"
Styrin commented.
"Their mistake."
"I hope so," Erlon repeated.
"Execute the plan."
Styrin smiled and drew a long sword. He waved it over his head twice and pointed across the field. He kicked his mount and moved forward. 150 men followed, almost even odds. Byn's army, seeing the force arrayed against them, yelled a taunting battle cry and surged forward, running across the field. Styrin, one of only a handful on horseback, returned the cry, and the Barkatuk army ran forward, closing the distance on the enemy force. Erlon tensed. The two armies closed. Styrin left the formation and turned left, running parallel with the enemy front. He could not hear the veteran warrior, but he knew he rallied his troops. He rode back and forth between the two armies. They closed to within 200 yards, and Styrin turned and charged directly toward the center of Byn's forces. He disappeared into the middle of the advancing army. The opposing sides met in a clash of steel. Screams of pain filled the air, punctuated by cries of exertion. Erlon, several hundred yards away, watched the two groups mesh until he could not tell one from the other. The late morning sunlight glinted off steel, and the dull clanks of metal on metal filtered across the field. A group of 10 armored warriors broke free and charged Erlon's position. He sat still, steeling himself for the inevitable. Styrin warned that a group or two would break free and try to end the battle quickly with the king's death. They prepared for the moment. The 10 men sprinted across the field, chests heaving with deep breaths. Several held long spears, the rest swords. All their faces contorted in uncontrolled rage. At 100 yards, Erlon drew his sword and pointed it at the advancing soldiers. "Now!" Archers stepped from a crouch behind him and formed a crescent around their king. 24 men drew their bowstrings and let arrows fly. The projectiles struck home, dropping 4 of the men instantly. The rest, arrows sticking from their chests, arms, and legs, continued to advance. "Another volley!" Erlon cried. He gripped the reins tighter and prepared himself for battle. More arrows flashed across the grassy plain and struck the enemy. Another 3 fell, crying in the knee-high grass. The final 3 closed to within 20 yards. Erlon spurred his mount forward as a third barrage of arrows flew through the air. They fell before Erlon could get to them, their blood staining the ground crimson. The king exhaled and sheathed his sword with shaky hands. He looked down at one of the enemy warriors, the bile building in his chest. A boy lay in the field, barely older than Erlon, a trio of arrows in his chest. He looked up at Erlon, his brown eyes full of pain and fear. The young man's mouth worked, but said nothing. Trembling, Erlon tugged the reins and returned his mount to stand at the head of his reserve force. 50 men, infantry and archers, stood behind him, awaiting orders. He glanced once again at the youth lying in the grass before turning his attention to the main battle. Dead and dying from both sides lay clustered in the center of the field. A few continued to fight. They swung swords and thrust with spears in wide arcs, exhausted from the fight. One Byn warrior fell, Styrin's sword in his chest. The Barkatuk warrior fell to his knees, head down. The remaining men separated, about 30 on each side, and walked back toward their respective lines. Styrin stood and joined his men, his horse nowhere on the battlefield, the Barkatuk and Mabek warriors victorious in the first skirmish. "Sire," one of the archers called, "the harbor." Erlon turned his attention to the right, to the glistening waters of Barkatuk, and the 3 Lorno Byn ships entering this small bay. General Katek snarled a smile when the first naval ship bumped against the wooden dock of the harbor. He crouched behind a wagon laden with straw, 100 of his best fighters strung out behind him, among the buildings of Barkatuk. The late morning sun warmed his back and cast shadows toward the bay. Ketek gripped his double-bladed axe tightly in his right hand and readied himself for the charge. The vessel bounced off the dock, recoiled, then hit it again. Sailors jumped from the rails, dropped the 10 or 12 feet to the dock, and ran along the wooden structure toward the land, their footfalls heavy on the planks. They squinted against the morning sun, shielding their eyes with their offhands. A second ship crashed into the pier, not bothering to run alongside and dock. Men dropped from both sides of the ship. A few of the men grabbed their knees or ankles. Cries of pain broke the serene morning. One man jumped from the ship, landed on a broken board of the dock, and fell through into the water. He screamed when the broken board impaled him, suspending him in mid-air for his shipmates to see. A third ship sat at the mouth of the harbor, waiting its turn to dock and disgorge its combatants. Ketek shook his head. He made eye contact with his lieutenants and motioned them forward. They nodded, and the Mebek warriors inched forward, ready to cut off the enemy's advance.
"Archers!"
Ketek hissed. A dozen men, placed around the entrance to the docks, prepared their first volley. Ketek personally placed them in their hiding places, a tactical display that completely covered the 15-foot-wide entrance. The first ship pulled away from the dock. The captain stood on deck, hands on his hips, issuing orders to get out of the harbor. The next ship advanced to make its landing. The second ship sat, unmoving, melded with the damaged wooden pier. Ketek turned behind him and nodded to his apprentice. The boy returned the nod, and Ketek turned his attention back to the harbor. 60 or 70 men now approached the entrance to the docks and the harbormaster's office.
"Let fly!"
Ketek's voice echoed through the deserted town and froze the attackers a few feet from the edge of the wooden pier. They stood, the hard-packed and sun-scorched dirt only steps away, and searched for the source of the command. They received a dozen arrows instead. The first men fell into the shallow salt water, arrows protruding from their bodies. A second barrage followed the first, taking out the second rank. The initial shock of the attack subsided, and Lorno Byn's sailors attacked, swords in hand. The Mebek warriors left the confines of their cover and charged. The third ship made it to the dock. A few men dropped to the deck and ran to reinforce their comrades, but most stayed on the ship. The change in strategy caused Ketek to pause for a moment. Rage consumed him when he recognized the new tactic. Too late, he opened his mouth to yell. Archers stood on the deck of the ship and released arrows in rapid succession. Hundreds of projectiles filled the morning sky. Men fell, their weapons clattering on the sun-baked and cracked ground. Crimson stained the brown dirt. Others screamed and held the arrows protruding from their bodies. They continued their advance, despite their wounds, joining the uninjured in a stream forward. The archers notched another volley. His blood turned cold when they lit the tips. Flaming arrows ripped through the sky, landing indiscriminately among the wooden buildings and thatch-roof huts in their range. The dried straw and thatch caught fire immediately, burning down homes and sending thick smoke into the sky. "Light it!" he commanded over his shoulder. The straw-laden cart erupted in flame, and Ketek retreated a handful of steps to join his apprentice. The boy, all of 14, stood a head shorter than the general, but sported the muscles of youth and a hard life. The boy grunted and pushed the wagon, the flames only inches from his face. Ketek pushed with him, and they sent the cart bumping down the dirt road toward the harbormaster's office.
"Archers!"
His voice boomed off the buildings.
"Target that Mintaka ship! Kill them!"
Another wave of flaming arrows arched high overhead, and Ketek turned with them. More thatch roofs exploded in fire. He looked up the street toward the city center, astonished to see the two closest vendor booths of the market on fire. The wind fed the flames, and the fire spread. "General!" Ketek turned. His men and the warriors of the initial landing force ran from the flaming hay cart. It rolled and bounced down the lane, leaving a trail of small, burning bits of straw. The cart left the road and slowed as it encountered the damp shoreline. The cart hit the edge of the dock and flipped. its flaming contents covering the harbormaster's office. "Down!" Ketek commanded. He dropped to the ground and covered his ears. Fire engulfed the office and the entrance to the docks, cutting off the vanguard of sailors from their reinforcements. Lorno Byn's attackers whooped in triumph as the Mabek warriors ran away from the docks, retreating into the city. The shouts of victory abruptly ended when the harbormaster's office exploded. The shockwave hurled men off the wooden pier. They flew through the air and bounced off the hulls of the two ships still docked. Splinters of wood from the building walls filled the air with millions of pieces of shrapnel. The sailors took the brunt of the attack. 2 men disappeared in the fireball that engulfed the building. The sailors screamed and patted their clothes, desperately trying to put out the flames. Several plunged into the water. Others, flung by the blast, landed awkwardly and rolled on the ground, their clothes smoldering. The blast caught a few Mabek warriors as well, the wounded and those slow to retreat. Ketek stood, the echo of the explosion still reverberating through the city. The blast, fueled by 2 of Kier's mystic canisters, obliterated the harbormaster's office and the pier for 10 yards. Ship number 2, still stuck on the dock, listed to port. The 3rd ship backed away from the docks, the upper deck on fire. "Regroup," Ketek snarled, and waved his hand toward the city center. "They will return, and in larger numbers. We must be ready." "I must see the Mage-Lord," the captain pleaded. 2 guards stood outside Lorno Byn's tent, long polearms crossed in an X in front of the door. Neither looked at the Vindicator captain, adding to his anger and frustration. The captain took a step forward, and the guards closed ranks, the spear tips angling toward the officer's throat. "He is not to be disturbed," one grunted. The captain stepped back, and the 2 guards returned to their normal positions. "I need to see him," the captain repeated. Sweat streamed down his face. The attack, his attack, had been thwarted. The simple strategy, use minimal force and conserve resources, failed. "The commander is dead, killed on the battlefield. I am now in command and need to see the Mage-Lord." "He is not to be disturbed," the guard repeated dispassionately. The captain glared into the gloom beyond the guards, his eyes searching the interior for the Mage-Lord. "What is he doing in there? I need his guidance. These barbarians have new weapons and tactics. My forces are stymied. I need the Mage-Lord." "He is not to be disturbed," the guard repeated. The captain peered into the darkness and let his eyes adjust to the dim interior. Lorno Byn sat cross-legged on the floor, hands in his lap, sweat beading on his forehead. The Mage-Lord trembled, his breathing short and ragged. He grimaced and rocked back and forth slightly. "First he sends my commander away with 30 riders," the captain vented at the guards. "Then he takes 100 infantry, and they disappear in the night." His voice quivered. "Our 2-sided attack has failed on both fronts, and he sits in the tent. He's... The captain threw up his hands. "I'll do it myself." He spun on his heels and moved back toward the rest of the army standing in the hot sun. "Prepare to advance," he screamed, letting all his emotion fly. "Send them all, overrun Barkatuk, and kill everything you encounter." Chapter 30. Rain continued to fall in sheets on the city of Avrigon. Arcs of light strobed the dark clouds hovering above the city, while nearly continuous cracks of thunder echoed through the silver spires. Lightning struck the central tower, exploding in sparks. Marlena and her small force chased the few remaining enemy horsemen around the skies of the city. 2 more of the Vindicators drifted close to the forested parks and fell to the fire blasts and ice bolts of the Magi casters. The rest circled the perimeter of Avrigon, firing the occasional magic-infused arrow and setting fire to buildings. The heavy downpour extinguished the flames quickly, minimizing the fire damage. "Circle back!" Marlena yelled against the breeze, her words nearly lost in the wind. "Head straight at them!" The young female rider nodded and peeled away, taking 2 Pegasus with her. Marlena continued to chase the remaining attackers. She circled the perimeter of the city, slowly gaining on the enemy. A smile curled her lips upward. Other riders closed in from her left, surrounding the Vindicators. An arrow flashed past her head. She heard the air turbulence, felt the wave as the projectile missed her by inches. She flinched after the fact, blinked to ensure she did not imagine the attack, and glanced at the ground below her. Dozens of leather-armored swordsmen and archers stood on the edge of the city. More arrived by air, floating through the clouds and landing softly on the cobblestone streets. Marlena, eyes wide, tugged on the reins and slipped out of the path of the next volley. The arrows flew wide, but caught two of the other Pegasus. The flying horses and riders fell to the city, crashing in a garish display of anatomy. She circled away from the last riders of the Vindicators, flying away from the city into the thick of the storm. The near-constant lightning revealed more ground forces floating upward from the terrain far below. A small, shimmering shell encased each man. They flew upward, propelled by unseen forces, swords still sheathed, hands at their sides. Marlena noted that most of them shook with fright, looking upward at the city in anticipation of being back on solid ground, she surmised. The rest grinned maniacally. Marlena nudged her mount toward the seemingly never-ending stream of floating warriors. She patted the Pegasus' neck. "Fly into them!" She drew a long dagger into her left hand, her sword in her right. "I'll do the rest." She let go of the reins and hugged the beast with her knees, securing her position. The winged horse plowed straight through the scattered men. Marlena swung her weapons, hacking and slashing with impunity. She struck the nearest warrior with a clean slice across the chest. The shimmering shell vanished. His upward advance halted. The man grabbed his wound and hung, suspended in air. Gravity asserted itself, pulling him, and he fell, plummeting into the clouds below. His ragged scream disappeared, lost in the wind. Marlena gulped, shivered slightly at the thought of falling to her death, and continued her attack. Each man she struck lost their magic and fell toward the triple peaks of the Lolain Mountains. The Pegasus kicked a few as well, disrupting their ascent. His strong kicks rendered the men unconscious. They fell quietly to their death. They completed 4 passes, sending nearly 20 of Lorno Byn's army toward the ground far below. Marlena's arms hurt from swinging the sword and dagger, and her knees throbbed with the effort of staying on the flying horse. She relaxed her grip on the beast's flanks. It trembled beneath her. "Take us back up top," she yelled, exhausted. "We need to see what is going on." The black Pegasus flapped its wings hard, flying away from the city and gaining altitude. They flew in an upward spiral until even with the edge of the city. The beast turned and flew toward Avrigon. Marlena wiped the rain and sweat from her eyes and peered into the gloom. They drew closer, and she picked up details of the battle going on in the city. 2 Vindicators still flew above the city, chased by 4 Avrigon riders.
They avoided the casters scattered throughout the city parks, traveling erratic courses on the far side of the city, away from the newly arrived infantry.
She pulled on the reins, halting the Pegasus well away from the perimeter of the city. Her breath caught in her chest. Her eyes opened wide in astonishment. Marlena's bottom lip quivered, and she could not believe her eyes. Close to 100 warriors, wielding swords, spears, and arrows, charged into the city. The vanguard, about 25 men, ransacked homes and businesses, setting fire to anything that would burn in the downpour. Citizens ran in terror. Many struck down in mid-flight. The initial push continued unimpeded toward the center of Avrigon. The attackers entered the tree-lined park. Battle cries and maniacal laughter filled the air. Marlena sat in stunned disbelief. The Pegasus gently flapped its wings against the rain and wind. Screams of terror and cries of pain emerged from the park. The attackers retreated, running from the trees in panic. She nudged the Pegasus forward and gaped at the most amazing spectacle of her long life. Lorno Byn's warriors ran, terrified. They threw down their swords and spears and ran, only to be stopped by the edge of the city. A few threw themselves over the edge, disappearing into the clouds below. She drew her eyes back to those remaining in the fight and wondered if she would be as brave. The attackers faced off against an army of mythical creatures: centaurs, minotaurs, griffins, a cyclops, and a manticore.
Rushed the leather-armored humans.
The handful of griffins fell on the army from above, their wings beating against the strong winds. Sharp talons ripped flesh as their eagle screeches pierced the storm. The largest of them snatched a spear-holder in his talons. The beast carried the struggling man over the edge of the city and unceremoniously dropped him. It turned and headed back to battle without a second glance. The last two of the creatures, smaller and, Marlena thought, younger than the rest, dove toward the rear of the attackers. Archers fired blindly, filling the stormy sky with arrows. Both creatures took hits in the abdomen. They cried in pain and fell to the cobblestone streets. 10 centaurs arrived next, their strong horse legs propelling them into the thick of the battle. 3 held shields in their offhand and long, slender swords in the other. The majority carried heavy double-bladed axes.
They swung their axes with both hands, the force of the impacts
sending the attacking humans flying. The manticore and cyclops attacked from the parks, emerging from the shadow of trees like a specter. Marlena jumped at the sight of the single-eyed cyclops. He stood twice as tall as any man, with muscles bulging from beneath a suit of chainmail armor. He swung a meaty fist, brushing aside a handful of humans. The smaller manticore caught the bowled-over humans with its venomous spiked tail. The impaled men screamed as poison ravaged their bodies. The beast turned its lion-shaped body away from the battle and shook its tail, dropping the dead bodies in the path of the army's advance. Lorno Byn's forces let loose a daunting battle cry that echoed through the night. The manticore and cyclops turned and fled back into the park. They ran, circling one of the large lakes and hiding in the trees. A half-dozen humans gave chase, disappearing into the fire-created shadows. Marlena leaned forward, straining, even with her enhanced vision, to see the outcome of the retreat. "Surely they can handle 6 humans," she muttered, peering into the darkness. A long, ragged growl emanated from the darkness that sent chills down her spine. Men screamed, their cries of terror ending abruptly. Raucous laughter filled the air. Marlena shivered, as did her mount. That is more frightening than the growl." The cyclops and manticore emerged from the shadows of the tree-lined park, heads tossed back in laughter. The sight of them, unscathed, halted the rest of the attack. A 5-headed hydra strutted out of the park behind them. The beast stood on 4 stubby legs, its long tail swishing with pride. Blood dripped from the fangs from 4 of its heads. Water slid from its body as it trailed behind its companions. Marlena smiled at the sight. The mythic creatures formed a crescent around the remains of Byn's infantry. The humans retreated, drawing ever closer to the edge of Avrigon. Many threw down their weapons and screamed their surrender. They fell to their knees and begged for mercy. The remaining humans snarled in disgust and skewered their own men. That triggered the beast to attack. The minotaurs, half bull and half human, arrived first. They grunted and howled, bowling through the handful of remaining attackers. The largest of the creatures grabbed 2 men, one in each hand, and suspended them off the ground. He threw his head back and roared before slamming the 2 men into each other. Marlena, flying high above, heard the men's heads crack. The minotaur snarled and tossed both bodies over the edge of the city. "The battle is over." Marlena relaxed and exhaled. The scream of rage caught her by surprise. She turned toward the sound in time to catch sight of a black-clad vindicator, a crimson sash, and a dark-colored horse. The horse lashed out, and she connected a blow to her right shoulder. The impact lifted her off the back of the Pegasus and sent her reeling through the air. She landed hard on the cobblestone road of Avrigon. Marlena saw spots. Her ears rang. Her right arm hung useless, numb from the impact. She stood on shaky legs and shook her head to clear the cobwebs. A horse whinnied to her right, and she turned toward the sound, her back to the mythical army. The Vindicator landed and slid effortlessly off the back of the horse. The black-clad warrior flung the head covering away, revealing a woman with matted blonde hair. Blood streaked her face. She held a crimson-stained sword in her right hand. She snarled at Marlena. "I am Voltron, commander of the Vindicators." Marlena fought her trembling hands and the spots still lingering in her vision. She reached for her sword with her left hand and found the scabbard empty. She touched the hilt of the dagger, found a small bit of comfort that she had a weapon, and pulled it from its sheath. "You think you have saved this city?" the woman spat. "My lord will still be victorious. Even now he attacks your precious Barkatuk. When he is done there, you will bear the full brunt of his army. This city will become his new home." The mythical creatures formed at Marlena's back. She glanced back, exhaled, and held up a hand to stop their advance. The animals growled at her back, their musky scent permeating the air. Their eyes bored through her, begging to let them finish the woman quickly. Marlena shook her head. "Lorno Byn will never set foot in Avrigon," Marlena said defiantly. Lightning flashed. A nearby sword gleamed in the momentary light. Casually, she sheathed her dagger and walked over to the sword. She picked it up in her left hand and tested its balance, spinning it in a figure 8. Her vision cleared, but her right arm still hung at her side, useless. "My lord will arrive shortly," Voltron grinned. "But you will not be here to witness his ascension." "Neither will you," Marlena muttered. She circled to her left, forcing Voltron to do the same. The Vindicator held her sword in her right hand, stepping foot over foot as she moved to the left. She stumbled slightly, and Marlena smiled. She took 3 quick steps and slashed downward with her sword. Voltron sidestepped the attack, countered with a downward parry, and knocked Marlena's sword to the ground. The Vindicator slashed upward toward Marlena's head. The demigod stepped back, brought her sword up to chest-high, and lunged at her opponent. The black-clad woman parried, spun, and counterattacked with a lunge of her own. Marlena jumped back again, out of range, and circled. Voltron followed, slowly shrinking the distance between them. The Vindicator brought her sword down in an arc. Marlena countered, blocking a triple strike at her head, the blows taking their toll on her left arm. She stepped forward and swung her still numb right arm at Voltron's head. The blow connected, and the woman stepped back, more astonished than hurt by the look on her face. Marlena pressed the attack with a leaping front kick that caught Voltron in the chest. The Vindicator staggered back 4 steps, recovered her footing, and snarled. "You will never—" The Hydra stepped forward and snapped its mouth closed over the woman. The head, the only one without blood dripping from its jowls, tossed back and swallowed its victim whole. It licked its chops and belched softly. Marlena fell to her knees and let the sword slip from her hand. She lowered her head and let the fatigue consume her. The last vestiges of adrenaline faded, and she felt as heavy as the city itself. "You have to pardon Hydra," she heard a deep voice say. She turned to see a centaur standing over her. "He hungry. He no get to eat in park." Marlena offered a heartfelt and exhausted smile. "It's okay," she huffed, each breath a labor of effort. She looked at the Hydra. "Thank you." The head bowed, and she swore she saw a sly grin. "What now?" the centaur inquired. Marlena struggled to her feet. The black Pegasus arrived, landed softly, and walked over to her, its hooves clacking on the cobblestone street. She bent over and picked up the sword. "What now?" she repeated. "Now we go to Barkatuk and finish this." "We no leave Avrigon," the centaur shook its head. "Forbidden. Mortals no see." Marlena smiled, feeling her strength return little by little. "Not today. We are all going. I made a deal with Magistrate Higgins. Today, the world will be reintroduced to the mystic realm and the magic of Avrigon.
Chapter 31. Lorno Byn jerked awake. His eyes opened wide, shocked at the break in his magical control of his faraway forces. He breathed in deep, catching his breath while sweat poured from his body. He shook from exertion and exhaustion. The inside of his tent sweltered. Light poured in from the open flap, illuminating the heat waves radiating within. He wiped his forehead and looked around. The back flap sat closed, cutting off the breeze and keeping the heat inside. He reached a shaky hand toward a nearby jug of water. Shouts and curses outside his tent drew his attention away from the liquid for a moment. He cocked his head, listening, but could not discern the disturbance. Too many people yelled and issued orders. He snarled, grabbed the jug of water, and made his way out of the tent on shaky legs. The bright midday sunshine blinded him. He winced, tightly shut his eyes, and turned his face back toward the tent. He paused, letting his eyes adjust, and took a moment to drink from the jug. He drank slowly at first, then, with gusto. He opened his eyes to slits, found the brightness not as painful, and drained the water. He tossed the empty container inside his tent, and, with vision restored, turned to find his army in disarray. Bodies littered the open field before him. A few dozen warriors fought amongst the dead, the Barkatuk defenders holding his larger force at bay. Across the field, Erlon sat on a horse, directing a small group of archers. Volley after volley filled the air, connecting with the attackers. A group of 6 broke free of the skirmishes and rushed the archers. A barrage of arrows cut them down well short of the group. Their bodies added to the pile separating Erlon's force and the main battle. Yells and screams turned his attention to his right, where hundreds of his warriors stood, cheering on the faraway battle. His eyes narrowed at the bulk of his force standing around, not engaged in the battle. A few officers rallied the men, but did not lead them. His nostrils flared, and he opened his mouth to speak. A distant explosion cut him off. Lorno Byn looked to his left to the harbor, his eyes wide in surprise. The docks lay in ruin, the burning wood belching smoke into the sky. One of his ships lay on its side, slowly sinking into the churning waters. Another retreated toward the mouth of the harbor, trailing smoke from a trio of deck fires. 2 sat outside the narrow opening, waiting for the damaged ship to clear before they entered and delivered reinforcements. Barkatuk itself blazed. Fires raged from the harbor to the city center, but nowhere else. The rest of the city lay untouched and undamaged. He clenched his fists in anger and yelled for the senior officer in charge. The captain arrived in a handful of heartbeats. "My lord, what is going on?" Byn demanded. "Who are you? Where is Mourning?" "Dead, sire," the captain reported. "He led a small force forward to preserve the army. He did not—" "Why have we not stormed the city?" Byn demanded. He pointed. "Why is my army standing around?" "My lord," the captain began, "you were indisposed. We have launched 2 separate attacks on the city, one from the sea and one from—" "I can see that,"
The Mage-Lord spat.
"Why have you only sent in a handful of the army?" "I wanted to. I am still gathering," the officer replied, his voice full of fear and uncertainty. "I was about to—" "You have prolonged a battle that should have been over hours ago," Lorno Byn yelled. An orange aura shimmered around him as his rage grew. "You have led my men to slaughter instead of victory." The Mage-Lord lashed out. A glistening blue-white ice blast erupted from his clenched fists and engulfed the captain where he stood. Ice formed a hard shell around the man, his features frozen in a mask of agony. The ice immediately began to melt in the hot sun. "Incompetence!" Byn snarled, and summoned a firebolt. His hands waved in a brief circle, and a 2-foot bout of flame flashed from his fingers. The ice sculpture of the captain exploded on contact, shards of ice and man flying in every direction. "Who is next in line for command?" he demanded, spittle flying. His voice caught on the last word, his body taxed beyond the limit. The adrenaline waned,
and the fatigue of controlling the far-off battle returned. He sagged and slumped, catching himself before his legs buckled.
"My lord?"
A young woman appeared before him. She bowed, her dark flowing hair cascading across her shoulders. Lorno Byn exhaled and straightened with sheer force of will. He pushed the fatigue aside, at least for the moment, and looked at the woman. She wore double swords crisscrossed diagonally across her back, a long slender dagger on her right hip. Freckles dotted her face, and piercing blue eyes stared at his chest. "You are?"
"Lieutenant Dinatra."
"Lead my army," Byn ordered. He shook with exhaustion. "Destroy that city and bring me the head of Erlon.
"Yes, my liege."
Dinatra turned and ran toward the waiting warriors. She stood a head shorter than most of the battle-hardened men, but her voice exuded authority as she commanded them forward. She turned, drew the swords from her back, and pointed toward Barkatuk. "Destroy that—" Dinatra and a dozen men erupted in flame. 2 more explosions tore large swaths in the assembled army. They broke ranks, running in every direction. A few, those close to the initial blast but not engulfed in the fireballs, fell to the ground, their clothes on fire. They rolled around, screaming and slapping at the fire, slowly eating at their garments. A shadow passed over him, and Lorno Byn looked skyward. A blue and gold flying carpet soared through the sky. It banked sharply, and its lone rider dropped something. The small container fell amid a group of warriors and exploded. The carpet made a long turn and flew back over the formation, dropping 2 more of the bombs. Explosions rocked Byn's army, scattering his warriors. Byn snarled and called on his ice blast. Light formed between his hands, but quickly faded. He fell to his knees, exhausted, the magic forming only a 1-inch ice crystal in his hands. The Mage-Lord helplessly stared as his world erupted in chaos, and the flying carpet headed for the harbor. Kier, atop Apollon, zipped over the countryside. The wind whipped through his hair. A wide grin split his face. He let the carpet steer for the moment. He cradled a satchel of the explosive canisters in his lap, and the other sat beside him,
its contents rattling in the turbulence of the flight.
He circled for hours, waiting for the opportune time to deploy his weapons. The harbormaster office halted the seaborne attack in a spectacular blast that nearly sank one of the attacking ships. The battle lulled there, and Kier directed his attention to Erlon's ground war. He arrived in time to see Styrin's victory, and the remnants hold off a second and a third wave. Kier nodded his head, wondering why the entire army did not march across the battlefield and overwhelm the dwindling force.
"It doesn't matter. As long as they keep doing this, there is a chance."
He flew back to the harbor and witnessed Katek's forces retake the entrance to the docks and launch hundreds of flaming arrows at a retreating ship. Thick smoke filled the sky, and the vessel headed for the mouth of the harbor. A plan formed in his mind, and he rolled a mystic canister in his hands. The slowly retreating ship blocked the entrance to the harbor. Kier nodded and directed Apollon to head back toward the land battle. Lorno Byn emerged from a tent, and Kier cursed.
"If I had known,"
he muttered, hefting a bomb in his hand. Kier jumped as the Mage-Lord froze and destroyed one of his own men. A young woman talked to him briefly
and then ran toward the bulk of his army.
"It's time,"
he told Apollon. The carpet rippled in agreement. Kier flew high above the formation and, judging his aim, dropped 3 of the mystic devices in rapid succession. He leaned over, gripped the edge of the golden tassels, and watched the bombs drop to the ground. His eyes widened as the first explosion hit precisely where he wanted. His elation turned to sadness as the young woman disappeared, along with several dozen others in the trio of explosions. He put the tragic loss of life out of his mind and readied another canister. Apollon banked, and he dropped the solitary bomb into a group running along the perimeter of the formation. Kier did not watch that one fall. He listened for the explosion, heard the screams, and dropped 2 more. The dual explosions filled the air with fire, dust, sand, and the cries of the wounded and dying. He grabbed another bomb and looked for the Mage-Lord. Apollon abruptly changed course, heading for the harbor. Kier looked forward, noted the position of the retreating vessel, and nodded his agreement. He patted the carpet like a pet, urging Apollon faster. The damaged ship left the crescent-shaped harbor and headed for open water. 2 more vessels moved toward the mouth of the cove, their sails full of air. The vessels entered the harbor on a straight-line course toward the docks. Additional ships lined up, preparing for their entry into Barkatuk. Kier directed Apollon to fly directly over the ships. He grabbed a double handful of the bombs and leaned over, looking down at the sparkling water below. Timing the release, he dropped 4 bombs on the first ship, reached into the satchel for the last 3, and dropped those on the second vessel. He tossed the empty bag away and reached for the second, never taking his eyes from the ships below. Explosions walked across the deck of the first vessel, rocking it in fire. Men, readying themselves to assault the docks of Barkatuk, screamed as fireballs engulfed the boat. A few dove off the deck, their clothes on fire, and disappeared into the water. The second vessel suffered a similar fate. The men on the deck cried in terror and pain. Kier banked the carpet in a long arc and ordered Apollon to slow. He readied another bomb and held it over the edge of the carpet. His fingers loosened on the device, but he did not release it. The first vessel broke apart, its deck and sails on fire. The second ship drifted into the wreckage, lodging itself on the burning superstructure. The 2 vessels blocked the mouth of the harbor, their burning hulks belching dark smoke into the clear sky. Kier gripped the canister in his hand tightly and turned Apollon around to look over the city. Cheers of victory drifted up from Barkatuk. Katek and his warriors waved swords and spears in the air, their cries of triumph loud and wild. Kier waved them all forward and set course back to the land battle. Byn's forces regrouped, forming several long lines of infantry marching across the field. Kier smiled. Only a few hundred remained. "Still enough to overpower Erlon," he said to himself, and turned to look behind him. Katek and his men left the city, heading for the new battle. "Even with those reinforcements, it won't be enough. Where are the Rixala?" he muttered through gritted teeth. Kier readied his last satchel of mystic canisters and flew toward the advancing army of Lorno Byn.
Chapter 32. King Erlon turned toward the series of explosions. Debris rained down into the bay. 2 ships clogged the mouth of the harbor, both vessels on fire and sinking. Shouts of victory filled the air, and he smiled. Victory on one front, he thought. He faced forward on his horse, and his smile faded. Lorno Byn's ground forces reformed, despite the devastation from Kier's attack. The less impressive army yelled and screamed obscenities in Erlon's direction, beating the swords and shields together in defiance. They stepped forward in unison, slowly marching across the field. Lorno Byn's army knew what lay ahead and faced it with grim determination. Erlon's force, less than 100, including his reserve and archers, stood stoic. Their eyes, full of hope and fear, bored into his back, and he wondered if they would follow him into the fray. He drew his sword, twirled it, and almost dropped it. Embarrassment heated his body, and he gripped the weapon tighter. He pointed it toward the advancing army. Kier zipped overhead in a whoosh of air, the blue and gold carpet flapping in the breeze. Byn's army scattered even before the mystic canisters fell from the sky. Explosions marched across the battlefield, churning up the sandy dirt, brown scrub brush, and adding to the dead and wounded from the previous melees. Kier circled and dropped his ordnance, where the warriors clustered in small groups. His bombs devastated the army. Relief flooded Erlon when Byn's forces retreated. "King Erlon!" a voice called behind him. "More riders coming in from the north!" Kier banked again and lined up another run at the retreating army before he turned his head to look behind. 40 or 50 men on horseback rode hard, a trail of dust filling the air behind them. They slowed and then stopped when Styrin and the rest of Erlon's reserves turned to fight. Their leader held up his unarmed hands, and still sitting on his horse, bowed. "I am Chirok of the Rixala," he stated. "We have pledged our fealty to Kier, the Lighthouse Keeper." His eyes scanned the crowd. "Where is he?" He jumped at another string of explosions, and his head jerked toward the battlefield. "There," Erlon nodded, pointing behind him without looking. "He has defeated Lorno Byn's army." Chirok stared at the sky behind Erlon. Shock forced his face slack. He slowly shook his head and then turned his attention back to Erlon. "No, that is not the entirety of the Mage-Lord's army." "What do you mean?" "A rider approached us yesterday, a messenger from Lorno Byn." Chirok turned his eyes skyward as he spoke. "They offered payment for the Rixala to join his forces. They promised Meritek, our leader, rule of the northern kingdoms." He accepted. "And you are here for?" "I owe a life debt to the Lighthouse Keeper," Chirok answered. "These men with me do as well. We left Meritek in the night and made our way here." "Where is this Meritek now?" Erlon asked. The battle behind him grew quiet, and he fought the urge to look around. A single explosion, followed by screams, punctuated the silence. He kept his attention squarely on the stranger before him. He gripped the sword tighter until his knuckles turned white. Chirok pointed past Erlon. "He will arrive at the Mage-Lord's camp within the hour." "How many men?" "Triple mine, and yours." Erlon exhaled and cut his eyes to the left. Styrin and the old veteran nodded. "I believe him, sire." Katek and his force arrived from their trek from the harbor. They stood, gasping for breath and sweating. "His men could make the difference," Erlon mused, "or at least even the odds a little." The Mabek warriors stopped a few yards behind Chirok and his men. The Rixala turned and looked around. He faced forward, a smile on his face. Erlon eased his grip on his sword. The king turned toward the battlefield. A few remnants of the once mighty army still engaged his forces. A lone figure stood on a small rise on the other side of the grassland. Lorno Byn's hatred reached Erlon across the field. Kier still circled high above. Erlon jumped when a blue bolt of lightning lashed out from Lorno Byn, streaking into the clear afternoon sky. "Kier!" he cried. The ice blast missed Kier and his carpet. Apollon wavered in the air a moment, and then dove away from the Mage-Lord. The carpet skimmed the ground, then rocketed into the sky in a long arc that took him nearly to Barkatuk. Erlon gulped as Kier climbed higher and made a run at Lorno Byn. "No!" Erlon screamed. "No! No!" Another flash of light from the ridge, and a second blue bolt zipped skyward. Erlon cringed and swore the ice blast hit the carpet. Kier and Apollon flew on unscathed. Erlon did not see the mystic canister that fell, only the distant explosion at the backside of Byn's encampment. The carpet turned for another run. "Don't," Erlon shook his head. "Don't do it." Apollon and his passenger turned and headed straight at the Mage-Lord. A third bolt flashed skyward, and Erlon helplessly watched. The ice blast struck the carpet mid-flight, flash freezing the fabric. An agonizing cry of pain echoed in the sky. "Kier," he whispered. The carpet dropped from the sky, wobbling and spinning. A fourth blast leapt out and encased the carpet and its rider. Erlon gulped. His friend disappeared in the scrub brush near the harbor's edge. "Mount up," Styrin ordered. "We will ride and see what—" "Hold!" Katek of the Mabek called. He cocked his head to the side and cut his eyes toward the southeast. He held that position for a dozen heartbeats before he pointed. "The Rixala!" Erlon tore his eyes away from the far-off crash site and focused his attention on a dust cloud growing on the horizon. He stood in his stirrups for a better view, and immediately wished he had not. Several hundred riders rose from the horizon. They galloped at full speed, heading directly toward Erlon and his outnumbered force. "Sire!" Styrin called. Erlon followed the old man's gaze toward Byn's camp. His army, with Kier out of the air, regrouped. At least 100 warriors, some bloody and beaten, stood in 4 uneven lines. Without hesitation, they charged across the field. A lust for vengeance filled their eyes. The early afternoon heat shimmered, preventing him from seeing clearly, but the strategy became clear. The Rixala would pass close to Byn's camp, join up with his army, and overwhelm Erlon's smaller force. The king put Kier out of his mind. His eyes scanned the battlefield. He saw no advantage for his force anywhere. He glanced at Styron, who offered a barely perceptible shake of his head. "Form up!" Erlon ordered. He twirled the sword in his hand, holding onto it securely this time. With his death near, he found a calm deep within. "Perhaps my destiny is to die here. Then so be it. Follow me!" he cried, and prodded his mount forward. Meritek, wearing his wolf-hide shirt, whipped his steed with a leather prod and led the Rixala across the plain in a cloud of dust. Sweat poured from his angry red face. He spent the better part of the morning cursing the traitors that left during the night. Thoughts of revenge propelled him forward. He no longer cared for Lorno Byn or his deal. He wanted Sherrock's head. The 4-hour ride did nothing to dampen his hatred and feeling of betrayal. The day before, when the messenger arrived, Sherrock demanded they honor the life debt he owed to Kier. "That is your debt," Meritek snarled, "not mine." "You made an agreement with Kier," Sherrock reminded him as they stood around the fire. Byn's messenger, one of the few remaining vindicators, stood nearby, silent. "You agreed to fight the Mage-Lord." "That was before," Wolfhide retorted, raising his hands and voice so that the entire Rixala could listen. "That was before he promised me the rule of the northern kingdoms. That is a better deal than anything this boy king can offer." "A deal is a deal," Sherrock protested. "Our code has always been to adhere to the deal. If we cannot keep our word, then no one will trust us to work for them again. No one will hire mercenaries they cannot trust." Meritek laughed, and when he spoke, his voice offered no hint of humor. "When I am king of the northern kingdoms," he said each word slow and with conviction, "we will have no need to sell our services." He laughed again. "We will hire them to fight our battles." The entire army laughed. The thought of waking up to find a quarter of his force gone infuriated him. Meritek narrowed his eyes, squinted, and focused on his target. His path would take him in a sweeping arc near Lorno Byn's camp and through the decimated battlefield. He caught sight of Sherrock and the rest of the traitorous Rixala. He snarled. "Sweep through!" he commanded. "I want that traitor's head on a pike." The men behind him leaned into their mounts, beating them harder and spurring them on. Lorno Byn's army, a ragged 4 lines of bloody foot soldiers, cheered as the Rixala neared. They thrust swords, shields, spears, and axes into the air in victory. He snarled and plowed through them. The 200 horses of the Rixala sliced through the ranks of warriors. Men fell under thundering hooves. A few ran, but not fast enough. Others raised their weapons to fight back, only to fall under the rampaging cavalry. Meritek stared straight ahead, eyes glued to his prey. Byn's men screamed around him. The horse beneath him stumbled as it trampled warriors. He focused solely on the form of Sherrock, growing closer by the moment. He swung a large double-bladed axe, swatting a man before he could dive out of the way. The ground grew wet with blood from the day-long battle, slowing his steed. Meritek kicked his horse's flank, forcing it through the slushy crimson dirt. The horse slogged its way through, and, once on firm ground again, picked up speed. Meritek let forth a long battle cry, twirled the axe in his hand, and headed directly toward Sherrock. Chapter 33. Lorno Byn lowered his spell-tingling hands and stared as the out-of-control carpet fell from the sky. It crashed near Barkatuk harbor in a bloom of dust and sand. 2 of his ships burned, and the rest of his fleet worked to get around them and continue the invasion. He tore his eyes away from the harbor and surveyed the battlefield. Hundreds of men lay spread across the field, dead or dying. A crimson flow of blood ran through the field like a river. broken weapons and injured horses created an obscene obstacle course through the battlefield. The army that followed him for months, destroying every village from Taigor north, devastated by a handful of farmers and fishermen. Lorno seethed. He looked back to the sea, toward the magic carpet, and recalled a similar carpet visiting Taigor decades earlier. The same day, a vagabond rescued a princess. A boy then, he stood in the shadow of his father and watched the vagabond shame a king. 50 years ago, the king of Taigor set in motion a chain of events that led to his own death. Lorno's father, disgraced after letting Princess Pyrrha escape, lost favor with the king. Forced into retirement, the old wizard spent the rest of his years teaching the art of sorcery to his son. Lorno Byn studied for years, learning the dark arts and observing the political battles the king faced. The young wizard set his own plan in motion, defeating an enemy of his own creation and winning his father's place at the king's side. From there, he simply consolidated his knowledge and power. Rumors emerged in Taigor of a possible heir, the offspring of Princess Pyrrha. His spies learned of Erlon in Barkatuk, and he realized the time had come to strike. He killed the Taigor king with a spell of aging. The old man died in his sleep. Byn made himself regent. With only one obstacle in his way for complete power, he set out on a murderous rampage across the countryside, killing everyone and everything. Every moment in his life led him here, and despite his battered army, he smelled final victory in the air. He grabbed a young warrior by the nape of the neck and pulled the man toward him. "Find me the highest-ranking officer. Tell them to form up the survivors." He glanced at the small Barkatuk army across the field. "It is time to end this." "Yes, my lord," the man stammered. Lorno Byn released him, and the man sprinted away, nearly tripping in his haste. Beneath him, the ground shook. He scanned the landscape from his vantage on a small rise. A cloud of dust approached from his right. The thunder of hooves filled the air. A young lieutenant appeared before him.
"Yes, my liege?"
"You are senior?" The woman bowed. "Assemble the survivors," he commanded. Byn pointed toward the approaching riders. "You will ride with your new allies. Destroy this village. I want nothing standing."
"Yes, my lord,"
she replied, turned, and disappeared. She rallied the remnants of his army, her voice rising over the growing din of the approaching riders. His troops, maybe 100, formed and marched forward. They quickly increased their pace, racing across the field in a murderous rampage. He closed his eyes to summon an enchantment. The Rixala changed everything. The horseman passed Lorno Byn. He opened his eyes as dust and the stench of sweat-soaked horses filled the air. He coughed at the cloud, turning away from the cavalry force. The air cleared, and he faced forward. His jaw dropped, and his eyes widened. His rage burned with the fire of the sun. The Rixala rode through his army, scattering the remnants of his once unstoppable force. Heavy, double-bladed axes cut down his men. Horses trampled everyone they encountered. He screamed in rage, cursing the barbarians. The wounded and servants around him cowered in fear. Lorno Byn gritted his teeth and called forth all the magic at his disposal. He waved his hands in a circle, drawing energy and muttering an enchantment his father told him never to use. "It is a last resort." His father's warning filled his ears. "Once cast, it can never be harnessed. It will destroy everything in its path." He finished the incantation, a growl escaping his lips. The riders bogged down in the middle of the field, slowing in the soggy crimson mud. Byn raised his hands to cast the spell. Blood-red eyes locked onto the lead rider. The air crackled with magical power. He froze in mid-cast. His skin grew cold. Chills covered his body despite the afternoon heat. Time slowed. He lowered his hands, the spell forgotten. His vision grew sharp, enhanced. The Rixala riders left the muck and bore down on the Barkatuk army. Hooves pounded the ground, their rhythmic beat coursing through the soles of his feet. The strong stench of overtaxed animals filled the air. The flapping of wings drew closer. Wings? The air popped with mystical energy. Lorno Byn, eyes wide, fell to the ground and covered his head. Dozens of Pegasus roared overhead, their wake pummeling the tents and encampment. Centaurs streaked past, the horse and human hybrids running triple the speed of the Rixala. The ground shook with the heavy footsteps of minotaurs. Byn curled into a fetal position and tightly closed his eyes. Fear froze him in place. The thought of losing everything made him nauseous. His body shook. He gasped for breath. The tide of battle turned, and the crushing weight of defeat fell on his shoulders. "Destroy those ships outside the harbor," Marlena demanded, pointing in that direction. She sat atop the black Pegasus, flying in the lead before the vast Avrigon army. Her body quivered with the stress of the fast flight, and sweat dripped down her cheeks. She held onto the reins of her steed, her sword securely strapped to her side. At her command, 4 Pegasus peeled away from the formation. On the ground beneath her, a squad of centaurs and unicorns headed toward the water as well. She waved the rest of her army forward before slowing her mount and climbing higher over the battlefield. The Avrigon Magi ordered her to stay out of the fight, to let their creatures take care of the last of Byn's army. Marlena protested at first, but ultimately succumbed to their direction. The fight for the city drained her, and she needed rest. Now, with her vantage point high above the battlefield, she had a bird's-eye view of the action. The centaurs moved forward, bows and arrows in their human hands. They matched speed with the rear ranks of the Rixala and let loose their first volley at close range. The arrows found their targets. The riders screamed and reached for the arrows protruding from their backs. A second barrage followed, knocking many of the riders from their horses. Winged stallions roared overhead, their wings kicking up dust and sand in the harsh desert environment. The flying horses turned and kicked their front legs. The Rixala riders, blinded by the dust storm, rode directly into the heavy hooves. Marlena winced. The lead riders, including one wearing a wolf-hide shirt, recognized the threat and split ranks. They peeled away from the Barkatuk army like a flower opening its petals. Erlon led the charge. He did not pull back, but spurred his mount forward. His army followed the group to her left, chasing them toward the sea. A flash of light drew her attention to the water. A fireball filled the harbor. The sound of the explosion caught up to her 3 seconds later. A swarm of small flying animals attacked the ships. She nudged her Pegasus in that direction to get a closer look. A minotaur rampaged around the deck on one of the ships. It swiped its meaty paw at a group of sailors, casting them all overboard. It grabbed the central mast of the ship and roared. It trembled in exertion before snapping the wooden pole. The mast crashed onto the deck, bringing down the rigging and a handful of men seeking refuge away from the creature. The minotaur howled in laughter, took 2 steps, and leapt into the water. Raucous laughter drew her to a second ship. A 2-story tall, single-eyed cyclops stomped across the deck, cracking wood and tearing holes in the structure. It smashed a fist down on the pilot deck, crushing the steering and rudder controls in a single blow. A sailor charged, striking the beast on the ankle with a long polearm. The cyclops turned, looked down at the man, and shook its head sadly. The mythical creature flicked the man away, sending the sailor through the air to land in the water 100 yards away. The Cyclops jumped, crashing through the deck and splitting the vessel in half. The giant splashed in the water like a toddler in a bath, capsizing 2 other ships nearby. The 2 vessels remaining outside the harbor turned to escape. The Cyclops and the Minotaur growled and swam toward them. The half-bull, half-man Minotaur reached the closest vessel and clambered up the side. It landed on the deck, threw back its head, and laughed. The sailors ran. The Cyclops arrived, grabbed the ship, and ripped it apart. The beast flung debris over its shoulder as it tore through the vessel. The Minotaur, left with nothing to stand on, fell into the water at the beast's feet. The 2-story-tall creature scooped up the Minotaur and held it up to its single eye. It blinked, then stroked the bull's head softly. A high-pitched cry split the air. They both looked at the last vessel, laughed, and headed back toward shore. Marlena cocked her head. "What is—" The sea around the last naval vessel churned. A scaly, armored head split the surface for a moment before disappearing under the water. Panicked cries lifted from the seas, and the demigod leaned forward for a closer look. The 5-headed hydra rose from the depths. Tiny arms and hands grabbed the wooden rails of the ship, holding it firmly in place. The central head threw back, emitting another high-pitched wail. The sailors froze in fear at the sound. The laughter of the Cyclops filled the air as the heads of the hydra took in their afternoon meal. "They have the sea covered." Marlena turned away from the ghastly sight. "Take us back to the main battle." The Pegasus complied. They arrived to see the final few skirmishes and melees between 3 quite different fighting forces. The Rixala now numbered less than 20. They stood surrounded, their horses long since run off. They charged both the mythical creatures and the Barkatuk army that encircled them. The warriors from the north swung heavy axes and long swords, moving around the circle that encased them, testing the line. The Barkatuk army slowly moved forward, closing the circle around the Rixala. The clang of steel on steel filled the otherwise quiet field. A blade connected with flesh, and a Barkatuk farmer fell. 4 centaur arrows quickly avenged his death. A Rixala dropped his weapons and ran for the line, only to be skewered by a unicorn. The creature knelt, and the man slid off its horn. He fell on the ground, rolling in agony. The creature bent forward and touched the wound with its horn. The wound instantly healed. The man, screaming in pain, stopped. At that, the rest of the Rixala army threw down their weapons and surrendered. Marlena exhaled in relief. The battle was over. Chapter 34. Lorno Byn pulled his legs under him and squatted in a low crouch. Sweat poured from his brow. His hands and knees shook from exertion, exhaustion, and fear. His army lay demolished before him, his allies annihilated. Flying Pegasus filled the sky overhead, while a myriad of creatures swept the battlefield for survivors. The encampment around him sat in shambles. Tents and lean-tos lay on the ground, the thin fabric barely moving in the still afternoon. Fires raged where the flying carpet bombed his army. Men and women groaned or cried out in agony from their wounds. No orders filled the air. No words of comfort came from superiors or friends. Lorno Byn lost everyone and everything he possessed in a single morning. His eyes scanned the field and locked onto his target, the boy king riding on his steed, smiling in victory. Anger replaced his fatigue in a flash, filling his body with hot rage. His eyes narrowed. He glared at Erlon. The king rode around the battlefield, comforting the wounded. The boy spurred his mount, moving toward the edge of the battlefield, out of Byn's sight. The Mage-Lord crawled backward, his elegant robes now covered in dust and sand. The dirt stuck to his sweat, leaving brown streaks down his pale face. He shuffled on his hands and knees down the small rise. He paused, catching his breath, then stood and turned to move to his right. He took 3 steps and froze, his eyes wide. Erlon stood next to a burning tent. The boy king raised his sword, leveling the weapon at Byn's head. "Hold," snarled. "Surrender or die." Byn frantically looked around, but saw no one that could come to his aid. His eyes locked onto the boy and realized the boy appeared to be alone. The odds were even. A million thoughts filled his mind, but only one stood out from the rest. "You will never get another opportunity." "As you wish," Lorno Byn muttered, and slowly raised his hands. He lowered his voice to barely a whisper and uttered the enchantment he wanted. "Stop!" Erlon cried and lunged. The Mage-Lord leapt back, thrust his hands forward, and delivered the conjured freeze blast. A blue aura surrounded Erlon, protecting his skin. Ice formed on top of the protective layer, freezing Erlon in mid-lunge. His face contorted in agony as the cold, heavy ice encased him. His body leaned forward, sword extended toward Byn's abdomen. The Mage-Lord took another step back when the frozen statue teetered off balance. Erlon stayed upright, his eyes the only part of him that moved. Lorno Byn stepped closer and examined his prey. A smile split his lips, and he circled the immobilized boy king. He walked around the boy twice, noting every inch of the frozen king. The afternoon heat and nearby fires quickly melted the ice. Droplets of water streamed down the figure. "You may have destroyed my army," Byn acknowledged, breaking the silence. "But I will prevail." He circled the melting statue again. "The Taigor king is dead. Did you know that?" "No," Byn smiled. "I killed him myself, your great-grandfather. My father kept him young for decades, but I did not. I told him I did not possess that ability." He leaned close to the boy's face. "But I did. I kept myself young and vibrant, waiting on this day. I knew, on the day that I killed your mother, that I would be not a king, but a god." Galloping horses filled the air, and Byn, without looking, threw up his hands. A pale green dome formed around the pair, separating them from the riders. A Rixala warrior, long sword in hand, charged Byn. His mount hit the barrier first, the shield stopping the beast's momentum in an instant. Green discharge lashed out, scorching the animal. The rider flew over the horse's head, hit the shield, and slid up the barrier. He thrashed about, the green discharge wrapping around him. He screamed, his flesh and clothing melting. Lorno Byn looked upward at the man a few feet above his head. He shook his head and pursed his lips. His eyes followed the man as he finally slid off the energy barrier and landed next to his horse, both corpses smoldering from the ordeal. Arrows and spears struck the barrier, releasing wisps of green energy. Nothing penetrated the magical barrier. Lorno Byn crossed his arms and slowly turned in a circle, mocking the increasing number of warriors that attempted to breach his magic. "As you can see," he raised his voice for all to hear, "I am safe from your pitiful efforts. Now, be silent. I have much more to discuss with young Erlon." Byn muttered another incantation, his hands moving in time with the words, and blasted the boy king again, reinforcing the ice. He stepped forward and knocked on the frozen shell. "You can still hear me, yes?" Erlon's eyes moved back and forth. Byn noted his lips turning a pale blue, and for a moment thought of unfreezing the boy's mouth. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. "I do not want to hear anything this boy has to say. You are wondering how you can still breathe? Such is the power of my magic." He raised his voice for his audience outside the barrier. "Now, where was I? Yes," he laughed lightly. "The death of your mother. I truly did not want to kill her, but she gave me no alternative." Byn's voice held a tinge of fleeting sadness. "My father wanted, nay, he was promised Princess Pyrrha's hand in marriage. Although betrothed to Prince Milan of Dresdor, the king promised her hand to my father, if he found her. All of this could have been avoided if she had not flown away with, I forget his name. Their marriage would have sealed my ascension to the throne. Your mother," he spat, "denied my offer of marriage. But I tracked her down. It was wise to hide in Taigor, the last place anyone would look for the lost heir to the king. But I found her. I found her and sentenced her to death. You were there, somewhere in the crowd. Do you remember?" Another barrage of arrows and spears broke his concentration. Green discharges lashed out from the impacts. A minotaur lumbered over to the shield, reared back with both hoof hands, and pounded the shield with a grunt. Green energy exploded, sending the gathering crowd staggering back several steps. Waves of magic streamed over the half-bull, half-man, but the creature held its ground. Its fur smoldered from the energy. It roared in frustration and reared back. It struck the dome again. Lorno Byn flinched and stepped back. He gulped when smoldering hooves penetrated the barrier. The minotaur cried in pain, but continued to push its way through the shield. "Enough!" yelled the Mage-Lord. He uttered another spell, and a wave of magical energy propelled the creature away from the protective dome. The minotaur landed hard on its back and slid across the dusty ground. It rolled over, planted its hooves in the sand to stand, and collapsed in pain. It clutched the smoldering hoof hands against its chest protectively. "Magical creature or not, you cannot defeat my power," Lorno Byn declared. He slowly spun in a circle before the frozen Erlon and addressed the growing crowd. "If you persist in trying my patience, I will—" "Lorno Byn!" The Mage-Lord turned his head. A woman stood beyond the shield, sword in hand. Her dark hair lay tousled and tangled about her shoulders. She slumped from exhaustion, the sword held low, almost touching the ground. "Ah," he smiled, "you must be the protector, Marlena. You are just in time to witness the death of your king, the culmination of your life's work in failure." He summoned an ice blast. A blue glowing orb floated above his hands. He waved it provocatively at Erlon. A menacing smile touched his lips. The woman stared at him, hatred and rage in her eyes. She said nothing. Her gaze never wavered. She simply took 2 steps forward and stepped through the protective shield. Marlena stepped through the barrier. The energy caressed her skin, tingling like small insects. The magic recharged her, relieving her fatigue and tired, achy muscles. She transformed as she crossed the barrier, becoming once again the warrior of old. The astonished look on Lorno Byn's face filled her with hope. His hands fell, the ice blast melting from his grasp. He staggered backward, away from Erlon. His mouth moved, but no sound emerged. He held out his hands to ward her off. 20 years of protecting Erlon welled inside her. 200 years of service to the mystics of Avrigon propelled her arm with the strength of an army. She stabbed with her sword. The blade sliced through the air and made contact, the impact jarring her arm. The momentum carried the steel through its target. She took a step forward and stood eye to eye with the Mage-Lord. He looked down. His ashen face grew pale. His mouth opened and closed. His eyes bulged at the sight of the steel blade filling his abdomen. His robes stained crimson. The protective dome fell away. Lorno Byn slowly raised his head until his dying gaze met Marlena's. How did I penetrate your protective spell?" She smirked. She stood straight, proud of her heritage for the first time in her life. "I am a demigod." His dim eyes widened at the revelation. "Your magic has no effect on me." Byn stared, his breath ragged. "You were quick to taunt my king," she stated, her voice quiet and soft, "to tell him of your deeds against his lineage. But as you die at my hands, I want these words to carry you to hell." She stared into his dying eyes. "You had him in your grasp, and you failed. Twice." She jerked the blade from his body. Lorno Byn fell to the ground and exhaled one last gurgling breath. Marlena rushed to the frozen Erlon. His eyes moved back and forth in panic. She reversed the sword in her hand and pounded the ice with the hilt and pommel of her blade. Chips and flakes filled the air. The ice cracked. Deep crevices filled the frozen shell, but it did not break. The demigod screamed in frustration, gritted her teeth, and struck the cocoon of ice again. Her arms burned from the exertion. She reversed the blade again and reared back to strike Erlon's prison with steel. "Do not," a soft voice whispered in her ear. The low, passion-filled words stopped her in mid-swing. She turned to see a unicorn standing beside her. She jumped at the sight of the magical creature and turned to see the rest of her army encircling the frozen Erlon. "Step aside, please," the voice ordered again, but she could not identify the speaker. The unicorn stepped forward and nodded its head. Her mouth fell open in shock. The creature projected its thoughts into her mind. Marlena nodded and stepped back. The unicorn's horn glowed a bright amber. It stepped forward and gently touched the ice surrounding Erlon. The golden glow met the blue ice in a blinding explosion of light. Marlena turned away, shielding her eyes. The initial glow faded, and she turned back. The frozen prison melted, the ice falling away like rain. The scorched ground eagerly absorbed the moisture, creating a puddle of mud. The ice slipped from his face, and King Erlon gasped for breath. He hung limply, suspended by the frozen prison from the waist down. The unicorn knelt and touched the remaining ice. It melted in an instant. Erlon collapsed into the mud, shivering and pale. Marlena knelt beside him and pulled the boy king to her. She hugged him, his cold body stealing the heat from hers. "He will recover," the voice said in her mind. Marlena looked up to the unicorn, tears in her eyes. "Thank you." The creature bowed. Styrin knelt beside Marlena, his face cut and bloody. His left arm hung useless to his side. "The battle is over," he said, "but we have suffered greatly. Many are dead. The harbor is—" His voice trailed off. "Where is Kier?" Marlena asked, brushing Erlon's wet hair from his face. "He can help." "Gone." Marlena stared at Erlon. She swallowed. "What?" He was shot down," Erlon managed through chattering teeth. "Crashed near harbor." "Is he alive?" Erlon shrugged and limply shook his head. A chill coursed through her body. Marlena held on to Erlon and looked over her right shoulder. The mid-afternoon sun shimmered off the waves in the distance. A few fires still burned aboard the wrecked ships in the harbor, sending smoke into the otherwise clear sky. Her vision, still enhanced from the fight at Avrigon, searched for any sign of Kier. A small piece of blue fabric flapped in the slight breeze. "There," she noted. "He is there. Styrin, send a group to find him." "Yes, ma'am." "The rest of you," she fought back the tears, fearing the worst, "tend to the wounded and mind the prisoners." She looked back over her shoulder at the bay. There is still much to be done. Chapter 35. A dense fog hovered above the bay, adding to the surreal gathering. The morning sun, barely touching the horizon to the east, did little to penetrate the haze. 2 weeks after the battle for Barkatuk, the final funeral procession wound through the streets of the town. A trio of black-clad Avrigon magi led a 2-wheeled cart pulled by a Pegasus and a unicorn. Magistrate Higgins, Marlena, and King Erlon trailed behind the wagon. Hundreds of humans and mythical creatures followed behind. The magistrate and elders from Avrigon once again appeared young and virile. The dark magic of Lorno Byn replaced with a revitalized belief in magic and wizardry. They passed by the partially rebuilt city center, vendor booths either under repair or newly constructed. The procession continued to the mouth of the docks, also partially repaired. Wood and supplies sat piled high, ready to create the new harbormaster's office. The lead magus held up a hand to stop the funeral march. He bowed to the group of people waiting at the edge of the sea. The elders of Avrigon, joined by hundreds of creatures and citizens, stood on the shore. They bowed in return as the gentle waves embraced the shoreline. Marlena heard the flap of wings high above and glanced skyward. Despite the fog, she caught sight of dozens of Pegasus and Griffins circling overhead. Magistrate Higgins patted her arm and left her side, moving to the front of the procession between the elders and the magi. He clasped his hands in front of him. When he spoke, his voice carried across the crowd so that all could hear. "Once again, we have gathered to honor those who fell in the fight against evil. I have often heard talk of the victory only a few weeks ago, but at times like this, I wonder if we truly won. I have been honored to preside over many of the services, but this one—" He inhaled sharply and exhaled. "This one is different. I knew Kier, personally. As the Lighthouse Keeper, he saved many lives. I could go on for hours about his deeds, but I will leave those stories to the historians. I will leave you with this. He will be missed." 2 minotaurs stepped forward and lifted a log raft from the cart. A body, elegantly wrapped in a blue fabric with gold tassels, lay atop the wood. The 2 beasts carried the makeshift boat to the water, waded in waist-deep, and gently sat the raft onto the waves. "We now commit Kier's body to the sea that he so loved." The Minotaurs pushed the raft away from the shore. The 5-headed Hydra slowly rose from the depths and swam toward the shore. The crowd at Marlena's back swayed at the sight of the giant creature. The beast moved to the raft, maneuvered it between its heads, and swam to the mouth of the harbor. Marlena squinted, but lost sight of it in the fog. "Archers!" A 1/4 mile away, a dozen centaurs raised their bows, flaming arrows loaded and ready to fly. She steeled herself. They released their projectiles simultaneously, all 12 of the arrows glowing in the fog as they arced toward the sea. The raft erupted in flame, a flickering glow on the foggy sea. Marlena stared at the fire, tears in her eyes. She cried until the raft disappeared out of the harbor. "The elders of Avrigon would like to thank King Erlon and the citizens of Barkatuk. Without your efforts, our city, as well as Barkatuk, would have fallen," the magistrate said after a few moments of silence. "Your belief in us has revitalized our city. We are stronger and more vibrant than we have been in decades." A smattering of applause filtered across the crowd. Marlena looked at the magistrate and shook her head. "Now is not the time for this." "To thank you, we are formally recognizing King Erlon as the ruler of the lands from Taigor to Barkatuk." The crowd cheered more enthusiastically. "A messenger has already been dispatched to Taigor to tell them the news." Erlon bowed slightly but said nothing. Higgins stood for another awkward moment, waved to the crowd, and stepped away from the shore. The citizens dispersed, returning to the city center. Within minutes, the sounds of hammers and swearing filled the streets. "Marlena, a word?" "Yes, magistrate." Higgins' hand touched her elbow, and she let him guide her to the edge of a building. The fog lifted somewhat, letting beams of sunlight stream down from the heavens. "I have a new assignment for you." Marlena's rage boiled. "You said that this would be the last," she snarled. "And it was," he nodded. "You did what was needed to protect Erlon. He is now king, and your protection of him is no longer warranted. The Avrigon elders did not make this decision lightly. In fact, they are debating this even now." He glanced over his shoulder, and Marlena followed his gaze. The 3 elders appeared in a heated discussion, animated by their waving arms. "You have been in our service for 200 years. It is time that you were granted that which you have always wanted." Marlena raised an eyebrow. "You mean?" Higgins nodded. "When?" "Sooner would be best, I think," he said, looking at the 3 arguing elders again, "before they change their mind." "I have already said my goodbyes to Erlon," she admitted. "You knew?" Marlena smiled. She turned her head and whistled. The black Pegasus flew from the fog and landed next to them. It folded its wings against its body and nuzzled its face against Marlena. She smiled and rubbed its long face. "Let's just say I have an inside source." "So, you are ready?" Higgins inquired. "Yes," Marlena replied. "Give me my final assignment." Marlena stood on the beach, arms folded, the salt breeze tousling her hair. A dark shawl wrapped around her shoulders, she stared out at the sea. The cool winter promised a spike in visitors, but she was prepared. The tall spire of the lighthouse cast its long shadow across the beach, traveling along the shore opposite the setting sun. The light at the top of the tower slowly rotated, shining in the growing darkness. Her first year on Dyson served as a huge transition in her life. Leaving Erlon after 20 years to live a solitary life, helping those stranded on the beach, caused great strain on her. It took months to figure out that the Avrigon mystics did more than simply leave her on the island. She was no longer a demigod, no longer immortal. The thought brought a smile to her lips. Movement caught her eye, and she peered at the horizon. A ship cruised along the sea. It changed course, heading for Dyson. It drew closer, and she recognized the signs of combat. One of its two masts lay on the deck. A large hole above the waterline highlighted its port side. "Company," she mused. She made her way off the shore, up a set of stone steps, and to the base of the lighthouse. The black Pegasus met her on the overlook. It nuzzled her arm with its long face. She patted the animal's neck, and it contentedly whinnied. The ship drew closer, listing to starboard. "Welcome," she muttered, rehearsing her greeting. "My name is Marlena. I am the Lighthouse Keeper." This has been Lighthouse Keeper, written by R. Kyle Hanna, narrated by Rick McVey. Copyright 2020 by R. Kyle Hanna and Jumpmaster Press. Production copyright 2021 by R. Kyle Hanna and Jumpmaster Press.